Eleanor Whitmore's attorney, Thomas Hartwell, senior partner, 70 if he was a day, cleared his throat and adjusted his reading glasses with the kind of theatrical precision that suggested he'd delivered bad news to wealthy families for decades. To summarize, he said, voice carrying the particular tone lawyers used when about to destroy someone's carefully constructed life, your grandmother has amended her will, again. Carter Whitmore, 34, sat across the mahogany conference table in his Further Lane estate and tried not to let his irritation show. Outside, the Hampton summer was performing its usual magic, ocean glittering, hedges manicured to geometric perfection, the kind of wealth that looked effortless because it cost a fortune to maintain. Inside, his inheritance was apparently contingent on something new and deeply irritating. "What are the terms?" Carter asked. Hartwell slid a document across the table. The estate, valued at approximately $2.1 billion in real estate holdings, transfers to you on your 35th birthday, September 14th, 4 months from now. I'm aware of my birthday, Thomas. What you may not be aware of is the new stipulation. You must be married, legally, verifiably married to someone Eleanor deems appropriate and genuine. The marriage must occur before your birthday, and you must remain married for a minimum of 12 months to receive full access to the portfolio. Carter read the clause, then read it again. She's requiring marriage? As a condition of inheritance, yes. That's... Carter stopped himself. Illegal? Possibly. Unenforceable? Maybe. But Eleanor Whitmore didn't make idle threats, and she certainly didn't amend her will on a whim. What happens if I don't marry? The estate transfers to your cousin Preston, in its entirety. Preston, of course, his cousin, 36, hedge fund manager, perpetually circling the family fortune like a well-dressed vulture. Preston would liquidate the portfolio within a year, sell everything their family had built over 4 generations, convert legacy into liquid assets he could gamble on derivative trades. There has to be a way to contest this, Carter said. You could try, but your grandmother is of sound mind, and the terms, while unusual, aren't technically illegal. She's allowed to set conditions on her estate distribution. Even conditions that amount to emotional blackmail, even those, particularly when she's as wealthy and well-represented as Eleanor Whitmore. After Hartwell left, Carter stood on his terrace and looked at the Atlantic stretching endlessly toward Europe, 12,000 square feet of weathered shingle behind him, 3 acres of oceanfront property, every detail perfect, because anything less than perfect was unacceptable in this world. His phone showed 63 unread emails. 3 were from potential investors, 2 from architects working on his latest development. Project, 1 from his accountant with the subject line, "We need to talk about Q3 projections." He ignored all of them and called his grandmother. Eleanor answered on the second ring. "I assume Thomas has delivered the news." "Marriage, Eleanor? Really? You're 34 and unmarried. Your father was married twice by your age, both disasters admittedly, but at least he tried. Father also gambled away $40 million and died in a rehab facility. I'm not sure he's the role model you want to invoke. Which is precisely why I'm requiring marriage. I want to know you can commit to something other than real estate portfolios. I want to see you build a life, not just a business. By threatening to disinherit me if I don't marry a stranger in 4 months? I'm not suggesting you marry a stranger. I'm suggesting you find someone appropriate, someone who understands our world, someone you can actually build a life with. In 4 months. When you're motivated, you're remarkably efficient. Apply that efficiency to your personal life. And if I can't find someone appropriate in 4 months, then Preston inherits, and you can spend the rest of your life explaining to the family how you lost $2 billion because you couldn't find a wife. Eleanor's voice softened slightly. I'm not trying to punish you, darling. I'm trying to save you from becoming your father, alone, desperate, destroying everything because you never learned to let anyone in. After she hung up, Carter did the math. 4 months to find a wife, someone appropriate, which meant old money, or at least old money adjacent. Someone who could navigate the social requirements, someone Eleanor would approve. The problem, Carter had exactly 0 interest in the women who typically circulated in his world. He dated them, slept with them, found them uniformly boring, more interested in his portfolio than his personality, more concerned with Instagram aesthetics than actual conversation. He needed someone different, someone smart enough to handle the performance, someone desperate enough to agree to an unconventional arrangement, someone who could fool Eleanor Whitmore into believing this was genuine. His phone buzzed, email from his property manager, staging consultant arriving at 2 p.m. for further lane walkthrough. Jade Morrison from Chen Morrison Design. Comes highly recommended. Carter looked at the email, then at the clock. 1:45. Maybe the universe was offering solutions, or maybe he was getting desperate enough to consider truly terrible ideas. Jade Morrison arrived at Further Lane at precisely 2 p.m. driving a 7-year-old Honda Civic that looked deeply out of place in the circular driveway between a Tesla and a Range Rover. She emerged wearing Theory separates, good quality, not couture, the kind of thing a successful professional wore when meeting wealthy clients, and carrying a leather portfolio that had seen better. Years. Carter watched from the library window as she studied the house. Not the awed stare of someone overwhelmed by wealth, more the assessing look of a professional evaluating a project. Interesting. His property manager, Marcus Chen, 50, impeccable taste, zero tolerance for bullshit, met her at the door. Carter waited in the library, curious to see how she'd react to the house. The Further Lane property was technically impressive. 12,000 square feet, ocean front, every amenity wealth could purchase. But it was also deeply impersonal. Bachelor property. Empty despite being full of expensive furniture. Carter had inherited it from his father, along with the debts and the mess. He'd never made it feel like home, just another asset, another property to maintain and eventually sell. He heard voices in the foyer, Marcus giving the tour, then footsteps approaching the library. Marcus appeared in the doorway. "Mr. Whitmore, this is Jade Morrison." Jade stepped into the library and Carter got his first real look at her. Mid-20s, dark hair pulled back in a professional knot, minimal makeup, good bone structure. But what struck him was the intelligence in her eyes, direct gaze, assessing without being rude, the look of someone who'd learned to read people and situations quickly. "Ms. Morrison." Carter stood, offered his hand. "Thank you for coming." "Mr. Whitmore." Her handshake was firm, brief, professional. "Beautiful property, though I'll be honest, it doesn't feel lived in." "It's not. I'm planning to sell. Marcus said you're the best at staging. I'm good at making empty houses feel like homes people want to buy. Whether that makes me the best is subjective." Carter smiled. He liked her already. "Marcus, could you give us a moment?" After Marcus left, Carter gestured to the leather chairs by the window. "Please, sit." Jade sat, pulled out her iPad. "I've reviewed the property specs. 12,000 square feet, 6 bedrooms, 8 baths, oceanfront. You're looking at a $35 million list price, maybe 32 in this market. Staging budget of approximately $200,000 if you want to compete with comparable properties." "That's accurate. I'd recommend focusing on the main living spaces and master suite. Everything else can be minimal. The ocean view is your selling point. Everything should direct attention there." She swiped through mock-ups. "I'm thinking coastal minimalism, linen, driftwood, neutral palette. Let the architecture speak." "You've put together proposals already?" "I prepare before meetings, saves time. Most staging consultants I've met spend the first meeting telling me how amazing my house is." "Your house is amazing. It's also cold, masculine, and completely devoid of personality. That's not an insult, it's an observation. We fix it by adding warmth without sacrificing sophistication." Carter leaned back, studying her. Smart, direct, no bullshit. Exactly the kind of person who could pull off an elaborate performance if properly motivated. He was about to do something either brilliant or catastrophically stupid. "Can I ask you something personal, Ms. Morrison?" She looked surprised. "That depends on the question. Are you happy with your career trajectory?" That's an odd question for a staging consultation. "Humor me." Jade set down her iPad. "I'm successful. I have steady clients. I make enough to cover rent and student loans with some leftover. Happy is relative." "But you'd like to be more successful. Everyone would like to be more successful. That's not unique. What if I could offer you something more than a staging contract?" Her expression shifted, wariness replacing professional courtesy. "Mr. Whitmore, if this is going somewhere inappropriate," "It's not. I'm proposing a business arrangement, an unconventional one, but potentially very lucrative for both of us. I'm listening. Carter pulled out his phone, showed her the email from Hartwell, the will stipulation, the marriage requirement, the 4-month deadline. Jade read in silence, then looked up. You're showing me your grandmother's will? I'm showing you a problem that requires a creative solution. And you think I'm that solution? I think you're smart, professional, and probably desperate enough to consider an offer you'd normally refuse. That's presumptuous. Is it wrong? Jade was quiet for a moment. What exactly are you proposing? I need to be married by September 14th. You need, I'm guessing, money, probably quite a bit of it, given the car you're driving and the fact that you've been wearing the same theory suit to every consultation for the past month. Her cheeks colored. You've been checking up on me? I always research people I'm considering working with. You're talented, undervalued, working twice as hard as your competitors for half the recognition. You stage properties for wealthy clients who barely remember your name. And based on public records, your mother's house in Ohio is facing foreclosure. Jade stood. This conversation is over. Sit down, please. Carter softened his voice. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm trying to be honest about why you might consider what I'm about to propose. She remained standing. Which is? Marry me. Not a real marriage, a contracted arrangement. 12 months. You play the role of my wife, attend the necessary social functions, convince my grandmother the relationship is genuine. In exchange, I pay off your mother's mortgage, cover all your expenses, and provide $5 million when the arrangement concludes. The number hung in the air between them. $5 million, Jade repeated, plus expenses, wardrobe, living arrangements, anything you need to perform the role convincingly. Consider it payment for services rendered. Services rendered? You mean pretending to be in love with you? I mean playing a role. We'd have clear boundaries, a detailed contract, protection for both parties. This would be a business arrangement, not prostitution, because that's what this sounds like. It's not. You'd have separate accommodations, complete autonomy, no physical intimacy requirements. You'd simply attend events as my wife, maintain the appearance of a relationship, and help me satisfy my grandmother's requirements. Jade sat back down, not because she was agreeing, because her knees had apparently stopped supporting her weight. This is insane, she said. This is pragmatic. I need a wife. You need money. We can help each other. Why me? Why not marry someone from your social circle? Because anyone from my social circle would either refuse or use it as leverage for something else. You're outside that world. You're smart enough to handle the performance. And you're motivated by something I can actually provide, financial security. You don't know anything about me. I know you graduated from Columbia with honors. I know you've built a successful staging business despite having zero family connections. I know you visit your mother in Dayton every Christmas and send her money monthly even when you can barely afford it. I know you're loyal, hardworking, and smart enough to see when an opportunity is worth the risk. Jade laughed, short, disbelieving. An opportunity, that's what you're calling this. What would you call it? A rich man's desperate attempt to manipulate someone financially vulnerable into solving his inheritance problems. Is that a no? She should say no, should walk out. Should report this entire conversation to someone. Ethics boards, the bar association, someone who dealt with wealthy men making inappropriate proposals. Instead, she heard herself ask, what exactly would the arrangement entail? Carter pulled out a document, typed, professional, clearly prepared in advance. Terms are straightforward. We marry, city hall, minimal ceremony, just witnesses. You move into this property or another residence if you prefer. We attend social functions together, present as married couple. You have complete freedom otherwise. Maintain your business, your friendships, your life. After 12 months, we divorce quietly. You receive $5 million, keep anything purchased during the marriage, and we both move on. Jade skimmed the document. It was thorough, frighteningly thorough. You've been planning this, she said. I've been considering options since Hartwell called this morning. You're the first person I've proposed it to. Lucky me. I'm serious about the terms. No physical intimacy, no genuine relationship expectations. Just a performance for my family and social circle. Can you do that? Could she? Could Jade Morrison from Dayton, Ohio, pretend to be Mrs. Carter Whitmore? Could she perform wealth and belonging and love for 12 months? Could she take $5 million for lying? She thought about her mother's house, the foreclosure notice, the years of working 3 jobs so Jade could go to Columbia, the sacrifice and love and bone-deep exhaustion of single parenthood. She thought about her own studio apartment in Sag Harbor, 400 square feet, no heat, winter coming. She thought about what $5 million meant. Freedom. Security. The ability to actually build something instead of just surviving. "I need to think about it," she said. "You have 24 hours. After that, I'll need to explore other options." "That's not a lot of time." "We don't have a lot of time. September 14th is 4 months away. We need to marry, establish the relationship, convince Eleanor it's genuine. Every day we wait makes it harder." Jade stood. "I'll call you tomorrow." "Jade." Carter stood too. "I know this is unconventional, but it's not exploitative. You'd have legal protection, financial security, and complete autonomy. I'm offering you a way out of survival mode. That's worth considering. Or you're offering me a way to compromise every principle I have. Maybe, but principles don't pay your mother's mortgage." The truth of that statement hurt more than the proposal itself. Jade left without another word. She sat in her Honda for 10 minutes, staring at the ocean, trying to process what had just happened. Carter Whitmore had just offered her $5 million to pretend to be his wife. It was insane. It was unethical. It was also the answer to every financial problem she'd had for the past 5 years. Her phone buzzed. Text from her mother. "Sweetheart, bank called again. They're serious about the foreclosure. I'm so sorry. I never wanted to burden you with this." Jade stared at the message. Then she looked back at the Further Lane estate. 12,000 square feet of wealth and privilege and problems money could solve. She pulled up her calculator app, did the math. 400,000 would pay off her mother's mortgage, completely. Her mother could retire, actually retire, instead of working until she died. 5 million total meant 4.6 million left over after saving the house. Enough to expand her business, enough to never worry about rent or student loans or survival again. Enough to change everything. All she had to do was lie for 12 months. All she had to do was pretend to love a stranger. All she had to do was compromise every authentic thing about herself. She started the car, drove back to Sag Harbor, sat in her apartment and tried to talk herself out of what she was about to do. It didn't work. At 9 p.m., she called Carter. "I have conditions," she said. "I'm listening. Separate bedrooms, no physical intimacy, clear professional boundaries. I maintain my business independently, no using your connections unless I explicitly request them. And I want the contract reviewed by my own attorney before I sign anything." "Agreed to all of it." "Why?" Jade asked. "Why are you agreeing so easily?" "Because I'm not trying to trap you. I'm trying to solve a problem. Your conditions make sense. They protect both of us." "When do you need an answer?" "Now? Tonight? If you're in, we move forward immediately. If you're not, I need to find someone else." Jade closed her eyes, thought about her mother's house, about $5 million, about 12 months of performance in exchange for financial freedom. "I'm in," she said. "You're sure?" "I'm not sure about anything, but I'm saying yes anyway." "Okay, I'll have my attorney draw up the formal contract tomorrow. We'll review it together, make any adjustments you want, then sign. We can marry as early as next week." "That fast?" "We don't have time to waste. Eleanor's already suspicious about why I'm suddenly interested in marriage. The faster we move, the more it looks like genuine romance rather than strategic planning." After they hung up, Jade sat in her apartment and wondered what she'd just agreed to. She'd just sold herself to a billionaire. Not her body, not her genuine affection, but her time, her performance, her willingness to lie to everyone she knew for $5 million. She should feel guilty, should feel ashamed, should feel like she'd just made a catastrophic mistake. Instead, she felt relief, financial security, her mother's house saved, a future that wasn't just survival. All she had to do was pretend to love Carter Whitmore for 12 months. She'd done harder things, probably. The contract was 47 pages long. Jade sat in her attorney's office, a small practice in Southampton, the kind that handled small business disputes and real estate closings, nowhere near equipped for whatever this was, and tried to process the document Carter's legal team had delivered. Her attorney, Robert Chen, no relation to Marcus, had gone pale somewhere around page 12. This is... Robert stopped, started again. This is the most comprehensive relationship contract I've ever seen. And I've seen a few. Is it legal? Jade asked. Technically, yes. You're two adults agreeing to marry with clear terms about financial arrangements and expectations. Nothing here violates marriage law, even if it violates the spirit of what marriage is supposed to be. But if this ever became public, you'd both face significant scrutiny. Marriage fraud is a serious issue, especially when this much money is involved. If anyone could prove you married solely for financial benefit with no intent of genuine relationship. That's exactly what we're doing. Legally, I didn't hear that. Robert flipped through the pages. The contract is protective of both parties. You have clear financial guarantees, no physical intimacy requirements, right to maintain separate residence, though you'd need to cohabitate enough to appear genuinely married. Exit clauses are clean. After 12 months, you can divorce with no penalties and receive full payment. What about the performance requirements? Robert found the section. Party A agrees to attend social functions as needed, maintain appearance of genuine romantic relationship, participate in family events, and present united front in all public contexts. That's vague enough to be flexible, but specific enough to be enforceable. Enforceable how? If you bail before 12 months without cause, you forfeit most of the payment. You'd keep expenses already paid, but lose the $5 million final sum. Conversely, if Carter violates the terms, forces physical intimacy, publicly humiliates you, fails to provide agreed support, you can exit immediately and still receive full payment plus damages. So I'm protected. You're as protected as you can be in an arrangement this unconventional. But Jade, Robert set down the contract. Are you sure about this? $5 million is life-changing money, but it's also a year of your life performing a lie. That takes a toll. My mother's house is facing foreclosure. I've been struggling financially since graduating. This solves everything. It solves money problems. It doesn't solve what this does to your sense of self. Can you pretend to be in love with someone for 12 months and not lose something essential? I guess I'm about to find out. She signed the contract that afternoon. So did Carter. They married at City Hall on a Thursday afternoon in late May. The ceremony took 7 minutes. Marcus and Jade's best friend Zoe served as witnesses. The officiant was a tired woman in her 60s who'd clearly performed hundreds of perfunctory ceremonies and had stopped questioning why couples wanted minimal fuss. Do you, Carter James Whitmore, take Jade Elizabeth Morrison to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Do you, Jade Elizabeth Morrison, take Carter James Whitmore to be your lawfully wedded husband? Jade looked at Carter. He was wearing a Brioni suit, probably cost $8,000, looking like he'd stepped out of a magazine spread. Handsome in the way wealthy men were handsome. Good genetics plus expensive maintenance. He was a stranger. She was about to legally bind herself to him for 12 months. I do, she said. By the power vested in me by the state of New York, I now pronounce you husband and wife. No kiss. They had agreed that was unnecessary for the City Hall ceremony. The performance would start later, once they faced Eleanor in the social circuit. Outside, Marcus took photos, evidence, documentation, the kind of thing married couples did. Congratulations, Marcus said. You both look appropriately happy. We're performers, Carter said. That's the point. Zoe pulled Jade aside while Carter took a call. Are you really doing this? I really just did this. Jade, don't, please. I know what this looks like, but it's the right decision. For me, for my mom, for my future. And what about when you have to lie to everyone? Your mom, our friends, your clients? I'll manage. Will you? Because I know you. You're terrible at lying. This is going to eat at you. Then it eats at me, but at least my mother keeps her house. After the ceremony, they drove to Further Lane in separate cars. Jade's Honda followed Carter's Tesla up the long driveway, past the hedges and gates, into a world she was now legally part of, but would never truly belong to. Marcus met them at the door. Welcome home, Mrs. Whitmore. The name sounded foreign, wrong, like wearing someone else's skin. Thanks, Marcus. Inside, the house had been transformed. Her belongings, what little she owned, had been moved into a guest suite, separate from Carter's master bedroom, separate but connected by the shared fiction they were now living. "I've prepared dinner for 7, Marcus said. "Eleanor is coming." Jade's stomach dropped. "Tonight? Already?" "She insisted. Wants to meet her new granddaughter-in-law." Marcus's expression was kind. "Don't worry. I'll brief you on conversation topics. We'll make sure you're prepared." The next 2 hours were a crash course in being Mrs. Carter Whitmore. Marcus reviewed Eleanor's expectations, conservative values, appreciation for family legacy, interest in the arts, support for various charities. He outlined conversation topics to avoid: Carter's father, the family financial troubles. Anything that suggested this marriage was anything other than genuine romance. "Eleanor's sharp," Marcus warned. "She'll be watching for inconsistencies. How you look at Carter, how he looks at you, whether you seem comfortable in his space. Every detail matters." "No pressure," Jade muttered. "Just be yourself. Or rather, be the version of yourself who's genuinely in love with Carter. Can you do that?" "I'm about to find out." Eleanor Whitmore arrived at 7 p.m. in a vintage Bentley wearing Chanel and an expression that suggested she could see through walls and lies with equal facility. She was 82, silver hair perfectly coiffed, posture that suggested a lifetime of finishing schools and social dominance. Her eyes, sharp blue, exactly like Carter's, assessed Jade with the efficiency of an art appraiser evaluating a potential forgery. "Grandmother," Carter kissed her cheek. "Thank you for coming." "As if I'd miss meeting your wife. You married so quickly I barely had time to process the news." She turned to Jade. "My dear, you're lovely, much lovelier than the Instagram photos suggested." "You looked at Instagram?" Jade asked. "I looked at everything. Your business, your background, your mother's unfortunate financial troubles." Eleanor's smile was sharp. "I'm thorough when it comes to family." Dinner was an elegant torture. Marcus served over sole, asparagus, potatoes prepared in some complicated French method, wine that probably cost more than Jade's monthly rent, conversation that felt like an interrogation disguised as pleasantries. "How did you two meet?" Eleanor asked. "Jade was staging the Further Lane property," Carter said. "She walked in and immediately told me my design choices were terrible." "They were," Jade added. "Baroque revival in a shingle-style beach house. It was visual chaos." "And you appreciated her honesty?" Eleanor asked Carter. "I appreciated that she was the first person in years to tell me I was wrong about something. Everyone else just agrees with everything I say. It's boring." "So you fell in love with her directness?" "I fell in love with her intelligence. The directness was just refreshing. The lie came smoothly. They'd practiced this." But sitting across from Eleanor, Jade felt the weight of the deception. This woman was sharp enough to see through anything less than perfect performance. "And you, Jade? What made you fall in love with my grandson?" Jade looked at Carter, tried to access something genuine that would read as authentic. "He made me feel capable, like I could build something beyond just survival. That's rare. Most men either want to save you or compete with you. Carter did neither. He just believed I was already everything I needed to be." She hadn't meant to say something real, but Eleanor's expression softened slightly. "That's lovely, truly." She sipped her wine. "Though I notice you're not wearing an engagement ring." "We moved fast," Carter said. "Ring shopping felt unnecessary when we both knew what we wanted." "Still, appearances matter. I'll have Cartier send some options tomorrow." After dinner, Eleanor requested a tour of the house. Jade's heart hammered as they walked through rooms she barely knew. But Marcus had prepared her. She knew which art Carter collected, which rooms he preferred, the history of the property. They reached the master bedroom. Eleanor paused at the doorway. "You're not sharing a room?" "We are," Carter said smoothly. "Jade's things are still in the guest suite from moving in. We haven't organized everything yet. Organize quickly. If you're married, you share a bedroom. Appearances matter, even in private." After Eleanor left, Jade collapsed on the terrace with a glass of wine that was probably irreplaceable, and she didn't care. "That was brutal," she said. Carter sat beside her. "You did well. Eleanor liked you." "Eleanor suspects something. I could see it in her eyes." "Eleanor always suspects something. That's her nature. But you were convincing. The line about me making you feel capable, that was good." "It was also true, mostly." Carter looked at her. "Was it? You're paying me $5 million. That's the definition of capability enabling." She drank. This is harder than I thought it would be. The performance, the lying, sitting across from your grandmother and pretending I love you when we've known each other 3 days. You're not pretending to love me. You're performing the role of someone who loves me. There's a difference. Is there? Has to be, otherwise we'll both go insane. They sat in silence, drinking expensive wine, looking at an ocean that didn't care about their complicated arrangement. Can I ask you something? Jade said. Anything? Why me? Really, you could have found someone from your social circle, someone who already knew how to perform this world. Carter was quiet for a moment. Because everyone in my social circle would have ulterior motives. They'd use this marriage to access my business or social connections or money. With you, it's clean. You need financial security. I need a wife. We both get what we need without additional complications. That's very transactional. This is a transaction. That's the point. Right, transaction. Jade set down her wine. I should go to bed. Long day of becoming someone else. Jade, she stopped at the door. Thank you for doing this. I know it's not easy. You're welcome, though technically you're paying me, so gratitude is unnecessary. Still, thank you. In her guest suite, separate bedroom, separate bathroom, separate life, Jade lay awake and wondered what she'd become. Mrs. Carter Whitmore, wife to a billionaire, performer in an elaborate fiction. She'd sold herself, not her body, but something else. Her authenticity, her truth, her ability to look at herself without shame. $5 million. Her mother's house saved. A future that wasn't just survival. It had to be worth it. It had to be. The first week of marriage was an exercise in strategic cohabitation. They maintained separate bedrooms, Jade in the guest suite, Carter in the master. They had breakfast together when schedules aligned, learning each other's rhythms. Carter ran every morning at 6, came back smelling like salt and effort. Jade worked late in what she'd claimed as her studio, a converted sunroom with perfect light. They were strangers performing intimacy, learning the choreography of marriage without the substance. On day 4, Eleanor called. Dinner Friday, both of you. We're having 12 people, friends who want to meet Jade. Grandmother, we just had dinner. That was a private meeting. This is a social introduction. Jade needs to be introduced properly to our circle. Friday at 7. Don't be late. After she hung up, Carter found Jade in her studio, sketching furniture arrangements for a client's Sag Harbor property. We have our first major performance Friday. Dinner party at Eleanor's, 12 guests, all old money, all watching to see if we're legitimate. Jade set down her pencil. What do I need to know? I've asked Marcus to brief you. Names, backgrounds, topics to avoid. He'll also arrange for a stylist. You'll need something appropriate for Eleanor's dinners. I have appropriate clothes. You have professional clothes. This is different. This is theater. We need you in costume. The stylist arrived Tuesday morning with racks of designer options. Jade stood in her guest suite trying on dresses that cost more than her college tuition, feeling like a child playing dress-up. The Zimmerman, the stylist, Claudia, 50, impeccable taste, said decisively. It says refined without trying too hard. Perfect for introducing yourself to old money. Jade looked at herself in the mirror. The dress was beautiful, cream silk, understated elegance, the kind of thing that cost $3,000 to look effortless. She looked like Mrs. Carter Whitmore. She barely recognized herself. Wednesday, Marcus conducted what he called cultural preparation, teaching Jade the unspoken rules of old money Hamptons society. Don't ask people what they do for work. It's considered gauche. They already know each other's backgrounds. Don't praise the food too effusively. It suggests you're not used to fine dining. Don't mention money, ever. These people have so much money they've forgotten it exists. Do ask about their homes, their gardens, their latest charity projects. Show interest without seeming eager. Jade's head spun. This is like learning a foreign language. It is a foreign language, and you need to be fluent by Friday. Thursday night, she and Carter practiced. They sat in the library, Marcus feeding them potential conversation topics, watching how they interacted. Closer, Marcus said. Married couples sit closer. Carter moved nearer on the sofa. His leg touched hers. Jade tried not to react to the contact. Better. Now, Carter, put your arm around her shoulders. Casual, like it's natural. He did. Jade felt his warmth, smelled his cologne, something expensive and cedar-scented. Jade, lean into him, just slightly, like you're comfortable in his space. She leaned. It felt foreign and intimate and completely wrong. Good, Marcus said. Now maintain that while having normal conversation. You need to look like this is how you always are together. They practiced for 2 hours, sitting close, touching casually. The small intimacies married couples displayed without thinking. By the end, Jade's nerves were frayed. This is exhausting. This is the job, Marcus said. Performance takes effort, but you're getting better. Friday arrived with perfect June weather. Jade spent the afternoon getting ready. Hair styled, makeup professionally applied, the Zimmermann dress that made her look like she belonged. Carter appeared at 6:30 in a Brunello Cucinelli blazer, looking effortlessly elegant. "You look beautiful," he said. "You have to say that. I'm your wife. I'm saying it because it's true. You look like you belong in this world. I'll never belong in this world, but I can fake it for an evening." Eleanor's Gin Lane estate was lit like a jewelry box, every window glowing, the gardens illuminated, the whole effect carefully designed to demonstrate wealth without vulgarity. They arrived at 7. Marcus had driven them, apparently couples of their stature, didn't drive themselves to dinner parties. "Remember," Carter murmured as they approached the door, "we're in love, completely genuinely in love. Eleanor's watching for any sign we're not. No pressure." Inside, 12 guests circulated with champagne and conversation. Old money Hamptons, faces Jade recognized from the society coverage, names that appeared on museum donor walls. Eleanor made introductions. Jade smiled, shook hands, performed gracious interest while internally panicking. "How did you two meet?" someone asked. "Jade was staging one of my properties," Carter said, his hand finding the small of Jade's back. The touch was casual, possessive, exactly what a husband would do. "She told me my design choices were terrible. I was charmed." She must be very talented to get away with criticizing Carter Whitmore. This from Patricia Somerset, 70, dripping with diamonds and subtle judgment. "She's exceptional," Carter said. "Best staging designer in the Hamptons. I'm lucky she agreed to marry me instead of just fixing my house." Jade leaned into him slightly, the way Marcus had taught her. "I'm the lucky one. Not many men can handle direct criticism." "So it's true love?" Patricia pressed. "Not just convenient timing?" The implication was clear. They'd married quickly. Money was involved. People were suspicious. "It's true love," Jade said firmly. "The timing was fast, but when you know, you know. I've never been more certain of anything." The lie tasted like ash, but Patricia seemed satisfied. Dinner was elaborate, multiple courses, wine pairings, conversation that flowed like choreography. Jade managed to navigate it without major mistakes, though she caught Eleanor watching her multiple times with an expression that suggested evaluation. After dinner, Eleanor requested Jade's presence in the library, alone. "Let's chat," Eleanor said, closing the door. Jade's heart hammered. "Of course. I like you. Let me start with that. You're intelligent, poised, and you handle my grandson well. He needs someone who won't just agree with everything he says." "Thank you." However, Eleanor's expression sharpened. "I'm not convinced this marriage is genuine." Jade's throat tightened. "I don't know what you mean." "The timeline is suspicious. The circumstances convenient. My grandson suddenly needs a wife, and you, a designer with no family wealth, suddenly have access to resources and social standing you'd never achieve otherwise. It looks transactional. It's not. Let me finish. Whether this marriage started as transaction or genuine affection, I'm going to watch, carefully. For the next few months, I'll be evaluating whether you two are building something real or just performing for inheritance purposes. If I determine it's performance, I'll act accordingly. You can't. I can. My will, my conditions, my enforcement." Eleanor softened slightly. "But I'm also fair. If you prove me wrong, if this marriage becomes genuine, I'll be your greatest advocate. So I suggest you and Carter figure out whether you're acting or actually building something worth keeping." After they left, driving back to Further Lane in silence, Jade finally spoke. "Eleanor knows, or suspects. She pulled me aside, basically accused us of fraud." Carter's jaw tightened. "What did you say?" "I denied it, but Carter, she's watching us, evaluating whether we're legitimate. If she determines we're performing, she'll void the inheritance." Then we don't give her anything to find. We're airtight. No one can prove this is anything other than what we claim. Can we, though? Can we perform love convincingly enough to fool someone as sharp as Eleanor for 4 more months? We have to. There's no alternative. Back at Further Lane, they stood in the foyer of their shared but separate house, 2 strangers legally bound, trying to convince the world they were in love. "I'm going to bed," Jade said. "This is exhausting." "Jade?" She stopped. "You did well tonight, really well. Eleanor might be suspicious, but everyone else believed us. Everyone else wants to believe us. Eleanor's different. She's actually looking. Then we'll make sure there's nothing suspicious to see." In her guest suite, Jade changed out of the $3,000 dress and lay in bed staring at the ceiling. She'd signed up for performance, for strategic marriage, for 12 months of elaborate fiction, but she hadn't signed up for Eleanor's scrutiny, for the very real possibility that they'd be exposed, for the consequences that would follow. 4 more months until Carter's birthday. 4 more months of lying to everyone. 4 more months of being someone she wasn't. She could do this. She had to. $5 million depended on it. After Marcus left, Carter pulled out his laptop. "We should coordinate social media, make it look like we've been together longer than 3 weeks. How do we do that? Carefully stage posts, photos that could have been taken any time, captions that are vague about timeline. I know a social media manager who's discreet." By noon, Carter Whitmore and Jade Morrison Design had coordinated Instagram posts, a photo of their hands with wedding bands, caption, "Sometimes you know," another of the ocean view from their terrace, caption, "Home," a throwback-style photo, actually from last week, of them at the staging consultation, caption, "Where it all started," strategic ambiguity, plausible deniability. The kind of carefully curated presence that suggested romance without actually proving anything. Jade watched the likes accumulate, comments from people she didn't know. "Congratulations. So beautiful." Carter finally settled down. "This feels manipulative," she said. "This is how everyone uses social media, curated reality. We're just being more intentional about it. We're creating false history to trick people. We're creating a narrative that serves our purposes. Welcome to the 21st century." He wasn't wrong, but it still felt like they were crossing a line, moving from private performance to public deception, broadcasting their fake marriage to thousands of strangers who'd believe whatever they were shown. Her phone buzzed, text from her mother. "Saw your Instagram! You got married? Why didn't you tell me? Call me immediately." "Shit. I have to call my mom," Jade said. "Want me here for that?" "No, this is going to be bad enough without an audience." She went to her studio, the converted sunroom that was now her design workspace, and called. Linda answered on the first ring. "You got married and didn't tell me?" "Mom, I'm so sorry. It happened fast. We were going to call, but things moved quickly." "How fast? You never even mentioned you were dating anyone." "I know, I should have told you. It's just, we met while I was staging one of his properties. Things clicked. We didn't want to wait." Jade Elizabeth Morrison, you don't just not wait when it comes to marriage. That's insane. "I know it sounds crazy, but Mom, he's..." "What? Paying me $7 million? The arrangement that saved your house?" "He's wonderful, smart, kind, supportive of my career. I know it's fast, but I've never been more sure of anything." The lie tasted like ash. "I want to meet him." Jade's stomach dropped. "Of course, soon, maybe Labor Day weekend, we could fly you out." "Labor Day? That's months away." "Mom, the Hamptons summer season is insane. We're booked every weekend with events, but Labor Day? I promise we'll have time. You can stay with us, meet Carter properly, see the house." A long silence. Then, "You're happy? Really happy?" "I'm happy," Jade said, and was surprised to realize part of it was true. She was happy, financially secure, creatively fulfilled, living in a beautiful house. The fact that her marriage was a performance didn't negate the material improvements to her life. "Then I'm happy for you. But Jade, next time you decide to get married, I'd like a heads up." After they hung up, Jade sat in her studio and tried not to cry. She was lying to everyone, her mother, her best friend. Zoe knew the truth, but was complicit in the lie. Eleanor, the entire Hamptons social scene. How long could she sustain this before the weight of deception crushed her? A knock. Carter appeared with lunch, sandwiches from some expensive deli, fruit, sparkling water. Thought you might need this. How did it go with your mom? She wants to meet you, Labor Day. That works. Gives us 2 more months to perfect the performance. Jade set down her sandwich. Carter, how do you do this? Lie to everyone constantly and not feel like you're losing yourself? He sat across from her. I've been performing my entire life. This isn't that different. It is different. We're lying about being in love. That's intimate, personal. Not the same as performing at a charity gala. The mechanics are the same. Know your audience, deliver what they expect, maintain consistency. Do you even know who you are when you're not performing? The question landed hard. Carter was quiet for a long moment. No, he finally said. I don't think I do. I've been performing for so long, I'm not sure there's anything underneath except more performance. That's sad. That's reality for people like me. Wealth requires presentation. Always has. Jade looked at him across her design table. This man who'd offered her salvation, who'd created an elaborate fiction, who just admitted he didn't know who he was beyond his performance. I know who you are, she said quietly. Do you? You're the person who paid off my mother's house without hesitation, who hired a stylist so I wouldn't feel out of place, who stands on the terrace at dawn drinking coffee because it's the only time no one's watching, who wanted to be an architect but gave it up for family responsibility. That's real. That's not performance. Carter looked at her like she'd said something profound. Thank you, he said, for seeing that. You're welcome. And for the record, the person I'm seeing is worth performing for. Something shifted in his expression. Warmth, maybe. Recognition. We should get ready, he said eventually. We have that charity thing tonight. After he left, Jade sat with what had just happened. She'd meant to offer comfort, professional courtesy. Instead, she'd said something real, and he'd heard it. This was getting complicated. Chemistry, moment. 1. The hand sketch Jade was working in, what she'd claimed as her studio. The converted sunroom that caught morning light perfectly. Design samples scattered across the table, iPad propped up, pencil moving across paper as she sketched furniture arrangements for the Further Lane redesign. Carter appeared in the doorway with coffee. Thought you might need this. She didn't look up. You thought right. Thanks. He set the mug beside her, started to leave, then stopped. Watched her work. The pencil moved with absolute confidence. Quick strokes, decisive lines. The kind of certainty that came from years of training. Her hand moved like it was connected directly to her brain, bypassing conscious thought entirely. He'd never noticed her hands before. Long fingers, no rings except the platinum band he'd put there, nails cut short and practical. There was a small scar on her left thumb, a callus on her middle finger from years of holding pencils. Her wrist turned as she shaded, graceful and precise. You're staring, Jade said without looking up. You're interesting to watch when you work. That's creepy. That's observation. There's a difference. She finally looked up, caught him watching. Something flickered across her face. Not annoyance, something else. Awareness, maybe. Why are you really here? She asked. I brought coffee. You could have sent Marcus. I wanted to bring it. Myself. Why? Good question. Carter didn't have a good answer. Or rather, he had an answer he wasn't ready to examine too closely. Because I like watching you work, he admitted. Because you're completely focused and confident, and you don't perform when you create. You just are. Jade set down her pencil. That's the nicest thing anyone's said to me in years. It's just the truth. The truth is usually nice. That's why people avoid it. She picked up the coffee, sipped, made a small sound of appreciation. Carter felt that sound somewhere in his chest. This was dangerous. Noticing her hands, wanting to watch her work, feeling something when she made small sounds of pleasure over coffee he'd made exactly how she liked it. This was supposed to be business, but watching Jade sketch in morning light, her hand moving with absolute certainty, Carter realized business had become something else entirely. He just wasn't ready to name it yet. The Southampton Arts Center benefit was their first major public appearance as a married couple. Black tie, 300 guests. Every major Hamptons family represented. The kind of event where appearances mattered more than the actual cause. In this case, funding for youth arts programs. Jade wore Valentino, a gown the stylist had selected, midnight blue silk that cost more than her first car, diamond earrings borrowed from Eleanor's collection, hair and makeup done by professionals who made her look like she'd been born to this world. She looked like Mrs. Carter Whitmore. She felt like an imposter. "You're beautiful," Carter said as they prepared to leave. He was in Tom Ford, looking like he'd stepped off a magazine cover, the kind of masculine elegance that came from good genetics and better tailoring. "I'm expensive," Jade corrected. "There's a difference." "You're both, but mostly beautiful." They arrived fashionably late, Marcus's instruction. "Never be first, but don't be so late you seem desperate for attention. 15 minutes past scheduled arrival is optimal." The benefit was held at a private estate, one of those places that made Further Lane look modest. Tents on the lawn, live orchestra, champagne towers, the kind of wealth that was both visible and somehow understated. Every head turned when they entered. "They're watching us," Jade murmured. "They're always watching? That's the point." Carter's hand found her waist. "Smile, look happy to be here." She smiled, performed happiness. Let Carter guide her through the crowd, introducing her to people whose names she'd memorized from Marcus's briefing. "This is my wife, Jade." Wife. The word still sounded foreign. "Congratulations on your marriage," people said, over and over. The same script. "How wonderful. So romantic?" "We didn't even know Carter was seeing anyone." "We kept it private," Carter explained smoothly. "Didn't want media attention ruining something special." Special, right. Special like a business. Contract. Special like strategic positioning. Special like lies they'd perfected through practice. They danced. The orchestra played something classical and romantic. Carter pulled her close, closer than strictly necessary, but exactly as close as a husband would hold his wife. "You're tense," he murmured. "I'm performing." "Relax, this is supposed to look natural." "Nothing about this is natural." "Then fake it better, everyone's watching." She tried to relax, let herself settle into his arms. He was a good dancer. Of course he was. Probably had cotillion training from age 5. This was his world. She was just visiting. "Better," he said. "See, you can do this. I'm doing this for $5 million. That's the only reason I'm managing." "Is it?" His eyes met hers. "Or are you managing because you're stronger than you think?" The comment caught her off guard. Before she could respond, someone cut in. "May I?" Preston Ashford Whitmore, Carter's cousin, 36 hedge fund manager, smiling like a shark. Carter's expression tightened. "Preston? Cousin? Mind if I dance with your lovely bride? I haven't had a chance to properly congratulate you both." It wasn't really a request. Carter released her, gave Preston a look that promised retribution if he stepped out of line. Preston pulled Jade into the dance. His hand on her waist felt wrong, too familiar, slightly too low. "So," Preston said, "Jade Morrison, staging designer, no family connections, no trust fund, and now Mrs. Carter Whitmore. Quite an upgrade. I married Carter because I love him, not for his name." "Of course. Love. How lovely." Preston's smile sharpened. "Though I noticed the marriage was rather sudden, and the timing, just 4 months before his 35th birthday, when Eleanor's inheritance clause kicks in, that's quite convenient." "What are you implying?" "Nothing, just observing. Carter needed a wife. You needed, well, I'm sure you needed something. And here we are. A marriage made in strategic heaven. You're his cousin. Shouldn't you be happy for him?" "I am happy, thrilled even. Though I do wonder what happens when Eleanor figures out this marriage is as real as a designer handbag from Canal Street." Jade stopped dancing. "This conversation is over." She walked away, maybe too abruptly, maybe not maintaining the performance well enough, but she couldn't stand another second of Preston's knowing smile. Carter found her on the terrace, alone with champagne and fury. What did he say? That he knows, or suspects, that this marriage is fake and he's going to prove it. Preston talks a lot. It's mostly empty threats. Is it? Because he seemed pretty confident that Eleanor would figure it out. Carter pulled her close. For anyone watching, it looked like intimate conversation. For Jade, it felt like strategic positioning. "Listen to me. Preston wants the inheritance. He's wanted it since my father destroyed his trust fund in a poker game 15 years ago. He'll say anything to make us nervous. Don't let him get in your head. Too late. He's already there. Then let me in too. Let me help you manage the performance anxiety. We're in this together. Together. They weren't together. They were business partners, contractual associates, two people performing marriage for strategic purposes. But standing on the terrace with Carter's arms around her, Jade felt something shift. He wasn't just her employer. Somewhere in the past 3 weeks, he'd become something else. Not a friend exactly, but not just a stranger either. Okay, she said. Together. They returned to the party, danced more, made conversation, performed happiness so convincingly that by the end of the night, even Jade almost believed it. Almost. The next morning, Jade woke in her guest suite to the sound of her phone buzzing. Bank notification. Wire transfer received $400,000 from Carter J. Whitmore. Memo, mortgage payment, her mother's house, paid in full, the foreclosure notice void. She sat in bed, staring at the confirmation, feeling the weight of what she'd done. She'd married a stranger, performed intimacy for money, become Mrs. Carter Whitmore to save her mother from financial ruin. And it had worked. She called her mother, throat tight with emotion. "Hello, sweetheart," Linda answered. "How's married life?" "Good, great. Mom, I need to tell you something." "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. The opposite. Carter and I, we paid off your mortgage." Silence. Then, "What?" "The house. The foreclosure notice. It's handled. The mortgage is paid in full." "Jade, that's $400,000. I know," Carter insisted. "Family helps family. Please don't argue. Please just accept this." Linda was crying. Jade could hear it in her breathing. "I don't know what to say." "Say you'll stay in the house Grandpa built. Say you won't work yourself to death trying to keep it. Say you'll actually enjoy retirement instead of worrying about bills." "I can't accept this." "You already did. The transfer cleared this morning." "Mom, please, let us do this. Let me do this for you after everything you did for me." "You didn't have to marry a billionaire for me. I didn't marry him for you. I married him because I love him." The lie came easily now, too easily. "The fact that he's generous enough to help my family is just a bonus." More crying. Then, "He must really love you to do this." Jade's chest tightened. "He's a good man. I want to meet him, soon. I want to thank him properly. Labor Day weekend, I promise. We'll fly you out, you'll stay with us, meet Carter, see the house." "I still can't believe you live in the Hamptons. My daughter, married to a billionaire." "It's surreal," Jade agreed. "But Mom, I'm happy. Really happy." Another lie. Or maybe not entirely a lie. She was happy, financially secure, creatively fulfilled, living in luxury she'd never imagined. The fact that her happiness was built on deception didn't negate the reality of it. After they hung up, Jade sat in her studio and cried. Relief, guilt, gratitude, shame. Every emotion tangled together until she couldn't separate them. A knock. Carter appeared, took one look at her tear-stained face, and immediately sat beside her. "What happened?" "The mortgage cleared. My mom's house is saved." "That's good news. Why are you crying?" "Because I lied to her. Told her we did it together. Told her you're generous and kind and that I married you because I love you." "You're not entirely wrong. I am generous, sometimes kind. And you did marry me, technically." "Carter, I'm building an entire false life. My mother thinks I'm in a real marriage. She's planning to visit Labor Day. She wants to meet you, thank you, see our happy life together. Then we show her a happy life. We've been doing it for everyone else. It's different with her. She's my mother. She raised me alone, sacrificed everything, and I'm lying to her face about the most important relationship in my life." Carter was quiet for a moment. "Would you rather tell her the truth?" "God, no, it would destroy her. She's traditional about marriage. She'd think I sold myself. She'd insist on paying the money back even though she doesn't have it." "Then the lie is kindness. You're protecting her." "Or I'm protecting myself from her judgment. Can it be both?" He stood, grabbed tissues from the desk, handed them to her. "Jade, you saved your mother's house. You gave her security she hasn't had in years. The fact that you did it through an unconventional arrangement doesn't change the result. She gets to keep her home. That matters more than how you made it happen. Jade wiped her eyes. How do you live with constant deception? Doesn't it eat at you? I compartmentalize. This box is business. This box is family. This box is personal. I don't let them bleed together. What box am I in? The question seemed to surprise him. I don't know. You started in business, but you're not there anymore. Where am I? He looked at her for a long moment. Somewhere in between, which is probably the most honest answer I've given anyone in years. After he left, Jade pulled out her design tablet and tried to work, but her mind kept circling back to his words, somewhere in between. Between business and personal. Between performance and reality. Between contract and something else. She was somewhere in between too, and the longer this went on, the harder it would be to find her way back to clear boundaries. The problem with performing a marriage was that eventually, the performance started to feel real. It happened gradually, small moments accumulating into something larger. Carter making her coffee without being asked, exactly how she liked it. Jade remembering he had a conference call at 8 and making sure breakfast was ready by 7:30. The way they'd started sitting together on the terrace after dinner, not because anyone was watching, but because it had become routine. The way she'd stopped going to her guest suite immediately after social events, instead staying up with him to debrief, laugh about ridiculous conversations, dissect Eleanor's latest manipulation. The way he'd started touching her, casually, unconsciously, a hand on her back, fingers brushing her shoulder, small gestures that weren't strictly necessary for the performance. The way she'd stopped flinching at his touch and started leaning into it. 6 weeks into the arrangement, Jade woke up at 2 a.m. and realized she couldn't remember the last time she'd slept in her guest suite. She'd been falling asleep in Carter's bed, fully clothed, on top of the covers, maintaining boundaries, but still, in his space, in his bed. When had that started? She tried to remember. A week ago? 2? Time had become fluid, the performance and reality bleeding together until she couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. She got up quietly, went to the terrace. The ocean was dark, just the sound of waves and her own confused thoughts. Can't sleep? Carter appeared from the shadows, wearing sweatpants and a Princeton t-shirt. No performance, just himself. Thinking too much, Jade said. About how this is getting complicated. The boundaries we set, they're not holding. No, they're not. Does that bother you? Carter sat next to her, not touching, but close. I don't know. Should it? Yes, probably. We agreed to clear boundaries, separate bedrooms, professional distance, no emotional entanglement. But Carter, I'm entangled. So am I. The admission hung in the night air. What do we do about it? Jade asked. I don't know. Renegotiate the contract? Acknowledge that the arrangement has evolved? Into what? I don't know that either, but I know I like having you here. I know I look forward to morning coffee because you're there. I know when I'm at meetings, I'm thinking about whether you'll find the story funny when I tell you later. That's not strictly professional. No, it's not. They sat in silence, the ocean providing soundtrack to their confusion. I think I'm falling for you, Jade said quietly. And I don't know if that's real or just really good performance. Does it matter? Yes, because if it's performance, it ends in 6 months. If it's real, she stopped. If it's real, then what the hell are we doing? Carter turned to face her. What if it's both? What if we started performing, and somewhere along the way it became genuine? Does that invalidate it? I don't know. Maybe. We built this on lies. We built this on pragmatism. But what we're building now, that's something else. Something that doesn't have a name yet. That's terrifying. That's honest. Jade looked at him. At the man who'd offered her salvation and accidentally become important. I don't know how to navigate this. How to be contractually obligated to someone while developing genuine feelings. The two things don't coexist cleanly. Then we're messy. We figure it out as we go. No clean boundaries, no perfect answers. Just whatever this is. You're okay with that? With uncertainty? I'm okay with you. The uncertainty is just part of the package. He kissed her forehead, gentle, chaste, but somehow more intimate than anything they had done in public. Then he stood. Come to bed. Actual bed. We'll maintain whatever boundaries you need, but Jade, I sleep better when you're there. That's worth acknowledging. She followed him inside, to his bedroom, to the enormous bed they had been sharing, without admitting they were sharing it. They climbed in from opposite sides, maintained space between them, but in the darkness, Carter's hand found hers. "Is this okay?" he asked. "Yeah, this is okay." They fell asleep like that, holding hands, complicated, messy, real. And somewhere in the Hamptons night, the contract marriage became something else entirely. Whether that something else would survive the remaining months, that was the question neither of them could answer. The next 2 weeks established a routine that felt almost normal. Breakfast together if schedules aligned, Carter working in the library while Jade designed in her converted studio, lunch on the terrace, evenings negotiating social appearances. They learned each other's rhythms. Carter ran every morning at 6, came back smelling like salt and sweat and dedication. Jade worked late, often losing track of time in design mock-ups. He took calls with London at ungodly hours. She video chatted with her mother weekly, lying about how perfect married life was. The lying was getting easier. That should have worried her. They had dinner at Eleanor's every Friday, standing date, non-negotiable. Each meal was another test, another opportunity for Eleanor to probe the marriage's authenticity. The third Friday, Eleanor went for the throat. "So," she said over Dover's sole that probably cost $300 a fish, "where will you live long term? The Further Lane house is lovely, but it's technically Carter's bachelor property. Surely you'll want something that's truly yours as a couple." Jade and Carter hadn't discussed this. Their contract specified 12 months at Further Lane, then dissolution. "We're looking," Carter said smoothly. Jade has ideas about building something from scratch, custom design, sustainable materials, something that reflects both our tastes. "How lovely. Where are you thinking?" "Amagansett," Jade improvised. "Near the beach, but with privacy. Large enough for entertaining, intimate enough to feel like home." "Children?" Jade nearly choked on her wine. "Eventually," Carter said. "We're enjoying being newlyweds first." "Don't wait too long, darling. I'd like to meet my great-grandchildren before I die." "You're 82 and healthier than me. You'll outlive us all." Eleanor smiled. "From your lips to God's ears." She turned to Jade. "And what about your business? Will you continue working?" "Absolutely. Carter supports my career. We both believe in partnership, not dependence." "How refreshingly modern. Though I notice you've been spending quite a bit of time at the house lately. Redesigning, I hear?" Jade had been working on Further Lane, partly because it needed updating, partly because it gave her something to do that wasn't performing marriage. The property needed work, and it's easier to stage a life when the stage is properly set. Eleanor's eyes glinted. "Well put. Show me photos?" Jade pulled out her iPad, showed Eleanor the redesigned concepts. She'd stripped the heavy maximalism, brought in coastal minimalism, linen, driftwood, ceramics in cream and blue, furniture that looked collected over time rather than purchased in bulk. "It's beautiful," Eleanor said, studying the mock-ups. "You have your mother's eye for art. She taught you well." "You looked into my mother?" "Of course I did. Linda Morrison, Dayton High School, art department chair. Raised you alone, worked 3 jobs to pay for Columbia. Quite the story. You must get your determination from her." Jade felt exposed. "She's remarkable." "She is, and she must be thrilled you've married so well." The implication, Jade had married up. Traded her struggle for Carter's wealth. Cinderella story with a platinum credit card. "She's thrilled I'm happy," Jade said carefully. "The rest is just details." "Money is never just details, dear, but it's also not everything. I've been wealthy my entire life. It gives you options, not happiness, that you have to make yourself." After dinner, Eleanor pulled Jade aside while Carter took a phone call. "Walk with me?" They strolled through Eleanor's gardens, roses and peonies, lavender and hydrangeas, the kind of landscaping that required staff and devotion. "I'm going to be direct," Eleanor said, "because I'm too old for subtlety, and because I actually like you. This marriage, however it started, needs to become real if you want it to survive scrutiny." "Eleanor, Preston has hired investigators. He's building a case that this is a fraud. He'll present evidence to the will's executor, try to void the inheritance clause. You have until September 14th to prove him wrong." Jade's stomach dropped. What kind of evidence? Financial transactions. The $400,000 that paid off your mother's house appeared the day after you married. That looks suspicious. Your business receiving capital from Carter's accounts. Your lack of social history as a couple. No Instagram posts, no mutual friends, no record of dating before the marriage. We move fast. I know. I don't care. But the executor might. And if Preston can prove this is a business arrangement rather than a genuine marriage, Carter loses everything. Eleanor stopped walking, looked at Jade directly. So I'm telling you now, make it real, or make it look so real that no one can question it. How? Stop keeping separate bedrooms, post on social media, show affection publicly. Let people see you in love, or at least in something resembling love. Eleanor's expression softened. Better yet, actually fall in love. I suspect you're halfway there already, whether you admit it or not. Eleanor, I'm not. You look at him like he's a puzzle you're trying to solve. He looks at you like you're the answer he didn't know he needed. That's not performance. That's the beginning of something real. The question is whether you're brave enough to let it happen. They walked back to the house in silence. Inside, Carter was waiting, looking concerned. Everything okay? Fine, Eleanor said. Just giving Jade some gardening advice. She's thinking of adding a cutting garden at Further Lane. After they left, Carter drove in silence for several minutes before asking, "What did she really say?" Jade told him, about Preston's investigators, about the need to perform better, about Eleanor's warning that they needed to make this look absolutely genuine. "Shit," Carter said quietly. "Yeah. Okay, we adapt. Shared bedroom when there's any chance of discovery. More public dates, social media presence, the whole performance. Carter, we agreed on boundaries. And now the boundaries are threatening the inheritance. We need to adjust." Jade looked out the window at the Hamptons sliding past, estates and hedges, wealth and performance, the endless theater of summer. Are we really doing this? Escalating the lie until it's so elaborate we can't escape? We're doing what we agreed to do, making this marriage look real. That's what you're being paid for. The words landed like a slap. She's being paid. This is business. Don't forget it. Right, Jade said. Business. When they got home, she went straight to her room. But later that night, she heard movement in the house. Found Carter on the terrace with a bottle of Macallan 25, staring at the ocean. "Can't sleep?" she asked. "Thinking about my father, how he destroyed everything, how I promised myself I'd be different, better." He poured her a glass without asking. "And here I am, orchestrating an elaborate fraud to claim an inheritance. Exactly what he would have done." Jade sat next to him. "You're nothing like your father. I'm paying you to pretend to love me. That's pretty close to his level of manipulation. You're paying me to perform a role. I agreed willingly. That's not manipulation. That's a contract between equals. Is it equal? You needed money desperately. I had it. That's not equal. That's leverage." "Carter, I want you to know," he said, not looking at her, "that if you want out, you can walk. Keep what you've earned, no penalties, no consequences. I won't hold you to 12 months if this becomes unbearable." "Why would you do that? You need me for the inheritance. Because you're a person, not a prop. And because somewhere in the past month, you became something other than a business arrangement. You became," he stopped, "a friend? Maybe. I don't have many of those." Jade felt something shift in her chest. "You became a friend too. Despite the circumstances, despite everything." They sat in silence, drinking expensive whiskey, watching the ocean catch moonlight. "Shared bedroom?" Jade finally asked. "Only if you're comfortable. We can maintain separate spaces most of the time. Just make it look more integrated when anyone visits." "And social media? We hire someone to manage it. Carefully curated posts, nothing invasive. Make it look like we're happily married without actually giving up all privacy." "When does the performance end and real life begin?" "I don't know. Maybe they're the same thing now." Jade looked at him, profile in moonlight, vulnerable in a way she hadn't seen before. This man who'd offered her salvation had also trapped them both in a performance that was becoming harder to distinguish from reality. "September 14th, she said. "That's when we find out if any of this was worth it. And if it's not, then we had a really expensive summer pretending to be people we're not." Carter smiled, sad, tired, real. "Sounds about right." The master suite at Further Lane had views of the ocean that would make Architectural Digest weep. Floor-to-ceiling windows, private terrace, king bed that could sleep four. Carter's space, now technically theirs. Eleanor had called that morning. Casual check-in. Just confirming you're both attending the Parish Museum Gala Saturday. I've told everyone about my grandson's whirlwind romance. People are dying to see you two. Translation: perform well or Preston wins. After she hung up, Carter had looked at Jade over coffee. We should probably make the bedroom situation look more integrated, in case Eleanor decides to drop by unannounced. Does she do that? She owns the property. She can do whatever she wants. So Jade had spent the afternoon moving essentials to the master suite. Toiletries in the bathroom, clothes in the massive walk-in closet that now held both their wardrobes, design samples on the sitting room desk, making the space look lived in by two people instead of one. Now it was 11 p.m., and they were both standing in the bedroom trying to figure out sleeping arrangements. I can take the guest room, Carter offered. This was just for appearances. No, if someone shows up, if Marcus comes in early, if anyone sees us in separate rooms, it destroys the whole narrative. Jade looked at the enormous bed. We're adults. We can share a bed platonically. You're sure? The contract said separate bedrooms, but the contract also didn't account for Preston hiring investigators. We adapt. Carter nodded slowly. Okay, ground rules. I stay on my side, you stay on yours. We can put pillows down the middle if that helps. I'm not 12. I think I can manage sleeping next to you without building a pillow fort. Right, of course. He grabbed pajamas, actual pajamas, navy cotton, the kind expensive men wore, and disappeared into the bathroom. Jade changed in the closet. She'd brought the silk nightgown from her welcome wardrobe, then decided that was too intimate and changed into a t-shirt and sleep shorts, then decided that looked too casual for Mrs. Carter Whitmore and changed back to the nightgown. By the time Carter emerged, she was sitting on her side of the bed, second-guessing everything. This is weird, she said. Extremely weird. We're married adults sharing a bed, and it feels like a middle school sleepover. Carter laughed, genuine, surprised. That's exactly what this feels like. He turned off the main lights, left the bathroom light on with the door cracked. Soft glow, not darkness, climbed into bed on his side. They lay in the darkness, both staring at the ceiling, the space between them feeling enormous, despite the bed being king-sized. Eleanor really does drop by unannounced? Jade asked. Last summer, she showed up at 7 a.m. to discuss hedge fund diversification, let herself in with her key, found me making coffee in sweatpants, gave me an entire lecture about preparing for market downturns. That's invasive. That's Eleanor. She sees family property as communal. Privacy isn't really a concept she understands. What was she like when you were growing up? Carter was quiet for a moment. She was the only stable thing in my life. My parents' marriage was a disaster. Father gambling, mother checked out emotionally. They divorced when I was 10. Father spiraled, mother remarried and moved to California. I spent summers here with Eleanor. She taught me about real estate, about legacy, about the responsibility that comes with family wealth. And about performing? That too. Eleanor is from a generation where image was everything. How you presented yourself, who you married, which parties you attended. All of it mattered. She taught me early that wealth requires maintenance, not just financial, social, reputational. Is that exhausting? Never being able to just be? I don't know any other way. This is what I grew up in. Performing is normal. Jade rolled onto her side, facing him. What would you do if you didn't have to perform? If money wasn't an issue, if you could walk away from all of this? Carter turned his head to look at her. No one's ever asked me that. I'm asking? He thought about it. I'd design buildings, actual architecture, not just development. I studied architecture at Princeton before switching to business. I wanted to create spaces that mattered, that improved people's lives. Why did you switch? Father's debts. The family business was imploding. Someone had to fix it. Eleanor made it clear that fell to me. That's a lot of pressure. It's responsibility. It's what you do when you're born into something larger than yourself. Jade thought about her mother, working 3 jobs so Jade could go to Columbia, about the pressure to succeed, to prove the sacrifice was worth it. Different wealth class, same weight of expectation. "What about you?" Carter asked. "If money wasn't an issue?" "I'd create art. Actual art, not just staging other people's homes. I wanted to be a painter, got into RISD for fine arts. But Columbia offered a better financial aid package, and interior design was more practical, more likely to result in employment." "Do you still paint?" "Not in years. Can't afford supplies. Can't afford the time to create something that won't sell." "You could now. The wardrobe budget has money left. Buy supplies. Paint." The offer was casual, but it landed hard. He was right. She had access to more money than she'd ever imagined. She could buy all the art supplies she had dreamed about as a student, but it felt like cheating, using contract marriage money to fund artistic dreams. "Maybe," she said noncommittally. They lay in silence. Outside, ocean waves. Inside, the sound of breathing, of two people trying to figure out how to share space without crossing lines. "Thank you," Carter said quietly, "for doing this, for performing so well that even Eleanor believes it." "She doesn't believe it. She just wants us to make it believable enough that Preston can't prove otherwise." Same result. Different motivation, more silence. Jade started to drift off, the exhaustion of constant performance finally catching up. "Jade? What you said to Eleanor, about me making you feel capable. Did you mean that, or was it part of the performance?" She opened her eyes. He was still staring at the ceiling, vulnerable in the darkness. "I meant it. The money gives me options I've never had. Security my mother never had. That's a gift, even if it comes with performance requirements." "Good. I'm glad it's not just transactional." "It is transactional, but that doesn't mean parts of it aren't also real." Carter turned his head, looked at her. Something passed between them, recognition maybe, understanding that they were both performing and both being genuine, and the line between those things was blurrier than either wanted to admit. "Good night, Jade." "Good night, Carter." She closed her eyes, felt herself drifting. At some point in the night, she became aware of warmth near her, of the unconscious gravitational pull of another person sharing space. When she woke at dawn, she was on his side of the bed, her head on his shoulder, his arm around her. They'd migrated together during sleep. Unconscious intimacy. She extracted herself carefully, quietly, slipped out of bed before he woke. Grabbed her phone and went to the terrace, needing air and distance and time to process. The ocean was pink with sunrise. June mornings in the Hamptons. The magic hour before, crowds and heat and performance. Behind her, she heard movement. Carter appeared in the doorway, hair mussed, looking sleepy and human. "Coffee?" he offered. "Please." He disappeared, returned with 2 mugs, handed her one, prepared exactly how she liked it, even though they'd never explicitly discussed it. He'd been paying attention. They stood together watching the sunrise, not talking, just existing in the space between performance and reality. "We should probably talk about last night," Carter finally said. "Nothing happened. We woke up basically cuddling. We were asleep. People move during sleep. It doesn't mean anything." "Right, doesn't mean anything." But the way he said it suggested he knew it meant something. They both did. The question was what they were going to do about it. Marcus arrived at 8, prepared breakfast on the terrace, pretended not to notice that both Jade and Carter emerged from the master suite in their sleepwear, looking slightly shell-shocked. "Eleanor called," Marcus said, pouring coffee. "She's planning a small dinner party next Friday, 20 guests. Wants to officially introduce Jade to her social circle." "Define small," Jade said. "By Eleanor's standards, intimate. By normal standards, terrifying. Old money Hamptons mostly. Board members of her various foundations. People who've known the family for generations. People who will immediately clock that I don't belong. People who will see exactly what Eleanor wants them to see, that Carter married someone interesting and accomplished. You'll be fine." After Marcus left, Carter pulled out his laptop. "We should coordinate social media, make it look like we've been together longer than 3 weeks." "How do we do that?" "Carefully stage posts, photos that could have been taken any time, captions that are vague about timeline. I know a social media manager who's discreet." By noon, Carter Whitmore and Jade Morrison Design had coordinated Instagram posts, a photo of their hands with wedding bands, caption, "Sometimes you know," Another of the ocean view from their terrace, caption, home. A throwback-style photo, actually from last week, of them at the staging consultation, caption, where it all started, strategic ambiguity, plausible deniability, the kind of carefully curated presence that suggested romance without actually proving anything. Jade watched the likes accumulate, comments from people she didn't know, congratulations, so beautiful. Carter finally settled down. This feels manipulative, she said. This is how everyone uses social media, curated reality. We're just being more intentional about it. We're creating false history to trick people. We're creating a narrative that serves our purposes. Welcome to the 21st century. He wasn't wrong, but it still felt like they were crossing a line, moving from private performance to public deception, broadcasting their fake marriage to thousands of strangers who'd believe whatever they were shown. Her phone buzzed. Text from her mother. Saw your Instagram! You got married? Why didn't you tell me? Call me immediately. Shit. I have to call my mom, Jade said. Want me here for that? No, this is going to be bad enough without an audience. She went to her studio, the converted sunroom that was now her design workspace, and called. Linda answered on the first ring. You got married and didn't tell me? Mom, I'm so sorry. It happened fast. We were going to call, but things moved quickly. How fast? You never even mentioned you were dating anyone. I know, I should have told you. It's just, we met while I was staging one of his properties. Things clicked. We didn't want to wait. Jade Elizabeth Morrison, you don't just not wait when it comes to marriage. That's insane. I know it sounds crazy, but Mom, he's, what, paying me $7 million? The arrangement that saved your house? He's wonderful, smart, kind, supportive of my career. I know it's fast, but I've never been more sure of anything. The lie tasted like ash. I want to meet him. Jade's stomach dropped. Of course, soon, maybe Labor Day weekend, we could fly you out. Labor Day? That's months away. Mom, the Hamptons summer season is insane. We're booked every weekend with events. But Labor Day, I promise we'll have time. You can stay with us, meet Carter properly, see the house. A long silence. Then, you're happy? Really happy? I'm happy, Jade said, and was surprised to realize part of it was true. She was happy, financially secure, creatively fulfilled, living in a beautiful house. The fact that her marriage was a performance didn't negate the material improvements to her life. Then I'm happy for you. But Jade, next time you decide to get married, I'd like a heads up. After they hung up, Jade sat in her studio and tried not to cry. She was lying to everyone. Her mother, her best friend, Zoe knew the truth, but was complicit in the lie. Eleanor, the entire Hamptons social scene. How long could she sustain this before the weight of deception crushed her? A knock. Carter appeared with lunch, sandwiches from some expensive deli, fruit, sparkling water. Thought you might need this. How did it go with your mom? She wants to meet you, Labor Day. That works. Gives us 2 more months to perfect the performance. Jade set down her sandwich. Carter, how do you do this? Lie to everyone constantly and not feel like you're losing yourself? He sat across from her. I've been performing my entire life. This isn't that different. It is different. We're lying about being in love. That's intimate, personal. Not the same as performing at a charity gala. The mechanics are the same. Know your audience, deliver what they expect, maintain consistency. Do you even know who you are when you're not performing? The question landed hard. Carter was quiet for a long moment. No, he finally said. I don't think I do. I've been performing for so long, I'm not sure there's anything underneath except more performance. That's sad. That's reality for people like me. Wealth requires presentation. Always has. Jade looked at him across her design table. This man who'd offered her salvation, who'd created an elaborate fiction, who'd just admitted he didn't know who he was beyond his performance. I know who you are, she said quietly. Do you? You're the person who paid off my mother's house without hesitation, who hired a stylist so I wouldn't feel out of place, who stands on the terrace at dawn drinking coffee because it's the only time no one's watching, who wanted to be an architect but gave it up for family responsibility. That's real. That's not performance. Carter looked at her like she'd said something profound. Thank you, he said, for seeing that. You're welcome, and for the record, the The person I'm seeing is worth performing for. Something shifted in his expression. Warmth, maybe. Recognition. We should get ready, he said eventually. Preston's hosting drinks tonight at his place. We're expected to attend. The cousin who's trying to destroy you? The same. Which is exactly why we need to show up, look absolutely in love, and prove that his investigation is wasting everyone's time. More performance. Always more performance, but he stood, moved to the door. Sometimes the performance reveals truth. Sometimes pretending to be something makes it real. After he left, Jade sat with that thought. Sometimes pretending to be something makes it real. Was that what was happening? Were they performing marriage so convincingly that it was becoming actual partnership? Or was she just falling for the man paying her to pretend, confusing contract intimacy with real connection? She didn't know, and that was the most dangerous thing of all. Enhancement, Preston confrontation scene. The encounter happened 3 days after the Southampton Arts Center benefit, in a place Carter never expected, his own office building lobby. Preston was waiting by the elevators, custom Tom Ford suit, Wall Street Journal tucked under his arm, looking like he owned the place, which, if his legal challenge succeeded, he eventually would. Cousin? Preston's smile didn't reach his eyes. Convenient running into you. Nothing about you is convenient, Preston. Carter kept walking toward the elevator. Jade was meeting him for lunch in 20 minutes. He didn't need this. Preston stepped into his path. 5 minutes? That's all I'm asking? I don't have 5 minutes. Make time, unless you'd prefer I schedule a formal deposition. Carter stopped, turned. What do you want? To discuss your situation, privately, before my attorneys make it public. The elevator arrived, empty. They stepped inside. Preston pressed the button for Carter's floor, uninvited but unsurprising. This was Preston's style, territorial, presumptuous. I've hired investigators, Preston said as the doors closed. Good ones. The kind who find things people don't want found. I'm sure Eleanor will be thrilled to hear you're wasting family money on private detectives. Eleanor won't hear about it, not until I have proof. Preston pulled out his phone, scrolled, showed Carter a photo. Jade entering her Sag Harbor apartment. Timestamp, 2 weeks before the wedding. Your wife maintained a separate residence until 2 days before you married. Interesting. She was moving. People do that. She was living in a 400-square-foot studio while staging your $35 million estate. Then suddenly, he swiped to another photo. Bank statement. $400,000 appears in her mother's account, the day after your wedding. Carter's jaw tightened. Supporting family, that's what marriage means. That's what payment looks like, payment for services rendered. Preston pocketed his phone. I'm going to prove your marriage is fraudulent. I'm going to present evidence to Eleanor's attorneys, to the will's executor, to whoever will listen. And when I do, you'll lose everything. Even if you're right, which you're not, Eleanor's the one who created the marriage requirement. You think she'll thank you for exposing her grandson? I think she'll thank me for protecting the family legacy from a desperate gambler's son who will do anything, including contract marriage fraud, to get his hands on billions he doesn't deserve. The elevator opened onto Carter's floor. He stepped out. Preston followed. Here's what's going to happen, Preston continued, voice dropping to conversational. Professional, like they were discussing market trends instead of destroying each other. I'm going to file a formal will contest. My attorneys will depose you, your wife, anyone who witnessed this convenient whirlwind romance. We'll subpoena financial records, communications, evidence of cohabitation, or lack thereof, and will present a very clear timeline. Desperate developer needs wife by birthday, hires attractive designer, pays her $5 million plus bonuses, marries her in City Hall with no friends or family present. Then, conveniently, his financial problems disappear. You can't prove any of that. I can prove the timeline, I can prove the payments, I can prove you had motive and opportunity. The rest? Preston smiled. The rest is just helping the judge see what's obvious. You bought a wife? Jade sold herself. That's not marriage, that's fraud. Carter stepped closer, close enough that Preston had to look up slightly. Close enough that anyone watching would see this wasn't friendly. You want to know what's obvious? You're a trust fund parasite who's never built anything in his life. You circle family assets like a vulture, waiting for someone else's failure so you can claim success you didn't earn. You think tearing down my marriage makes you worthy of the inheritance? All it makes you is exactly what you've always been, a smaller, meaner version of everyone who came before you. Preston's expression didn't change. Feel better? Not particularly. Good, because feeling better won't help you when my attorneys depose your wife. When they ask her under oath whether she married you for money. When they ask about the contract I know exists, protected by attorney-client privilege you think makes you safe. Privilege can be pierced, Carter. When there's evidence of fraud, every protection falls away. You finished? Almost. Preston straightened his tie. I'm giving you one chance to walk away with dignity. Dissolve the marriage. Admit it was a mistake. Move on. I'll drop the contest. You'll keep your business, and we'll all pretend this never happened. And the inheritance goes to me, where it belongs, to someone who will preserve the legacy instead of destroying it like your father did. Never going to happen. Then I'll see you in court, both of you. Preston turned toward the elevator. Oh, and Carter, when this is over, when you've lost everything because you were too proud to admit you're your father's son, remember I gave you a way out. The elevator doors closed. Carter stood in the hallway, heart pounding, mind racing through scenarios. Preston had evidence. Not proof, but evidence. Enough to make the marriage look suspicious. Enough to create reasonable doubt. Enough to destroy everything. His phone buzzed. Jade. Running 5 minutes late. Client emergency. Meet you at St. Ambroise? He looked at the message. Thought about Preston's threat. Thought about depositions and attorneys and Jade being questioned under oath about whether she'd married him for money. The answer was yes, she had. They both knew it. The question was whether anyone could prove it, and whether their marriage had become real enough to survive the proving. Chemistry. Moment 2. The terrace moment. They made it home from Eleanor's at 11, both exhausted from performing. Jade kicked off her heels the moment they walked through the door, sighing with relief. I'm getting wine, she announced. Want some? God, yes. They ended up on the terrace with a bottle of Bordeaux, sitting in comfortable silence, letting the performance drain away. The ocean was dark beyond the lights, just the sound of waves and the occasional distant boat. You did great tonight, Carter said. I didn't fall apart. That's different from great. You were charming, natural. Eleanor liked you. Eleanor's testing us? There's a difference between liking me and believing I'm actually your wife. You are actually my wife. You know what I mean. Carter did know. The gap between legal reality and emotional truth. Between the performance they gave the world and what they actually were to each other. Can I ask you something? Jade said. Anything. When you look at me, at events, at dinners, when other people are watching, are you acting? Or is any of it real? The question landed heavier than she probably intended. Carter took a long sip of wine, buying time to formulate an honest answer. Both, he finally said. I act like I'm in love with you, but the acting is getting easier because parts of it aren't acting anymore. Jade turned to look at him. The terrace lights caught her face, beautiful in a way he'd stopped trying not to notice. What parts? The way I want to touch you when we're in public. That's real? The way I actually look forward to these dinners because I get to show you off. That's real. The way He stopped. The way you... What? The way I think about you when you're not around. Wonder what you're doing. Want to tell you about my day. That's real. And it wasn't supposed to be. She was quiet for a moment. I think about you too. When I'm not supposed to. When are you supposed to think about me? During the performance. When we're playing married. Not when I'm alone. Not when there's no audience. But you do anyway? But I do anyway. She looked out at the ocean. This is getting complicated. This was always going to be complicated. No, the arrangement was simple. This, what we're actually becoming, that's complicated. Carter set down his wine glass, turned to face her fully. And what are we actually becoming? I don't know. Something more than the contract specified. Something that makes me nervous. Why nervous? Because in 6 months this ends. The arrangement dissolves. I walk away with my money, and you keep your inheritance, and we both go back to our separate lives. That was the deal. Deals can be renegotiated. Can they? Or do we just tell ourselves that because pretending this could be real is easier than admitting we're getting too attached to a performance? Carter reached out, took her hand. Not for show, no one watching, just because he wanted to touch her. "This isn't performance," he said quietly. "Not right now, not here." "Then what is it?" "I don't know yet, but I want to find out." Jade looked at their joined hands. "Me too. That's what scares me." They sat like that for a long time, holding hands in the darkness. No audience, no performance. Just two people who had agreed to pretend and were realizing the pretending had stopped weeks ago. The scariest part was how right it felt. The wire transfer confirmation arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while Jade was reviewing fabric samples in her studio. $400,000 deposited into her mother's account. Mortgage paid in full. Foreclosure notice void. Linda's house was saved. Jade stared at the confirmation email, feeling the weight of what she'd done. She'd married a stranger, performed intimacy for money, become Mrs. Carter Whitmore to save her mother from financial ruin. And it had worked. She called her mother, throat tight with emotion. "Hello, sweetheart," Linda answered. "How's married life?" "Good, great. Mom, I need to tell you something." "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, the opposite. Carter and I, we paid off your mortgage." Silence, then, "What?" "The house, the foreclosure notice. It's handled. The mortgage is paid in full." "Jade, that's $400,000. "I know," Carter insisted. "Family helps family. Please don't argue. Please just accept this." Linda was crying. Jade could hear it in her breathing. "I don't know what to say." "Say you'll stay in the house Grandpa built. Say you won't work yourself to death trying to keep it. Say you'll actually enjoy retirement instead of worrying about bills." "I can't accept this." "You already did. The transfer cleared this morning. Mom, please, let us do this. Let me do this for you after everything you did for me. You didn't have to marry a billionaire for me. I didn't marry him for you. I married him because I love him." The lie came easily now. Too easily. "The fact that he's generous enough to help my family is just a bonus." More crying. Then, "He must really love you to do this." Jade's chest tightened. "He's a good man. I want to meet him soon. I want to thank him properly. Labor Day weekend, I promise. We'll fly you out. You'll stay with us, meet Carter, see the house. I still can't believe you live in the Hamptons. My daughter, married to a billionaire." "It's surreal," Jade agreed. "But Mom, I'm happy. Really happy." Another lie. Or maybe not entirely a lie. She was happy, financially secure, creatively fulfilled, living in luxury she'd never imagined. The fact that her happiness was built on deception didn't negate the reality of it. After they hung up, Jade sat in her studio and cried. Relief, guilt, gratitude, shame. Every emotion tangled together until she couldn't separate them. A knock. Carter appeared, took one look at her tear-stained face, and immediately sat beside her. "What happened?" "The mortgage cleared. My mom's house is saved." "That's good news. Why are you crying?" "Because I lied to her, told her we did it together, told her you're generous and kind and that I married you because I love you." "You're not entirely wrong. I am generous, sometimes kind, and you did marry me, technically." "Carter, I'm building an entire false life. My mother thinks I'm in a real marriage. She's planning to visit Labor Day. She wants to meet you, thank you, see our happy life together. Then we show her a happy life. We've been doing it for everyone else. It's different with her. She's my mother. She raised me alone, sacrificed everything, and I'm lying to her face about the most important relationship in my life." Carter was quiet for a moment. "Would you rather tell her the truth?" "God, no. It would destroy her. She's traditional about marriage. She'd think I sold myself. She'd insist on paying the money back even though she doesn't have it." "Then the lie is kindness. You're protecting her. Or I'm protecting myself from her judgment." "Can it be both?" He stood, grabbed tissues from the desk, handed them to her. "Jade, you saved your mother's house. You gave her security she hasn't had in years. The fact that you did it through an unconventional arrangement doesn't change the result. She gets to keep her home. That matters more than how you made it happen." Jade wiped her eyes. "How do you live with constant deception? Doesn't it eat at you?" "I compartmentalize. This box is business. This box is family. This box is personal. I don't let them bleed together. What box am I in? The question seemed to surprise him. I don't know. You started in business, but you're not there anymore. Where am I? He looked at her for a long moment. Somewhere in between, which is probably the most honest answer I've given anyone in years. After he left, Jade pulled out her design tablet and tried to work, but her mind kept circling back to his words, somewhere in between business and personal, between performance and reality, between contract and something else. She was somewhere in between too, and the longer this went on, the harder it would be to find her way back to clear boundaries. The Hamptons real estate market crashed on a Wednesday in early July. Not crashed, imploded. The luxury housing bubble that had inflated through the pandemic finally burst. Over-leveraged buyers defaulting, foreign investment withdrawing, mortgage rates at 7%, properties sitting unsold for months. Carter's Further Lane estate, listed at $35 million, had exactly 0 offers in 6 weeks. Jade found him in the library at 6 a.m., laptop open, phone pressed to his ear, looking more stressed than she'd ever seen him. Don't care what comparables suggest. The property's worth 35. We're not dropping below 30. Pause. Then find buyers who can afford 30. That's literally your job. He hung up, ran his hands through his hair. Market trouble? Jade asked from the doorway. The market's dead. Luxury real estate down 40% across the East End. Properties that should sell in weeks are sitting for months. I need liquid capital before September, and everything's frozen. How bad is it? Carter pulled up a spreadsheet. Red numbers everywhere. I have 7 properties listed. Combined value should be $180 million. Actual offers, $50 million, all contingent, all from buyers who will probably back out. What about the inheritance? Can't you wait until September 14th and access the portfolio? The portfolio is real estate, illiquid real estate in a crashing market. I need cash now to cover my father's debts before creditors force bankruptcy. The inheritance solves long-term problems but not immediate ones. How immediate? $3 million due in 30 days, another $5 million in 60 days. If I can't pay, creditors can force liquidation of assets. Jade did quick math. The monthly payments you're giving me are non-negotiable. The contract protects you. I won't void payments no matter what happens. Carter, if you're facing bankruptcy, I won't. I just need to move assets faster. He closed the laptop. Sorry, this isn't your problem. We're married. Legally, financially, your problems are my problems. We're married on paper. The contract insulates you from my financial issues. The contract also pays me $500,000 a month. If you're struggling, I'm not struggling. I'm strategizing. He stood, walked to the windows overlooking the ocean. Morning light turned everything gold. When the market crashes, smart money buys. I'm restructuring, selling some properties at loss, acquiring distressed assets at discount, positioning for when the market recovers. That sounds like gambling. That's real estate development, calculated risk. Your father gambled too. How's that different? The words landed harder than Jade intended. Carter's expression went cold. My father threw money at casinos and horse races. I'm making strategic investments in undervalued assets. There's a difference. Is there? You're both risking everything on belief the market will turn your direction. The market always recovers. Real estate is the only investment that's survived every economic cycle since humanity started building permanent structures. And how many developers have gone bankrupt believing that? I won't be one of them. The certainty in his voice didn't match the fear in his eyes. Jade crossed to him, stood beside him at the window. What happens if you can't pay the debts? If the market doesn't recover fast enough? Then creditors start forcing sales. The inheritance becomes irrelevant because I'll have no assets to merge with the portfolio. Everything my family built for 4 generations, gone. Because your father gambled it away. Because I couldn't save it fast enough. That's not your fault, isn't it? Eleanor gave me 3 years to fix this. 3 years to clean up father's mess. If I fail now, it's on me. Jade touched his arm. You won't fail. You're too stubborn. Is that your professional assessment? That's my wifely observation. Wifely, right. He checked his watch. I have a meeting with potential investors at 9. They're interested in a joint venture. My development expertise, their capital, could solve short-term liquidity issues. What's the catch? They want controlling interest, which means giving up decision-making authority on projects. Can you live with that? I can live with anything that keeps the family empire intact. Pride is expensive. Survival is pragmatic. He left for his meeting. Jade stood at the window and thought about empires built on sand, about the performance of wealth hiding financial desperation, about what happened when the careful facade cracked. Her phone buzzed. Email from her business account. 3 new client inquiries, all high-end Hamptons properties, all requesting the designer who'd stage the Whitmore estate. Irony? Carter's financial crisis was good for her business. His name, his connections, his social capital had opened doors she'd never have accessed alone. She was profiting from his struggle. The thought made her nauseous. The heated pool behind the house was 75 feet long, temperature controlled at 82 degrees, underwater lighting that turned the water luminescent at night. Jade had discovered it during her second week, started swimming laps before bed when her mind wouldn't quiet. Tonight she'd lasted 10 laps before exhaustion pulled her to the edge. She was toweling off when Carter appeared from the house, wearing board shorts and a t-shirt. Couldn't sleep either? He asked. Too much in my head. Swimming helps. Mind if I join? It's your pool. Our pool, technically. He pulled off his shirt, dove in cleanly. Jade tried not to notice. Failed. Carter swimming was different from Carter in a suit or Carter in casual clothes. This was Carter as just a man, muscles moving under skin, water streaming off his shoulders when he surfaced, hair plastered dark against his skull. He was beautiful. She'd been deliberately not noticing that for 5 weeks. He swam laps, efficient, powerful strokes, clearly someone who'd grown up with pools and swim teams and casual summer athleticism. Jade counted 15 laps before he stopped at the shallow end, breathing hard. You're fast, she said. Swam in college. Haven't kept up with it much since. Why not? No time. Or I told myself no time. Probably just lost the habit. You should swim more. You look... She stopped. I look what? Happy, less stressed. Like you're actually enjoying something instead of just performing it. Carter pulled himself out of the pool, sat on the edge near where she was standing. Water ran down his chest, his arms. Jade tried to focus on his face. This is one of the only places I'm not performing, he said. The pool, the beach in early morning, sometimes the library at midnight, spaces where no one's watching. I'm watching. You don't count. Why not? Because you're... He stopped, seemed to reconsider his words. You're part of the household now, not an audience, just here. That's weirdly intimate for a business arrangement. We share a bed. I think we're past business arrangement into something else. What's something else? He looked at her, really looked at her. I don't know. What do you call it when 2 people are legally married, living together, sleeping in the same bed, performing love in public, and developing something resembling friendship in private? Complicated? That's one word for it. He stood, grabbed his towel. Come on, one more swim, race you. I'm not racing you. You swam in college. I'll give you a head start. How much of a head start? Half the pool. Done. Jade dove in, started swimming before Carter could change his mind. She heard the splash behind her, felt the water churn as he powered through the pool. By the time she touched the far end, he was right behind her. You're fast, he said, barely winded. You gave me half the pool. And you almost beat me anyway. They were treading water, close enough that Jade could see water beading on his eyelashes, could count the exact color variations in his blue eyes. We should get out, she said. It's late. Or we could swim more. Delay going inside where we have to maintain boundaries. You're the one who said boundaries were important. I say a lot of things. Doesn't mean I believe all of them. The honesty caught her off guard. Carter, I know this is business, contract, performance, 12 months and done. But he moved closer, not touching, but close enough that the water between them felt charged. What if it doesn't have to be? What are you saying? I'm saying I like having you here. I like morning coffee where you're already there. I like that you understand the performance without me having to explain it. I like waking up and you're... He stopped. I'm what? There, just there. And it feels right in a way nothing's felt right in years. Jade's heart was hammering. This isn't real, Carter. We're performing. Are we, right now, in this pool with no one watching? Are we performing? She didn't have an answer. He reached out, tucked a wet strand of hair behind her ear. The touch was gentle, tentative, completely unplanned. "I think we stopped performing weeks ago," he said quietly. "I think we've been pretending to perform while actually just being. That's dangerous. I know. The contract can be renegotiated, amended, voided, whatever we want." "What do you want?" Carter looked at her like she was a puzzle he couldn't solve. "I want you to stay past September, not because of the contract, not for the money, just because you want to. That's not how this works." "Why not?" "Because you hired me, because this started as transaction, because I can't tell if what you're feeling is real or just relief at having someone perform well." "And what are you feeling?" Jade pushed back, put distance between them. "I'm feeling like we're about to make a mistake, like we're confusing proximity for intimacy, like the performance is bleeding into reality and we're both too tangled up to see it clearly. Maybe that's not a bad thing. It's a terrible thing. In 7 months this ends. I walk away with money and you keep your inheritance. Clean break. That was the deal. Deals can change. Not this one." She pulled herself out of the pool, grabbed her towel. "I'm going to bed. Good night, Carter." She walked inside before he could respond, before she could change her mind, before she could admit that part of her wanted exactly what he was offering. But wanting something didn't make it real. And falling for the man paying her to pretend was the fastest way to destroy what little authenticity they had left. Enhancement. Eleanor's testing scene. Eleanor's invitation specified private tea and come alone. Carter wasn't invited. Marcus wasn't invited. Just Jade, Eleanor, and whatever test the family matriarch had designed. Jade arrived at the Gin Lane estate at exactly 3 p.m., wearing Loro Piana and anxiety. The butler showed her to Eleanor's private sitting room, not the formal spaces used for entertaining, but Eleanor's actual sanctuary. Books, family photos, art collected over 60 years, the accumulated evidence of a life fully lived. Eleanor was waiting in a wingback chair, wearing vintage Chanel and a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Sit, dear, we need to chat." Jade sat, accepted tea, waited for the trap to spring. "I've been married 3 times, Eleanor began. The first was love, the second was companionship, the third was tax optimization with occasional affection." She sipped her tea. "I know the difference between real and performed, and you, my dear, are giving a virtuoso performance." "Eleanor, let me finish. You've been married to my grandson for 7 weeks. In that time, you've attended every family dinner, performed beautifully at social events, and convinced most of the Hamptons that you're genuinely in love. Most, not all, not me." Jade's heart hammered. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I'm not convinced, so I'm going to test you, right now, today, and you're going to either pass or fail in the next hour." "What kind of test?" Eleanor stood. "Follow me." They walked through the house to Eleanor's study. Walls of books, a desk that had probably witnessed a century of family decisions, windows overlooking the rose garden. Eleanor pulled out a folder, thick, official-looking. "This is a prenuptial agreement, prepared yesterday, very thorough. It specifies that in the event of divorce, you receive nothing from Carter, no spousal support, no division of assets, no claim to the inheritance. You leave with exactly what you brought to the marriage." She slid the document across the desk. "Sign it." Jade stared at the papers. "Why?" "Because if you love my grandson, you'll sign it without hesitation. If you're here for money, you'll refuse. Simple test." "This isn't simple. This is—" Jade stopped. Thought. "This is you seeing if I'll give up financial protection to prove I'm not a gold digger." "Precisely. And if I refuse, then I know what you are, and I'll act accordingly." Jade picked up the document, scanned it. The language was thorough. She'd walk away with nothing if the marriage ended. Everything she'd earned in the past 7 weeks, everything promised in the future, all of it void. She thought about her business, her mother's house, the financial security she'd gained, all of it at risk if she signed. Then she thought about Carter, about morning coffee and shared, secrets and the way he looked at her when he thought she wasn't watching. She thought about what mattered more. "Do you have a pen?" Jade asked. Eleanor's expression didn't change. She produced a Mont Blanc. Jade signed. Every page, every initial, every place that said she was giving up claim to the Whitmore fortune. When she finished, she slid the document back. There, satisfied? Eleanor picked up the papers, looked at them, then, in one smooth motion, fed them into the shredder beside her desk. Jade watched her signatures disappear. What? That was the test, not whether you'd sign, whether you'd do it without hesitation, whether you'd choose my grandson over the money. So it wasn't real? Oh, it was real, legally binding if I'd filed it, but I won't, because you just proved you're not here for the inheritance. Eleanor sat. Now, let's talk about what you are here for. Jade's hands were shaking. You terrify me. Good, I should. I'm protecting my grandson from making his father's mistakes. Jonathan married for love, or what he thought was love. When she left him for someone richer, it destroyed him. The gambling, the addiction, all of it traced back to believing in false affection. I'm not performing. Aren't you? You married Carter to save your mother's house. That's transactional. The question is whether it stayed transactional or become something else. It's become something else. Prove it. I just signed away all financial claim to your family's fortune. What more proof do you need? Tell me the truth, not the story you tell at dinner parties, the real truth. How did this marriage start? Jade took a breath. This was the moment. Admit the truth and risk everything, or keep performing, and know Eleanor would never trust her. She chose truth. Carter needed a wife by his 35th birthday. I needed money to save my mother's house. He offered me $5 million plus expenses. I accepted. We signed a contract specifying performance requirements and boundaries. We got married at City Hall with 2 witnesses. It was a business arrangement. Eleanor's expression didn't change. Go on. For the first month, we maintained boundaries, separate bedrooms, professional distance. We performed in public and stayed separate in private. It was working exactly as planned. And then we started actually living together, learning each other. He made my coffee without being asked. I remembered details about his life. We started to care. The performance became harder because it wasn't performance anymore. When did you fall in love with him? I don't know. Somewhere between the contract signing and now. It wasn't one moment. It was accumulation. 1,000 small things that added up to this unavoidable truth. I love your grandson. Not his money, not his name, him. Eleanor studied her for a long moment. Does he know? That I love him? I think so. We haven't said it explicitly, but I think we both know the arrangement became something else. And what will you do when the arrangement ends, when the 12 months are up? I don't know. We haven't discussed it. Will you leave? I don't want to. But I also can't tell if I'm staying because I love him or because I've gotten comfortable in this life. That's honest. Eleanor stood. I'm going to tell you something I haven't told Carter. The marriage clause in my will, it's contestable. Preston's lawyers have already identified the legal weaknesses. If this goes to court, there's a significant chance the clause gets thrown out and Carter inherits regardless of marital status. Jade's stomach dropped. So, the marriage was never actually necessary? Not legally, but emotionally, strategically. It forced Carter to take a risk he'd never take otherwise, to be vulnerable with someone, to build something real instead of just performing success. You manipulated us into this. I created conditions. You two did the rest. Eleanor smiled, genuine warmth. And you've done beautifully. You've made my grandson happy, real happy, not performed happy. That's worth more than any inheritance. So I passed your test? With flying colors. You chose him over money. That's all I needed to know. Eleanor walked to her desk, pulled out another document. This is the actual prenup, already signed by Carter, already filed. You're protected. If the marriage ends, you keep what you've earned. But I needed to know you'd stay even without that protection. Jade laughed, slightly hysterical. You're terrifying. I'm thorough. There's a difference. Eleanor handed her a glass of sherry. Now, let's discuss the wedding reception you never had. I'm thinking November, 300 guests, proper celebration for the family. Eleanor, we don't need... Not negotiable. You married my grandson in a city hall with 2 witnesses. The family deserves to celebrate properly. Besides... Her smile turned mischievous. It'll infuriate Preston. That alone makes it worthwhile. They spent the next hour planning a wedding reception Jade never wanted but couldn't refuse, because that was Eleanor, terrifying, manipulative, and absolutely dedicated to protecting her family. When Jade finally left at 5, she sat in her car for 10 minutes, hands still shaking. She'd been tested. She'd told the truth. She'd signed away financial protection without hesitation. And somehow, she'd passed. Carter was waiting when she got home. How was tea with Eleanor? Terrifying. She made me sign a prenup that gave me nothing, then shredded it after I signed to see if I'd do it without hesitation. Carter went pale. She what? Tested me. To see if I'd choose you over money. I passed, I think. Either that, or I just got masterfully manipulated. Both probably. That's Eleanor. He pulled her close. I'm sorry. I should have warned you she'd do something like that. Would you have married me if you'd known the will clause was contestable? If you'd known you didn't actually need a wife to inherit? Carter was quiet. I don't know. Probably not. I wouldn't have had the same urgency. So we only happened because Eleanor manipulated us. Or Eleanor gave us permission to take a risk we'd never take otherwise. Does it matter how we got here if we're glad we did? Jade thought about it, about contracts and tests and manipulation, about love that grew from complicated soil. No, she finally said. It doesn't matter. We're here. That's enough. Good. He kissed her. Because Eleanor already started planning our wedding reception. 300 guests, November. I know, she told me. I couldn't say no. No one says no to Eleanor, except you. You said no to her right kind of wife expectations and married a designer from Dayton. Best decision I ever made, even if it was coerced by inheritance deadlines and grandmother manipulation. They stood together in their entryway, married strangers who'd become partners, holding each other while the summer evening darkened outside. Eleanor had tested them. They'd passed. Now they just had to figure out what came next. Eleanor's garden party was exactly the kind of event Jade had come to expect. 50 of the Hamptons' most influential people, perfect weather, food from a Michelin-starred caterer, an acoustic quartet playing Vivaldi on the lawn. Jade wore a Zimmerman dress the stylist had selected, white linen, floral embroidery, the kind of effortless summer elegance that only looked effortless if it cost thousands of dollars. Carter matched her in cream linen pants and a pale blue button-down, looking like he'd stepped out of a Slim Aaron's photograph. They arrived early as requested. Eleanor met them on the terrace. Darling, she kissed Carter's cheek, then studied Jade. You look lovely. Radiant, actually. Marriage agrees with you. Thank you. Your gardens are beautiful. 40 years of work. Gardens require patience. Eleanor linked her arm through Jade's. Walk with me before guests arrive. I want to show you the rose garden. It wasn't a request. They walked through manicured paths, past hydrangeas and peonies, toward a walled garden where roses climbed trellises in shades of pink and cream. I'm going to be direct, Eleanor said once they were alone, because subtlety wastes time, and I don't have infinite amounts left. Are you in love with my grandson? Jade nearly tripped. Eleanor, simple question, requires yes or no answer. We've been married 5 weeks. That's not an answer. Jade looked at the roses, buying time to formulate a response that wasn't a lie, but wasn't complete truth either. I care about him. He's become important to me. Whether that's love or something else, I don't know yet. Fair. Does he love you? You'd have to ask him. I'm asking you. You share a bed with him. You see him when he's not performing. What does your instinct tell you? Jade thought about the pool conversation, about his offer to renegotiate, about the mornings she woke in his arms and how natural it felt. I think he cares about me, more than he planned to, more than the arrangement required. But he's spent his whole life performing. I don't know if he can tell the difference between caring about me and caring about how well we perform together. Eleanor nodded slowly. That's perceptive. Carter's been performing since he was a child. My fault, perhaps. I taught him that presentation mattered as much as substance, that the right performance opened doors. You also taught him about legacy, about responsibility, about being better than his father. I taught him to be afraid of failure. Different thing. Eleanor stopped walking, turned to face Jade directly. I'm going to tell you something I haven't told him. The will clause, requiring marriage by 35, it's not legally binding. Jade's stomach dropped. What? I spoke with my attorneys. That kind of condition is contestable. Preston could fight it, but he'd lose. Carter would inherit regardless. Then why? Because I wanted to see if he'd find someone worth marrying, someone who'd challenge him, someone who'd make him question whether the performance was enough. Eleanor smiled. You've done exactly that. Whether he admits it yet or not, you've made him real again. Eleanor, he thinks the inheritance depends on this marriage, and perhaps he needed to think that, to take the leap he'd never take otherwise, to risk vulnerability with someone. She touched Jade's arm. The question now is whether you'll tell him the truth. What truth? That he's free, that he could dissolve this marriage tomorrow and keep the inheritance, that staying with you would be choice, not obligation. Jade's mind reeled. Why are you telling me this? Because I want you both to be happy, real happy, not performed happy. And you can't have that if you're both performing roles you think are required. Eleanor started walking back toward the house. Tell him, don't tell him, that's your choice. But know that whatever you're building, it's real, not because of contracts or wills or money. Just because. Guests were arriving. Eleanor shifted into hostess mode, leaving Jade standing in the garden, trying to process what she'd just learned. The will clause wasn't binding. Carter could walk away from the marriage and still inherit, which meant every moment since the pool conversation, every choice he'd made to stay, to care, to offer renegotiation, that was real, not performance, not obligation, choice. There you are, Carter appeared, 2 champagne flutes in hand. Eleanor abandon you? She was showing me the roses. They're beautiful, not as beautiful as you in that dress, but close. He handed her champagne, leaned in to kiss her temple, casual affection that had become natural over 5 weeks. Performance? Or real? Jade couldn't tell anymore. Carter, can I ask you something? Anything. If the inheritance wasn't contingent on marriage, if Eleanor had structured the will differently, would you still have proposed this arrangement? He looked surprised by the question. I don't know. Probably not. I wouldn't have had the same urgency. So it's the inheritance that matters, not me specifically. That's not what I said. But it's true. You needed a wife. I was convenient, competent, and desperate. If the inheritance hadn't required marriage, we'd never have met. But it did require marriage, and we did meet, and now we're here. He touched her cheek. Why are you asking? Because Eleanor just told me the will clause isn't binding. Because you're free to leave, but you're choosing to stay. Because I don't know if I can handle you caring about me if it's based on a false premise. Just wondering, Jade said instead. About hypotheticals. Preston approached before Carter could respond, wearing a smirk and a Ralph Lauren suit. Cousin, lovely party, grandmother's outdone herself. He turned to Jade. And the blushing bride. How's married life treating you? Wonderfully, Jade said smoothly. Carter's everything I could want in a husband. How fortunate. Quick question. How long did you know each other before the wedding? I'm having trouble finding any record of you dating. 6 weeks, Carter said. When you know, you know. Right. 6 weeks, practically a lifetime. Preston's smile sharpened. Well, congratulations again. I'm sure the marriage will last exactly as long as it needs to. After he walked away, Carter exhaled slowly. He's building a case, trying to prove we're frauds. Let him try. We've got 5 weeks of cohabitation, joint accounts, public appearances. We're unimpeachable. Are we? Jade looked at him. What do you mean? I mean Preston's smart. He'll find the contract, the payments, the careful staging of every moment. And when he does, we deny it. It's his word against ours. Unless he has proof. What kind of proof? Carter pulled her aside, away from the crowd. I don't know, but he's my cousin. We grew up together. He knows how I think. He'll look for patterns, inconsistencies, evidence that this is performance. Then we give him nothing to find. We're airtight. Contract protected by attorney-client privilege. Payment structured as normal spousal support. No paper trail that proves fraud. It's not the paper trail I'm worried about. It's us, how we are together, whether we're convincing enough. Jade thought about what Eleanor had said, about the will clause being unenforceable, about how none of this mattered legally. But she didn't tell him, because some part of her wanted to know. If he thought the marriage was required, how would he behave? Would he stay because he had to, or because he wanted to? And if the marriage wasn't required, would he stay at all? We're convincing, she said finally. Trust. Me. No one watching us could think this is performance. You're sure? I'm sure. She just wasn't sure if she was lying to him or to herself. The storm had knocked out power to half the Hamptons. Further Lane had generators, but Carter had let most of the lights stay off. Something about the darkness felt appropriate for the conversation they needed to have. They were in the great room, candles providing the only light, the storm raging outside. Jade was curled up on the couch in one of his Princeton sweatshirts she'd stolen weeks ago. He'd stopped commenting on it, stopped pretending he didn't like seeing her in his clothes. I talked to my lawyer today, Jade said, about the contract. Carter's attention sharpened. Why? Because I wanted to know what happens if we change the terms, if we renegotiate. And he said any amendments have to be mutually agreed upon, both parties signing, both parties wanting the change. What kind of change were you thinking about? Jade pulled the sweatshirt tighter around herself. The physical intimacy clause, the one that says we maintain boundaries, separate bedrooms, no sex, clear professional distance. Carter's heart rate kicked up. What about it? It's not realistic anymore. We share a bedroom, we sleep in the same bed, we wake up wrapped around each other. We're lying to everyone about the nature of our relationship, but we're also lying to ourselves about what we've become. What have we become? Married, actually married, in all the ways that matter except the one we specifically prohibited. Carter set down his whiskey. Are you saying you want to change that clause? I'm saying the clause doesn't make sense anymore. We wrote it when we were strangers, but we're not strangers now. No, we're not. She looked at him across the candlelit room. I think about you constantly. I think about what it would be like if this were real, if we hadn't started as a transaction, if you touched me because you wanted to, not because someone was watching. I do want to. The admission came out rougher than he intended. Every time I touch you in public, I'm not acting. I'm taking what the performance allows because it's the only way I can touch you without violating our agreement. What if we void that part of the agreement? Then we cross a line we can't uncross. Then this becomes real in a way we can't take back. Maybe it's already real. Carter stood, crossed to her, sat on the coffee table facing her, close enough to see the candlelight reflected in her eyes, close enough to touch but not touching. Not yet. If we do this, he said carefully, it's not performance, it's not strategy, it's not clause modification, it's us actually choosing each other. Are you ready for that? Are you? I don't know, but I know I can't keep sleeping next to you and pretending I don't want you. Can't keep performing affection in public while maintaining clinical distance in private. Can't keep telling myself this is just business when you're wearing my sweatshirt and looking at me like what? Like you want this as much as I do. Jade stood, closed the distance between them, put her hand on his chest, right over his heart. He knew she could feel it hammering. I do want this, she said quietly. That's what terrifies me, because once we cross this line, everything changes. We can't pretend it's just a contract anymore. We'll have to admit what this actually is. And what is it? Real. She looked up at him. Terrifying and complicated and completely real. Carter cupped her face, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. I'm scared too. Good. That means we're being honest. Do you want to? He couldn't finish the question. Too many implications. Not tonight, Jade said. Tonight I just want to know this is real. That when you touch me, it's because you want to. Not because the contract requires it, not because someone's watching, just because. It's always been because I want to. From the first time I held your hand in public, I told myself it was performance, but I was lying. She smiled, genuine, vulnerable, the most unguarded he'd ever seen her. Good, because I was lying too. They stood there, foreheads touching, breathing the same air, the storm raging outside, while something equally powerful built between them. Tomorrow they'd have to discuss implications, renegotiate terms, figure out what this meant for the arrangement. But tonight, in the darkness with only candles and honesty, they just held each other and admitted the truth. The performance had ended weeks ago. Now they just had to figure out what came after. The letter arrived on a Thursday, delivered by courier, addressed to both of them. Marcus brought it to the terrace where Jade and Carter were having breakfast. This came, marked urgent. Carter opened it, read silently. His expression went carefully neutral, the mask he wore when processing bad news. "What is it?" Jade asked. He handed her the letter. Notice of will contest to Carter James Whitmore and Jade Elizabeth Whitmore. R.E. Last will and testament of Eleanor Ashford Whitmore. Preston Whitmore, in his capacity as contingent beneficiary, hereby provides notice of intent to contest the marriage clause of Eleanor Whitmore's will on grounds of fraud and misrepresentation. Evidence suggests the marriage between Carter Whitmore and Jade Morrison was contracted for the sole purpose of satisfying inheritance requirements, constituting a fraudulent marriage under New York law. Discovery requests will include but are not limited to financial transactions between parties prior to marriage, communications regarding marital arrangement, evidence of separate residences and/or bedrooms, testimony from witnesses regarding the nature of the relationship, social media, and digital communications. A hearing is scheduled for August 15th before the surrogate's court. Both parties are required to appear and provide testimony under oath regarding the circumstances of their marriage. Jade set down the letter. "He's actually doing it. He said he would. I didn't think he'd move this fast. August 15th. That's 5 weeks. 5 weeks to prove our marriage is legitimate, to provide evidence of genuine relationship, to testify under oath." Carter stood, paced. "He's going to depose us separately, ask detailed questions about our relationship, look for inconsistencies. We're consistent. We know each other's stories. Do we? What's my middle name? Where did I go to elementary school? What was my first dog's name? James, Chapin School. You didn't have a dog. You had a cat named Fitzgerald." Carter stopped pacing, looked at her in surprise. "How did you know that?" "You mentioned it one morning, said your mother wouldn't let you have a dog because they were too much responsibility. She compromised with a cat. You named it after F. Scott Fitzgerald because even at 8 years old you were pretentious." Something flickered in his expression. "I forgot I told you that. I remember everything you tell me. It's my job. Is it? Or are you just—" He stopped. "Never mind." "What? Are you remembering because it's performance or because you actually care?" The question hung in the air. Jade didn't have an answer that wouldn't complicate everything. "We should call your lawyer," she said instead. "Figure out how to fight this." An hour later, they were on a conference call with Carter's legal team, 3 partners from the White Shoe firm, all of whom had opinions about how to proceed. "The marriage is legal," the lead attorney, David Chen, said. "You have a valid marriage certificate, documented cohabitation, joint financial accounts. Preston's burden of proof is high. But the financial transactions are suspicious," another attorney chimed in. "The $400,000 payment to Linda Morrison's mortgage the day after the wedding, the monthly payments to Jade's accounts. That looks like a wealthy husband supporting his wife's family and providing spousal allowance," David interrupted. "Completely normal in marriages with significant wealth disparity." "What about the contract?" Jade asked. "The original arrangement document?" "Protected by attorney-client privilege. Preston can request it, but we'll fight production. And even if he gets it, we'll argue it was preliminary negotiation, not the actual terms of the marriage." Carter leaned forward. "What's our biggest vulnerability?" David hesitated. "Testimony. If you're deposed separately and your stories don't align, if one of you admits under oath that the marriage was contracted for inheritance purposes, if there are inconsistencies that suggest performance rather than genuine relationship, that's what will sink you. So we need to be unimpeachable. You need to be genuine or appear genuine. The judge will be looking for authenticity, for evidence that this is a real marriage, not a legal fiction." After the call, Jade and Carter sat in his library in silence. "We need to prepare," Carter finally said. "Practice depositions, make sure our stories align perfectly." "Practice depositions? Carter, we live together. We sleep in the same bed. We have breakfast every morning. How much more aligned can we be?" Preston's going to ask intimate questions, sexual history, private moments, things that prove we're actually married rather than cohabitating roommates. "We agreed no physical intimacy." "I know, which means we need to either start having physical intimacy, or we need to lie about it convincingly." Jade stood, walked to the window. Outside, the ocean stretched endlessly, beautiful, indifferent to human complications. I'm not sleeping with you to win a court case. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to consider that our boundaries might need adjustment if we want to protect the inheritance. The inheritance you're supposedly risking everything to secure. What does that mean? Jade turned to face him. Eleanor told me something, at the garden party, about the will clause. Carter went very still. What about it? She said it's not legally binding, that Preston could contest it but he'd lose, that you'd inherit regardless of whether you're married. That's not... He stopped. She told you that? She wanted me to know, wanted us both to know that we're not trapped, that whatever we're building, it's choice, not obligation. Carter processed this. So the marriage never mattered, legally. Apparently not. Then why? Why did she include the clause? To see if you'd find someone worth marrying, someone who'd make you question the performance. Jade moved closer. So now you know. You're free. We're free. We could dissolve this marriage tomorrow, and you'd still inherit. But Preston's contesting the will. Even if the marriage clause isn't binding, he can still tie things up in court for years. Or we tell him the truth, that Eleanor confirmed the clause is unenforceable, that his case is baseless, and admit she told us, which makes us look like we knew the marriage was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. That's the point. Carter stood, closing the distance between them. Was it? Would we be here right now, actually married, actually living together, actually starting to care about each other, if Eleanor hadn't created circumstances that forced us together? I don't know. I do. We wouldn't be. I'd still be performatively single. You'd still be struggling to save your mother's house. Eleanor gave us an excuse to take a leap we'd never take otherwise. So you're saying the fake marriage was necessary to create a real relationship? I'm saying maybe the marriage was never fake. Maybe it's been real from the start, and we've just been too afraid to admit it. Jade's breath caught. Carter, tell me you don't feel it. Tell me that sleeping next to me doesn't feel right. That morning coffee isn't better when we're together. That you don't think about me when I'm not there. That's not fair. Why not? Because you're my employer. Because this started as transaction. Because I can't trust that what I feel is real when I'm being paid to feel it. Then stop taking the payments. Void the contract. Stay because you want to, not because you're obligated. And if I want to leave? His expression cracked. Just for a moment, vulnerability showing through. Then leave. Walk away with whatever you've earned. I won't stop you. But I'm hoping you won't. I'm hoping that somewhere in the past 5 weeks, this became more than performance for you too. Jade looked at him. At the man who'd offered her salvation and accidentally offered something more. At the complicated mess they'd created trying to perform love and accidentally finding something real. I need time, she said, to figure out what I feel, to separate performance from reality. How much time? I don't know. But until I do, we need to focus on the immediate problem, Preston's will contest. We fight that first. Deal with our relationship after. Carter nodded slowly. Okay, we fight Preston. We prove the marriage is legitimate. Then we figure out what we actually are to each other. Agreed. But as Jade left the library, she knew the real question wasn't what they were to each other. It was what they'd become, and whether they could survive the answer. The East Hampton Town Board meeting was scheduled for Thursday at 7 p.m. Public comment period on Carter's proposed development project. The Windward at Amagansett, 24 luxury units, sustainable design, LEED certified, with an affordable housing component that would provide 6 units at below market rates. It should have been straightforward. The project met all zoning requirements, had environmental clearances, included community benefits. But Preston had been busy. The meeting room was packed, 200 people, many holding signs, save our beaches, no luxury sprawl, protect Amagansett character. Jade sat next to Carter in the front row, wearing theory and trying to look like the kind of person who attended zoning hearings. The board chair called the meeting to order. We're here to consider the Windward project proposed by Whitmore Development. Mr. Whitmore, would you like to present? Carter stood, moved to the podium. He'd dressed carefully, not too expensive, not too casual, accessible billionaire trying to do good. Thank you for the opportunity to present. The Windward represents thoughtful development, luxury housing that includes affordability, sustainable design, and preservation of natural spaces. 6 units will be permanently affordable, addressing the housing crisis that's forcing working families out of the Hamptons. The project creates 200 construction jobs and 40 permanent positions. And it's designed by, he gestured to Jade, my wife, an award-winning designer committed to environmental sustainability. Jade hadn't known she was part of the presentation, but she stood, smiled, played the role. The design prioritizes natural light, passive cooling, and native landscaping, she said, pulling up renderings on her tablet. Every unit has solar panels. We're preserving 80% of the site as open space. This is development that enhances community rather than exploiting it. Applause, but also boos. The crowd was divided. Public comment period began. The first speaker was a local environmentalist, passionate, articulate, opposed. This project is greenwashing, luxury development disguised as community benefit. 6 affordable units out of 24? That's tokenism. The real impact is more traffic, more strain on resources, more gentrification pushing locals out. The second speaker was Preston. I'm Preston Whitmore, cousin to the developer. Full disclosure, I have concerns about my cousin's judgment. This project is being pushed through while his marriage is under investigation for fraud. If he's willing to fake a marriage for inheritance, what else is he willing to fake? Are the environmental claims real? The affordable housing promises? Or is this another performance? The room erupted, half the crowd cheering, half shouting objections. The board chair gavelled for order. Mr. Whitmore's personal life is not relevant to zoning decisions, the chair said firmly. Comments must address the project's merits. But the damage was done. Preston had connected Carter's marriage investigation to his business credibility. Now, every claim about the project would be viewed through the lens of, is this real or performance? More speakers. Some supporting, construction union, local business owners, affordable housing advocates. Some opposing, environmental groups, neighbors worried about traffic, preservationists. By the time public comment closed, the board looked troubled. We'll take this under advisement, the chair said. Decision will be issued within 30 days. Outside, reporters swarmed. Cameras, microphones, questions shouted over each other. Mr. Whitmore, how do you respond to allegations your marriage is fraudulent? Mrs. Whitmore, did you know about the will contest? Is it true you were paid to marry him? Carter's security detail moved them toward the car. But one reporter broke through. Mrs. Whitmore, Rebecca Chen from The Times. Your mother's house was purchased with funds from Mr. Whitmore the day after your wedding. How do you explain that? Jade froze. Her mother's house. Public record. Anyone could look up property transactions, mortgage payoffs, the timing that made it look like payment for services rendered. My husband supports my family, she said carefully. That's what spouses do. $400,000 the day. After your wedding, that's not spousal support. That's a transaction. Carter stepped in front of her. My wife's family is my family. The mortgage was a gift. If you're suggesting anything else, you're welcome to face my lawyers. They made it to the car. Inside, Jade was shaking. They know. Everyone knows. They suspect. Different thing. Carter, the reporter had exact numbers. The date of the wire transfer. Someone's been digging into our finances. Preston, he's building his case publicly and legally simultaneously, poisoning opinion while gathering evidence. Jade looked out the window at the crowd of protesters, reporters, concerned citizens. We're going to lose. The zoning approval, the will contest, all of it. Preston's too smart. He's dismantling us piece by piece. Then we get smarter. We fight harder. We give him nothing else to find. How? He's already found the financial transactions. He knows about the timeline. The only thing he doesn't have is proof of the contract, which he'll never get. Attorney-client privilege can be broken if there's evidence of fraud. If Preston proves the marriage was contracted specifically to defraud Eleanor's estate, the privilege might not hold. Carter's jaw tightened. Then, we make sure he can't prove it. We testify perfectly. We show the court a marriage that's absolutely, unquestionably real. How do we show something that isn't? She stopped, because in that moment, looking at Carter's face, exhausted, determined, afraid, she realized something. It was real. Somewhere in the past 5 weeks, the performance had become reality. She actually cared about him, actually wanted him to succeed, actually felt married. The question was whether that mattered, or whether Preston would destroy them before they figured out what they actually were to each other. Jade woke at dawn to an empty bed. Carter's sighed cold. He'd been up for hours. She found him on the beach, sitting on the sand in running clothes, staring at the ocean. Couldn't sleep? She asked, settling beside him. Kept thinking about the zoning meeting, about Preston, about how he's systematically destroying everything. The board hasn't decided yet. They will, and Preston's campaign worked. He's made people question whether anything I say is true. The marriage investigation taints everything. My business, my projects, my credibility. Jade pulled her knees to her chest. Dawn was breaking, painting the ocean in shades of rose and gold. Beautiful morning, terrible circumstances. What if we gave him what he wants? She asked quietly. Meaning? What if we dissolved the marriage, announced it was a mistake, moved fast, ended amicably? Take away his ammunition. Carter turned to look at her. You want to end this? I'm saying it might be strategic. If we end the marriage before the contest hearing, Preston has nothing to fight. The will clause is unenforceable anyway, according to Eleanor. You inherit regardless. And you'd walk away with what you've earned. $400,000 plus 5 months of payments. About $2.5 million. Which is more money than I'd see in 20 years of design work. So this is about money? This started as being about money. Maybe it should end that way too. Carter stood, walked toward the water. Jade followed. Is that really what you want? He asked. To end this? I don't know what I want. I want my mother's house safe. I want my business solvent. I want to stop lying to everyone I love. But what about us? What about what we've built? What have we built, Carter? A performance that got so good we confused it for reality. It is reality. We're married. We live together. We care about each other. We're married on paper. We live together because of a contract. And caring about someone isn't the same as choosing them. I am choosing you every day, every morning when I make your coffee, every night when I make sure you're comfortable, every moment I could walk away and don't. You could walk away now. Eleanor said the will clause isn't binding. But Preston's contest is. If I dissolve the marriage before the hearing, it proves his point, that this was performance, that I'm exactly the fraud he claims I am. So you're staying because of Preston, not because of me. I'm staying because of both. Because fighting Preston requires us to be married, and because I want to be married to you. Want or need? Both. Does it matter? Jade watched the waves. I think it does. I think you need to figure out what you want, independent of what you need for the inheritance. And I need to figure out if what I feel is real or just gratitude. How long will that take? I don't know. But until we do, we're just two people performing marriage for an audience of lawyers and judges and society gossips. That's not what this is, isn't it? We're about to testify under oath about our relationship. We're going to lie in a courtroom about how we fell in love. That's performance, Carter. Legally mandated, strategically necessary performance. He pulled her to face him. I'm not lying when I testify that I care about you, that this marriage matters, that you've changed my life. That's not performance. That's truth. You can't know that. Not when everything's tangled up in inheritance and contracts and Preston's investigation. Then help me untangle it. Work with me to figure out what's real. How? We testify. We win the contest. We secure the inheritance. Then we have breathing room to figure out us without the pressure of legal deadlines and financial ruin. And if we lose, we won't. But if we do, if Preston proves the marriage was fraudulent, what happens then? Carter was quiet for a long moment. Then I lose the inheritance. Preston liquidates the portfolio. Everything my family built is gone. I probably face fraud charges. And you... He stopped. I'll what? You get caught up in legal consequences that aren't your fault. Accessory to fraud, possible criminal charges, your career destroyed. So the stakes are prison. The stakes are always prison when rich people fight over billions. Jade laughed, short, disbelieving. This is insane. We're facing federal charges because I married you for money. You married me to save your mother's house. There's a difference. Not in the eyes of the law. Then we make sure the law never sees it that way. We testify perfectly. We convince the judge this marriage is real. And then we figure out if we want it to stay real. Jade looked at him. Really looked at him. Carter Whitmore, 34, billionaire, performer, her husband. The man who'd offered her salvation and accidentally become important. "Okay," she said. "We fight Preston. We win the contest. Then we figure out what we are. Deal." He pulled her into a hug. Tight, desperate, genuine. Not performance. Just two people trying to survive complicated circumstances. "We should go inside," Jade said eventually. "Marcus will have breakfast ready." 5 more minutes. Let me just... He didn't finish the sentence. Just held her while the sun rose over the Atlantic and the day began without them. 5 more minutes of peace before the performance resumed. 5 more minutes of truth before the lies became necessary again. 5 more minutes of being exactly who they were. Two people who'd started as strangers and become something else. Something real. Or at least, something that felt real enough to be worth fighting for. The Parish Art Museum Gala was one of the summer's most important social events. Black tie, 500 guests, the kind of party where Hamptons power brokers made deals over champagne and contemporary art. Jade wore a custom Tom Ford gown, midnight blue silk, architectural cut, the kind of dress that cost more than her first car. Diamond earrings borrowed from Eleanor's vault, hair swept up by the same stylist who worked with Fashion Week. She looked like Mrs. Carter Whitmore. She felt like a fraud. "You look beautiful," Carter said as they arrived. He wore a Tom Ford tuxedo, perfectly tailored, looking like he'd stepped off a movie poster. "I look expensive." "That too." He offered his arm. "Ready to perform?" "Always." They walked into the museum, glass and light, walls of contemporary art, 500 people in couture and custom suits. Jade recognized faces from magazines. Art collectors, hedge fund managers, tech billionaires, fashion designers, the occasional Hollywood actor. This was Carter's world, and for tonight, it was supposed to be hers too. "Carter and Jade!" Eleanor appeared in vintage Chanel, diamond cuff that probably cost 6 figures. "You both look magnificent. Come, I want to introduce you to the museum director." The next hour was a blur of introductions. Jade smiled, made small talk, remembered names and faces, deployed the social skills she'd developed over 5 weeks of constant performance. People were fascinated by her, the designer who'd captured Carter Whitmore, the mysterious woman who'd convinced the confirmed bachelor to marry in 6 weeks. "You must tell me your secret," one woman said. Barbara Klein, hedge fund wife, dripping in Harry Winston. "Carter's been dodging eligible bachelors for years. What made him finally surrender?" "I didn't ask him to surrender. I just showed up as myself." How refreshing. Most women perform for him. The irony wasn't lost on Jade. Dinner was elaborate. 7 courses, each perfectly plated. Wine pairings that probably cost $1,000 per person. Jade sat next to a contemporary art dealer who talked for 20 minutes about the death of painting and the rise of NFTs. She nodded politely and wondered if any of this mattered. After dinner, Carter pulled her onto the dance floor. "Surviving?" he asked as they moved to a string quartet, playing something modern and vaguely romantic. "Define surviving. I'm smiling, making conversation, not crying in the bathroom. I'd call that a win." "You're doing better than surviving. You're thriving. Everyone loves you." "Everyone loves the version of me I'm performing. Maybe that version is closer to the real you than you think. Or maybe I'm just a good actress." Carter pulled her closer. They'd danced before, at the Southampton benefit, at Eleanor's parties, at various charity events. But tonight felt different, more intimate, like they'd forgotten the cameras and were just two people moving together. "I don't think you're acting," he said quietly. "I think you're exactly who you've always been. The performance is just packaging." "That's generous." "It's observation. You were confident and creative when I met you. The designer staging my house, that's the same person in the Tom Ford gown, same intelligence, same aesthetic sense, same refusal to be impressed by wealth. I'm impressed by wealth now. I'm wearing it. You're wearing clothes, but you're not performing wealth. There's a difference. Half these people are desperately trying to prove they belong. You're just here because I asked you to be, and because the contract requires public appearances." "Forget the contract. If I asked you to this gala just because I wanted you here, would you have come?" Jade thought about it. "Yes, probably. Despite the discomfort, despite feeling out of place. I'd come because you matter to me. When did that happen? I don't know. Somewhere between the courthouse wedding and now. You stopped being a transaction and became a person. A person you like? A person I care about, despite myself, despite knowing better. Carter smiled, genuine, warm, the kind of smile he rarely showed in public. I care about you too, despite the contract, despite the performance, despite every reason this shouldn't work. But it's working. It's working. They danced, in silence for a moment. Around them, the gala continued. Conversations about art and hedge fund returns, champagne flowing like water, the endless social theater of the Hamptons elite. But in the middle of it all, Carter and Jade had found something real, a moment of genuine connection in the performance, a truth hiding inside the lie. Mr. Whitmore, a photographer appeared. Can we get a photo of you and your wife? They posed, Carter's arm around Jade's waist, her hand on his chest, both smiling like newlyweds. The photographer snapped a dozen shots. Beautiful couple, he said before moving to the next group. Was that real or performance? Jade asked after he left. Does it matter? I think it does. Then let's call it both. Real feelings, performed moment. Neither negates the other. After the gala, they rode home in comfortable silence. The car glided through the Hamptons night. Empty roads, dark estates, the ocean somewhere to their right. Thank you, Carter said as they pulled into their driveway. For what? For being exactly what I needed, when I needed it. However we got here, I'm glad we did. Inside, they moved through the evening routine that had become familiar, Jade removing jewelry, Carter hanging his tuxedo, both changing into comfortable clothes, meeting in the bathroom to brush teeth like an actual married couple. In bed, they maintained their usual boundaries, separate sides, invisible line between them. But tonight, Jade didn't mind when Carter's hand found hers in the darkness. Good night, wife, he said. Good night, husband. She fell asleep holding his hand, wondering when the performance had become reality, when the contract had become commitment, when the stranger had become her person. Tomorrow they'd return to complexity, Preston's investigation, the will contest, the zoning battle, all the external pressures that defined their marriage. But tonight, in the darkness, they could just be Carter and Jade, two people who'd found each other through impossible circumstances and decided to stay. Even if staying was the most dangerous choice of all, Jade woke at 2 a.m. to find Carter's side of the bed empty, again. She found him on the terrace with a glass of Macallan 25, wearing sweatpants and a Princeton t-shirt that had seen better decades. Can't sleep? She asked, grabbing the throw blanket from the couch. Thinking about my father. What about him? Carter gestured to the empty chair. Jade sat, pulled the blanket over her legs. The ocean was dark, just the sound of waves and the occasional lights of a late boat. I went to see him last week, Carter said. First time in 3 years. You did? Drove to the rehab facility in Connecticut. He's been there 8 months, 90 days clean, then relapsed, then back to treatment. This time, he's at 6 months. How was it? Terrible, wonderful, complicated. Carter swirled his whiskey. He's 62, but looks 80. Gambling, addiction, and substance abuse will do that. The doctors say if he stays clean, he might have 10 years. If he doesn't, maybe 2. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I am. Part of me wants him to suffer, to feel the consequences of destroying everything we built, to understand what his addiction cost. He drank. But then I see him, shaky hands, ashamed eyes, and I remember he's still my father, that whatever he did, he also taught me to ride a bike and build sandcastles and appreciate good architecture. What did you talk about? He apologized. For the gambling, the debts, the destruction. Said he knew it was inadequate, but he wanted me to hear it. Carter's voice cracked slightly. And then he said he was proud of me, for cleaning up his mess, for protecting the family legacy, for being everything he wasn't. That's a lot. I told him about Eleanor's will, about the marriage requirement, about you. He looked at Jade. I didn't tell him about the arrangement. I told him I'd fallen in love fast, that you'd save me. Why? Because part of it's true. You did save me. Not from inheritance loss, from becoming him. from being so desperate and afraid that I'd destroy everything rather than ask for help. Jade moved to sit next to him, taking some of his blanket. You're nothing like your father. I was getting there, before you. I was making increasingly desperate choices, risky investments, leveraging assets I shouldn't touch, lying to Eleanor about how bad things were. And now I have someone who sees me, actually sees me, not the performance, not the Whitmore name, just me. He turned to her. Do you know how rare that is? In my world, everyone wants something, access, money, status, connection. No one just wants me. I wanted money. You needed money, different thing. And yeah, that's why you agreed initially. But now, he set down his glass, took her hand. Now you stay because you choose to. Because somewhere in this mess, we've built something real. Carter, I know, it's complicated. The contract, the arrangement, Preston's investigation. But underneath all of that, there's us. Actual us. Two people who like morning coffee together, who've memorized each other's schedules, who sleep better when we're in the same bed, even though we maintain the pretense of boundaries. Those boundaries exist for a reason. What reason? Because if we cross them, if we make this physical, there's no going back. We can't pretend it's just performance anymore. I don't want to pretend. I want this to be real. It can't be real when it's built on a lie. Then let's stop lying. He shifted to face her fully. Let's void the contract. No more payments, no more performance requirements, no more this ends in September deadline. Just us, actually married, actually choosing each other. Jade's heart hammered. And the inheritance? Preston's investigation? Fuck the inheritance. Fuck Preston. If I lose the $1 billion portfolio, but keep you, I'm still winning. You can't mean that. I do. Somewhere in the past month, you became more important than the money, than the legacy, than proving I'm not my father. He cupped her face. I'm choosing you, Jade, over everything. The question is whether you'll choose me. She stopped. What was she saying? Was she choosing him? Or was she just swept up in the moment? You don't have to answer now, Carter said. But think about it. Really think about whether you want this to be real. Because I do. I want to wake up next to you every morning and it not be performance. I want to make you coffee because I like taking care of you, not because it serves the arrangement. I want to call you my wife and mean it. What if I can't separate what I feel from gratitude? What if I care about you because you saved my mother's house? Then we'll figure that out. Together. As actual partners instead of contractual ones. He kissed her forehead, gentle, reverent, and stood. Think about it. We have 3 weeks until the will contest hearing. After that, everything changes anyway. We either win and the marriage is validated, or we lose and it's exposed as fraud. Either way, we'll have to decide what we actually are to each other. After he went inside, Jade sat on the terrace and tried to untangle her feelings. Did she love Carter Whitmore? Or did she love what he represented? Security, opportunity, escape from struggle? Did she want him? Or did she want the life he provided? Was this real? Or was it the best performance either of them had ever given? She didn't know, but she had 3 weeks to figure it out. 3 weeks before everything they'd built was either validated or destroyed. 3 weeks to decide if Mrs. Carter Whitmore was a role she was playing or the person she'd become. The war room convened at 7 a.m. Monday morning, 2 days before Carter's deposition. The library had been transformed, whiteboards covered with timelines, stacks of documents, 3 attorneys, 2 paralegals, and a mock deposition setup that looked like a courtroom. David Chen opened with bad news. Preston's attorney filed an amended complaint Friday afternoon. They're adding allegations beyond marriage fraud. He slid documents across the table. They're claiming Carter used marital status to fraudulently obtain business financing, that the marriage was specifically designed to improve creditworthiness and investor confidence. Carter's jaw tightened. That's a separate claim. It's strategic brilliance. If they prove marriage fraud, they can argue every business deal you've closed since the wedding is tainted. Investors can claim they were defrauded. Banks can call loans. Preston's not just going after the inheritance. He's trying to destroy your entire business. Can he do that? Jade asked. If he proves the marriage is fraudulent, absolutely. He'll argue that Carter presented himself as stable, married, worthy of investment, all based on a fake marriage. That's textbook fraud. The room went quiet. Jade felt the weight settling. This wasn't just about inheritance anymore. This was about Carter's entire professional life. "What's our strategy?" Carter asked. "Authenticity. We present the marriage as unconventional but genuine. Yes, there were financial considerations. Yes, the timeline was fast. But over 3 months, genuine affection developed. You're actually living as married partners. You've consummated the marriage. By every legal standard except public knowledge of your initial arrangement, you're legitimately married." "And if Preston has evidence of the original contract?" Jade asked. "He probably does, protected by attorney-client privilege, but privilege can be pierced if there's evidence of fraud, which means we need to argue the contract was preliminary negotiation, superseded by genuine relationship development." Another attorney, Rebecca Mills, a woman in her 50s who specialized in family law, leaned forward. "Let me be direct about what they'll ask you, Mrs. Whitmore. Hastings will focus on intimate details, sexual history, private moments, daily routines. She'll try to prove you're performing rather than living genuine intimacy. We're prepared for that. Are you? Because she'll ask about the first time you had sex, the circumstances, how it felt, whether it was genuine or obligatory. If you hesitate, if you seem rehearsed, she'll use it as evidence of fraud." Jade's cheeks burned. "I understand." "Do you? Because testifying about intimate details in a hostile deposition is different from preparing in this room. Hastings will make you uncomfortable. That's her strategy. She'll ask questions designed to embarrass you, to make you defensive, to trip you up." "Then I'll be honest. Carter and I maintained boundaries initially. We slept in the same bed but didn't consummate the marriage. Then, 3 months in, our relationship evolved. We became genuinely intimate. That's the truth." "And when did this evolution happen?" "Last week, during the storm. We crossed the boundary we'd been maintaining because we were ready, because the relationship had become real." David made notes. "That timeline is problematic. You consummated the marriage 1 week before your deposition? That looks like evidence manufacturing." "It's not. It happened when it happened. I'm not lying about the timeline to make the case stronger. Then you'll need to testify to why last week. What changed? What made that the right time?" Jade looked at Carter. "We stopped being afraid. We admitted we cared about each other. We chose to make the marriage real instead of just performing it." "That's good," Rebecca said. "Authentic, emotional, believable. Stick to that." They spent 6 hours in mock deposition. David played Hastings, aggressive, invasive, designed to break Jade's composure. He asked about morning routines, sleeping positions, sexual history, private conversations, every intimate detail of their life together. By lunch, Jade was exhausted. "You're doing well," David said. "But you need to be less defensive. When Hastings asks invasive questions, don't bristle. Answer calmly, matter-of-factly. You're describing your marriage, not defending it. Easy for you to say. I know it's not easy, but defensiveness reads as dishonesty. Stay calm. Stay honest. Let the truth speak." After the attorneys left, Carter found Jade on the terrace, staring at the ocean. "That was brutal," he said. "They're going to destroy us. Hastings will take everything intimate and private and twist it into evidence of fraud. Then we don't let her. We stay honest. We testify to exactly what happened. Arrangement became real. That's not fraud. That's human evolution. You make it sound so simple. It is simple. We tell the truth. Yes, we started as transaction. Yes, money was involved. But genuine feelings developed. We're actually married now. That's not fraud. That's just life. And how many developers have gone bankrupt believing that? I won't be one of them." Jade crossed to him, stood beside him at the window. "What happens if you can't pay the debts? If the market doesn't recover fast enough? Then creditors start forcing sales. The inheritance becomes irrelevant because I'll have no assets to merge with the portfolio. Everything my family built for 4 generations, gone. Because your father gambled it away. Because I couldn't save it fast enough. That's not your fault, isn't it? Eleanor gave me 3 years to fix this. 3 years to clean up father's mess. If I fail now, it's on me." Jade touched his arm. "You won't fail. You're too stubborn." "Is that your professional assessment?" "That's my wifely observation." "Wifely, right." He checked his watch. "I have a meeting with potential investors at 9. They're interested in a joint venture, my development expertise, their capital. Could solve short-term liquidity issues. What's the catch? They want controlling interest, which means giving up decision-making authority on projects. Can you live with that? I can live with anything that keeps the family empire intact. Pride is expensive. Survival is pragmatic. Enhancement. Jade's professional crisis. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon while Jade was reviewing fabric samples. Her phone screen showed a number she didn't recognize. "This is Jade. Ms. Morrison, this is Christina Wells from Wells Design Group." Jade sat up straighter. Wells Design Group was one of the top staging firms in the Hamptons. Christina Wells was a legend, 30 years in the business, client list that included actual royalty. "Ms. Wells, this is unexpected. I'm calling about your recent work on the Whitmore properties, specifically the Further Lane estate. Beautiful work, truly exceptional." "Thank you. I'm also calling about your marriage to Carter Whitmore." Jade's stomach tightened. "I'm sorry? Let me be direct. I'm acquiring smaller staging firms, building an empire. I want to buy Chen Morrison Design. Name your price." "I'm not interested in selling. Not even for $3 million? That's well above market value for a firm your size." $3 million. Enough to be completely independent. Enough to never need anyone. Enough to know this conversation was really about something else. "Why are you really calling?" Jade asked. "Because I don't believe your marriage is real. I think you married Carter Whitmore to access his wealth and connections. I think you're using the Whitmore name to build your business, and I think when the marriage inevitably fails, your business fails with it." "That's quite an assumption. That's strategy. I'm offering you an exit. Sell me your firm, divorce your husband, walk away with millions before the inevitable collapse. Or stay married, ride the scandal when the truth comes out, and watch your reputation burn. You have no idea what you're talking about, don't I? I've been in this business for 3 decades. I know a strategic marriage when I see one. The timeline, the financial transactions, the convenient access to Hampton's elite, it's textbook social climbing. And it's going to destroy you when Preston Whitmore proves it's fraud." Jade's hands were shaking. "This conversation is over. Think about my offer. $3 million, freedom, a future that doesn't depend on staying married to a man you barely know. Call me when you're ready to be smart." She hung up. Jade sat in her studio, staring at her phone, feeling the walls close in. Christina Wells was right about one thing. The business had exploded since her marriage. Every client came through Whitmore connections. Every project referenced her relationship to Carter. If the marriage failed, the business failed. She'd built her success on a foundation that might crumble any day. Her phone buzzed. Text from her studio manager. "Client just canceled. Said they're going with Wells Design instead. That's the 3rd one this week." Then another text. "Getting calls asking if the Whitmore marriage is real. People are asking questions." Jade called her manager. "What's going on?" "Someone's spreading rumors that you married Carter for business access, that the marriage is fake. Clients are nervous about being associated with potential scandal." "Who's spreading rumors?" "I don't know, but Jade, we've lost 6 clients in 2 days. If this continues, we're in trouble." After she hung up, Jade sat in the silence of her studio and felt everything unraveling, her business under attack, her reputation questioned, her professional credibility tied to a marriage that started as a lie. She needed help. She needed Carter. She found him in the library on a call with his attorneys about the zoning battle. She waited until he finished. "We need to talk," she said. He saw her face. "What's wrong?" she told him. Christina Wells's offer, the canceled clients, the rumors destroying her business. "Wells is behind this," Carter said immediately. "She's trying to force you to sell, destroy your reputation, make you desperate, then swoop in with an offer. It's working. I've lost 6 clients. If this continues, I'll have to close the firm." Then we fight back. We make a statement. Show the business community that you're not just Mrs. Carter Whitmore. You're Jade Morrison, exceptional designer, successful independent of her marriage. "How?" Carter pulled out his phone, started texting. "I know people. Give me 2 hours." 3 hours later, Jade's phone exploded with messages. Architectural Digest wanted to feature her work. Profile on Jade Morrison, not Mrs. Whitmore. Design Magazine wanted an interview about building a business independent of family connections. 2 major clients, not Whitmore connections, wanted to hire her for Manhattan projects. And Christina Wells called. "You made your point," Christina said. Nice PR counteroffensive. Carter called in favors. Smart, very smart. But, Ms. Morrison, the rumors aren't going away. People are watching your marriage, waiting for it to fail. Are you prepared for that? I'm prepared to build a business that stands independent of my marriage. If it fails, I fail on my own merits. Admirable, naive, but admirable. Good luck, you'll need it. That evening, Jade found Carter on the terrace with whiskey. Thank you, she said, for the calls, the PR, all of it. You don't need to thank me, you're my wife. Your success is my success. That's the problem. My success is tied to you. If our marriage fails, if Preston proves it's fraud, my business dies with it. Then we make sure Preston doesn't win. And if he does, if the marriage gets exposed as fraud, I lose everything. Carter pulled her close. So do I. We're in this together, both of us risking everything. Both of us fighting to protect what we've built. Is it worth it? Risking your inheritance, your reputation, your business, all for a marriage that started as a transaction? It's not a transaction anymore. It's us. And yes, you're worth every risk. Jade leaned against him. I'm scared. I've never had this much to lose before. Welcome to having something that matters. It's terrifying, but it's also the only way to actually live. They stood together on the terrace, two people who'd accidentally built lives that depended on each other, holding on while the world tried to tear them apart. The professional crisis wasn't over. Christina Wells was still circling. Clients were still asking questions. Preston's investigation continued building, but for tonight, they had each other, and that would have to be enough. He left for his meeting. Jade stood at the window and thought about empires built on sand, about the performance of wealth-hiding financial desperation, about what happened when the careful facade cracked, her phone buzzed, email from her business account, 3 new client inquiries, all high-end Hamptons properties, all requesting the designer who'd staged the Whitmore estate. Irony? Carter's financial crisis was good for her business. His name, his connections, his social capital had opened doors she'd never have accessed alone. She was profiting from his struggle. The thought made her nauseous. The heated pool behind the house was 75 feet long, temperature controlled at 82 degrees, underwater lighting that turned the water luminescent at night. Jade had discovered it during her second week, started swimming laps before bed when her mind wouldn't quiet. Tonight she'd lasted 10 laps before exhaustion pulled her to the edge. She was toweling off when Carter appeared from the house, wearing board shorts and a t-shirt. Couldn't sleep either? He asked. Too much in my head. Swimming helps. Mind if I join? It's your pool. Our pool, technically. He pulled off his shirt, dove in cleanly. Jade tried not to notice. Failed. Carter swimming was different from Carter in a suit, or Carter in casual clothes. This was Carter as just a man, muscles moving under skin, water streaming off his shoulders when he surfaced, hair plastered dark against his skull. He was beautiful. She'd been deliberately not noticing that for 5 weeks. He swam laps, efficient, powerful strokes. Clearly someone who'd grown up with pools and swim teams and casual summer athleticism. Jade counted 15 laps before he stopped at the shallow end, breathing hard. You're fast, she said. Swam in college. Haven't kept up with it much since. Why not? No time. Or I told myself no time. Probably just lost the habit. You should swim more. You look... She stopped. I look what? Happy, less stressed. Like you're actually enjoying something instead of just performing it. Carter pulled himself out of the pool, sat on the edge near where she was standing. Water ran down his chest, his arms. Jade tried to focus on his face. This is one of the only places I'm not performing, he said. The pool, the beach in early morning, sometimes the library at midnight. Spaces where no one's watching. I'm watching. You don't count. Why not? Because you're... He stopped, seemed to reconsider his words. You're part of the household now, not an audience, just here. That's weirdly intimate for a business arrangement. We share a bed. I think we're past business arrangement into something else. What's something else? He looked at her, really looked at her. I don't know. What do you call it when 2 people are legally married, living together, sleeping in the same bed, performing love in public, and developing something resembling friendship in private? Complicated? That's one word for it. He stood, grabbed his towel. Come on, one more swim. Race you. I'm not racing you. You swam in. College. I'll give you a head start. How much of a head start? Half the pool. Done. Jade dove in, started swimming before Carter could change his mind. She heard the splash behind her, felt the water churn as he powered through the pool. By the time she touched the far end, he was right behind her. "You're fast," he said, barely winded. "You gave me half the pool. And you almost beat me anyway." They were treading water, close enough that Jade could see water beading on his eyelashes, could count the exact color variations in his blue eyes. "We should get out," she said. "It's late. Or we could swim more, delay going inside where we have to maintain boundaries." "You're the one who said boundaries were important." "I say a lot of things. Doesn't mean I believe all of them." The honesty caught her off guard. "Carter, I know, this is business, contract, performance, 12 months and done. But..." He moved closer, not touching, but close enough that the water between them felt charged. "What if it doesn't have to be? What are you saying?" "I'm saying I like having you here. I like morning coffee where you're already there. I like that you understand the performance without me having to explain it. I like waking up and you're..." He stopped. "I'm what?" "There, just there. And it feels right in a way nothing's felt right in years." Jade's heart was hammering. "This isn't real, Carter. We're performing." "Are we? Right now, in this pool, with no one watching? Are we performing?" She didn't have an answer. He reached out, tucked a wet strand of hair behind her ear. The touch was gentle, tentative, completely unplanned. "I think we stopped performing weeks ago," he said quietly. "I think we've been pretending to perform while actually just being. That's dangerous. I know. The contract can be renegotiated, amended, voided, whatever we want." "What do you want?" Carter looked at her like she was a puzzle he couldn't solve. "I want you to stay past September, not because of the contract, not for the money, just because you want to." "That's not how this works." "Why not?" "Because you hired me, because this started as transaction, because I can't tell if what you're feeling is real or just relief at having someone perform well." "And what are you feeling?" Jade pushed back, put distance between them. "I'm feeling like we're about to make a mistake, like we're confusing proximity for intimacy, like the performance is bleeding into reality and we're both too tangled up to see it clearly. Maybe that's not a bad thing. It's a terrible thing. In 7 months this ends, I walk away with money and you keep your inheritance. Clean break. That was the deal. Deals can change. Not this one." She pulled herself out of the pool, grabbed her towel. "I'm going to bed. Good night, Carter." She walked inside before he could respond, before she could change her mind, before she could admit. That part of her wanted exactly what he was offering, but wanting something didn't make it real, and falling for the man paying her to pretend was the fastest way to destroy what little authenticity they had left. Eleanor's private lunch invitation arrived via handwritten note on Crane stationery. "Jade, Thursday, 1 p.m., my house. Come alone. E. No explanation, no option to decline." Jade arrived at the Gin Lane estate in theory separates and mounting anxiety. Whatever Eleanor wanted to discuss alone couldn't be good. The butler led her to the garden room, all windows and wicker, overlooking rose gardens in full July bloom. Eleanor sat at a small table set for two, wearing Chanel and reading glasses, reviewing what looked like legal documents. "Sit," Eleanor said without preamble. "We need to talk about the deposition." Jade sat. "Carter and I have been preparing." "I'm not concerned about Carter. He's been performing his entire life. I'm concerned about you." Eleanor removed her glasses, fixed Jade with the kind of look that probably made corporate boards weep. "Preston's attorney is going to eviscerate you. They'll ask intimate questions, sexual history, private moments, details about your relationship that are designed to trip you up. Carter and I have aligned our stories." "Stories? Interesting word choice." Eleanor poured tea, jasmine, fragrant, probably cost $50 per ounce. "Let me be direct. Are you in love with my grandson?" The question again. Jade had been dreading it. "I care about him deeply." "That's not what I asked. Are you in love with him?" "I don't know. I think I might be, but I can't tell if what I feel is real or just what? Gratitude, Stockholm Syndrome, performance that became convincing? All of those things." Eleanor nodded slowly. "That's honest. Good, because Preston's attorney will ask the same question under oath. And if you hesitate, if you seem uncertain, they'll use it as evidence the marriage is fraudulent. So I should lie? I'm saying you should figure out the truth before you're under oath, because perjury is a federal crime, and I won't protect you from the consequences if you lie in my estate proceeding. The threat landed cold and clear. Eleanor would sacrifice Jade to protect the estate. I wouldn't ask you to, Jade said carefully. Good, because here's what's going to happen at the deposition. They'll separate you and Carter, question you for hours, ask about the first time you met, the first kiss, the first time you slept together, the intimate details that prove you're actually married rather than cohabitating business partners. We've prepared for that. Have you? Because if you've never actually been intimate with my grandson, it's going to show. Body language, hesitation, the lack of specific details that real couples have. Eleanor leaned forward. So, let me ask plainly, have you consummated this marriage? Jade's cheeks burned. That's private. That's relevant. If Preston can prove you maintained separate bedrooms, never had physical intimacy, and treated the marriage as purely contractual, he wins. The inheritance goes to him. Carter loses everything. We share a bedroom now. Since when? Since you mentioned the will contest. We knew it would look suspicious to maintain separate rooms. So you're cohabitating, sleeping in the same bed. But are you actually married in the way the law defines marriage? Jade understood what Eleanor was asking. Physical consummation. The legal standard for marriage validity. No, she admitted. We've maintained boundaries. The contract specified no physical intimacy. The contract that's protected by attorney-client privilege, but probably exists in Preston's possession by now, because he's not an idiot, and neither are his attorneys. Eleanor sipped her tea. You're going to lose. Preston will prove the marriage was contracted, that you've never been physically intimate, that you've maintained the relationship as purely transactional. He'll win the contest. The inheritance transfers to him. Unless what? Unless you suddenly start sleeping together to create evidence of consummation? That's transparent. Preston will argue you're manufacturing evidence in response to legal pressure. So we've already lost. No, but winning requires honesty. With each other, with me, with the court. Eleanor set down her tea. I'm going to tell you something I haven't told Carter. The will contest, I'm allowing it. Jade stared. You're what? I could shut this down tomorrow. One phone call to the executor, one statement that I support Carter's marriage, one appearance in court, and Preston's case crumbles. But I'm not doing that. Why not? Because I need to know if this marriage is real, if Carter chose you, or if he chose inheritance, if you love him, or if you love security. This contest will reveal the truth. By destroying us in the process, if the marriage can't survive scrutiny, it shouldn't survive at all. Eleanor's expression softened slightly. I'm not trying to hurt you, dear. I'm trying to protect my grandson from making the same mistakes his father made. Jonathan married for love, or what he thought was love. When it turned out to be performance, when she left him for someone richer, he spiraled. The gambling addiction, the destruction, all of it traced back to believing in false love. I'm not performing, aren't you? You married him for money, lived in his house for money, attended his events for money. Everything about this relationship has financial motivation. The question is whether, somewhere along the way, it became more than that. It did. It has. Jade's voice cracked. I care about him. More than I planned to. More than the contract required. I wake up and he's the first thing I think about. I go to sleep holding his hand. I can't imagine not being married to him. Then tell him, under oath, in the deposition. Let Preston's attorney ask every invasive question. Answer honestly, because the only way you win this contest is with absolute truth. And if the truth is we haven't consummated the marriage, then you'll lose. And maybe that's the right outcome. Maybe a marriage that's never been physically intimate isn't a real marriage. Eleanor stood. Lunch is ready. Let's discuss something more pleasant, like whether you're redecorating the further lane guest wing or if that's more performance. Over Dover sole and asparagus, Eleanor pivoted to design. They discussed color palettes, furniture placement, whether the formal dining room could be converted to something more casual. The conversation was normal, pleasant, like they hadn't just discussed Jade's marriage collapsing in court. When Jade left 2 hours later, she sat in her car for 10 minutes trying to process. Eleanor was allowing the contest, allowing Preston to potentially destroy Carter, all to test whether the marriage was real, which meant the only way to prove it was real was to make it real. Completely, physically, irrevocably real. Linda Morrison's flight landed at JFK on a Friday afternoon in late July. Jade and Carter drove into the city to pick her up. An hour in traffic, another 30 minutes through arrivals, then the surreal experience of watching her mother emerge from baggage claim, looking overwhelmed and excited and terrified. "Baby!" Linda pulled Jade into a hug that smelled like home, lavender soap and art supplies, and the perfume she'd worn for 20 years. "Hi, Mom." Jade held on longer than necessary, gathering courage for the performance ahead. When they broke apart, Linda turned to Carter. Jade watched her mother assess her husband, taking in the expensive casual clothes, the perfect posture, the way he carried himself like someone who'd never questioned whether he belonged anywhere. "Mrs. Morrison?" Carter extended his hand, smile warm. "It's wonderful to finally meet you. Jade's told me so much about you. Call me Linda, and I hope only the good things." But she was smiling, already charmed. Jade had forgotten how charismatic Carter could be when he wanted to be. The drive to the Hamptons was filled with Linda's questions about the wedding, about how they met, about Carter's work, about the house she'd see. Carter answered easily, naturally, weaving in details Jade had told him about her childhood, about Linda's art classes, about the house in Dayton. "Jade mentioned you teach AP art history," Carter said. "That must be rewarding, introducing teenagers to aesthetics, teaching them to see. When they're not on their phones, yes." Linda laughed. "Though, I suppose every generation of teachers has said that about every generation of students. I took AP art history, changed how I understood architecture, made me realize buildings could be more than functional. They could be beautiful. Is that why you became a developer?" "It's why I studied architecture first, before family business pulled me toward development. But the aesthetic principle stayed. A building should enhance the space it occupies, not just fill it." They were talking about adaptive reuse and historical preservation when they pulled into the further lane driveway. Linda went quiet, staring at the estate. "You live here?" she finally asked. "We live here," Jade corrected. "It's home." "Jade, this is..." Linda seemed to search for words. "This is extraordinary." Marcus met them at the door, seamlessly transitioned into hosting mode. He showed Linda to her suite, the best guest room, ocean views, fresh flowers, everything perfect, because Marcus had spent 2 days preparing. "I'll let you settle in," Jade said. "We'll have drinks on the terrace at 6, dinner at 7. Casual, just us." After her mother's door closed, Jade found Carter in their bedroom, loosening his tie. "You were perfect," she said. "I like your mother. She's exactly how you described her, creative, observant, slightly overwhelmed by wealth, but too polite to show it. She's also watching us, looking for proof this is real. Then we give her proof." He crossed to her, pulled her close in a way that had become natural over 2 months. "We perform the best marriage she's ever seen. Or we just be ourselves, which might be the same thing." At dinner, Linda asked the inevitable question. "How did you two really meet? The real story, not the version for Instagram." Jade and Carter exchanged a look. They'd practiced this. "I hired Jade to stage the Further Lane property for sale," Carter said. "She walked in and immediately started critiquing my furniture choices." "They were terrible," Jade added. "Baroque revival in a shingle-style beach house. Visual chaos." "I like that she wasn't intimidated. Most people I hire agree with everything I say. Jade told me my taste was, what was the word? Aggressively wrong was the phrase I used." Linda laughed. "That sounds like my daughter." "We started talking about architecture," Carter continued, "about how buildings should be designed. She had opinions, strong opinions. I found that," he looked at Jade, "compelling. He asked me to dinner. I said no. Twice. She said no, twice. Because I thought you were testing me, seeing if I'd blur professional boundaries. I was genuinely asking you out. Third time you said yes. We went to San Ambrose, talked for 4 hours. I knew that night I wanted to marry you." The story was true, mostly. They'd changed the timeline, added romantic elements, but the core was honest. They had talked for hours at St. Ambrose. Carter had been compelling. Jade had been intrigued. 6 weeks later, you were married? Linda asked. When you know, Jade said. And I knew. He is everything I didn't know I needed. What does that mean? Jade looked at Carter. He makes me feel capable, like I can build. Something beyond survival. He believes in my work, supports my career, doesn't try to change me. He's patient with my messiness. He makes coffee exactly how I like it without asking. Her voice caught. He makes me want to be brave. It was the most honest thing she'd said all night. All of it true. All of it terrifying. And you? Linda asked Carter. What does Jade give you? Perspective. Authenticity. Someone who sees through performance and still chooses to stay. He reached for Jade's hand. I've spent my life being Carter Whitmore. The name, the expectations, the responsibility. With Jade, I'm just me, whatever that is. And she makes me want to figure it out. Linda's eyes were shining. You love each other. It wasn't a question. Neither of them corrected her. After dinner, Jade showed her mother the house, the library, the media room, the pool that glowed blue in the darkness. Linda kept touching things, furniture, art, door frames, like she couldn't quite believe this was real. Are you happy? Linda finally asked when they were alone on the terrace. Yes. Really happy, not just comfortable, secure. Really happy, I promise. Linda pulled her into a hug. Then that's all that matters. I don't care about the money or the house or any of this. She gestured at the estate. I care that my daughter found someone who makes her light up when she talks about him. After her mother went to bed, Jade found Carter in their room, changing for sleep. Your mom is lovely, he said. I understand where you get your strength. She thinks we're really in love. Are we? Jade sat on the bed. I don't know. I think I might be. But I can't tell if it's love or gratitude or habit or fear of losing this. Carter sat next to her. What if it's all of those things? What if love is complicated and messy and built on imperfect foundations? That's not how love is supposed to work. Says who? Who decided love has to be pure and simple and built on perfect circumstances? Maybe the strongest love comes from choosing someone despite complicated beginnings. Or maybe we're just really good at lying to ourselves. Maybe, he took her hand. But I'd rather be lying to myself about loving you than truthful about not feeling anything at all. That night, they went to bed like they had for weeks, separate sides, maintaining boundaries. But Jade woke at 3 a.m. to find herself curled against him, his arm around her, their breathing synchronized. She didn't move away. Somewhere in the past 2 months, this had become home. Not the house, not the money. Just this, being next to him. And that was the most dangerous realization of all. Chemistry. Moment 4. The morning after realization. Jade woke slowly, consciousness arriving in pieces, warmth, solid presence behind her, an arm around her waist, the smell of expensive cologne, and something essentially Carter. Then memory flooded back. Last night. The storm. The conversation. The boundaries they had crossed. They'd slept together. Actually slept together. Made the marriage real in the one way they'd specifically prohibited. She should panic, should feel regret or fear or concern about complications. Instead, she felt right. Like this was exactly where she was supposed to be. Carter stirred behind her. His arm tightened. You're awake. How did you know? Your breathing changed. Of course he'd noticed. He noticed everything about her, had from the beginning. We should talk, Jade said. About last night. Do we have to? We crossed every boundary we set, changed everything about the arrangement. So, yes, we should probably talk. Carter pressed a kiss to her shoulder. Casual, intimate, the kind of gesture that belonged to actual couples, not contractual arrangements. Okay, talk. Jade turned to face him. Morning light was starting to filter through the windows, painting everything soft. He looked different like this. Hair mussed, face unguarded, smile genuine instead of performed. He looked like hers. The thought should terrify her. Instead, it felt inevitable. Last night, she started. Are we? If you're asking if I regret it, the answer is no. If you're asking if everything's different now, the answer is yes. If you're asking what we are, The answer is, I don't know, but I want to figure it out. That's a lot of answers. You didn't finish the questions, she laughed. Fair. Then, more seriously, I don't regret it either. But, Carter, this changes everything. The contract specified no physical intimacy. We just violated the core terms of our arrangement. So we renegotiate, void that clause, admit the arrangement became something else. What if it only feels like something else because we're good at performing? What if we've convinced ourselves the marriage is real because we've been acting real for so long? Carter propped himself up on one elbow, looked down at her with an intensity that made her breath catch. Last night, when I touched you, was I performing? No. When you kissed me, were you acting? No. He stopped. When we made love, did that feel like performance? You know it didn't. Then why are we questioning whether it's real? Why can't we trust what we feel? Because what we feel is based on a foundation of lies. We started as a transaction. How do we know we're not just really good at lying to ourselves? Carter was quiet for a moment. Then, do you love me? The question landed like a thunderbolt. Jade's breath caught. You can't just... It's a simple question. Do you love me? Not Mrs. Carter Whitmore performing for my family, not Jade Morrison fulfilling contract obligations. You, right now, in this bed, with no one watching, do you love me? Jade looked at him, really looked at him, at the man who'd offered her salvation and become her person, at the complicated, brilliant, infuriating man she'd married for money and stayed for something else entirely. Yes, she whispered. God help me. Yes, I love you. His smile could have powered the entire eastern seaboard. Good, because I love you too. And not because the contract requires it, not because it's strategic, just because somewhere between the courthouse and here, you became the most important person in my life. This is insane. This is marriage, actual marriage, the kind that's messy and complicated and built on imperfect foundations, but real anyway. What do we do now? Now? Carter pulled her close. Now we stay in bed for another hour. Then we have breakfast. Then we figure out how to renegotiate a contract that's already been obsolete for weeks. But first, he kissed her, slow and deep and thorough. First, we just be. No performance, no strategy, just us. Jade sank into the kiss, into him, into the terrifying, exhilarating reality of what they'd become. They'd started as strangers with a contract. They'd ended up as partners who loved each other. How they got from A to B was complicated, but the destination, that was simple. They'd found each other, and that was worth every complicated step. The breaking point came on a Sunday afternoon. Linda had been with them for 3 days. 3 days of perfect performance. Morning coffee on the terrace, beach walks, dinners where they talked about art and architecture and the future. 3 days of Jade and Carter playing the happiest newlyweds, of performing love so convincingly that Jade forgot it was performance. Then, Linda asked to see their wedding photos. We had a small ceremony, Jade deflected. Very intimate, City Hall, just Marcus and my friend Zoe. But you must have pictures. Even City Hall weddings have pictures. They did have pictures, carefully staged photos taken afterward. But they were in Marcus's files, stored as evidence, never intended for family viewing. I'll find them, Carter said. They're on my laptop. Let me grab it. He disappeared. Jade and her mother were alone on the terrace. You seem tense, Linda observed. I'm fine. You're not fine. You've been on edge since I got here, like you're waiting for something to go wrong. Mom, I'm just adjusting to having you here, to sharing this space with you. It's overwhelming. Jade, Linda took her hand. Talk to me. What's really going on? Everything. Nothing. I married a stranger for money and fell in love, and now I can't tell what's real. I'm scared, Jade admitted. Scared you'll judge me. Scared you'll think I married him for the wrong reasons. Scared that... She stopped. Scared that what? That I'm not good enough for this life, that I don't belong in the Hamptons, that eventually everyone will figure out I'm just a girl from Dayton pretending to be Mrs. Carter Whitmore. Linda's expression softened. Baby, you've always belonged everywhere you went. Columbia, the design world, this house, You belong because you make yourself belong through work and talent and refusing to be intimidated. But what if it's not enough? What if I'm just performing? What if I'm not actually the person Carter thinks I am? Who do you think you are? Jade looked out at the ocean. I don't know anymore. I used to be this scrappy designer trying to make rent. Now I'm this person who wears Tom Ford and attends galas and lives in a house worth $40 million. And I can't tell which version is real. Both versions are real. You're still the scrappy designer. You're just also Mrs. Whitmore now. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. What if I lose myself in all this? In the money and the performance and the constant watching? Then you course correct. You remember who you are. You find ways to stay grounded. Linda squeezed her hand. But honey, I don't think you're in danger of losing yourself. I think you're scared of becoming yourself, of actually being the person you've always had potential to be. Before Jade could respond, Carter returned with his laptop. Found them. He pulled up a folder, their wedding photos. Jade in her simple white dress, Carter in his Brioni suit, both looking nervous and hopeful and young. You look beautiful, Linda said softly, studying the screen. Jade looked at the photos with new eyes. They'd taken these pictures as evidence, as documentation for the arrangement. But looking at them now, the way Carter was looking at her, the way she was smiling, they looked real. Can you email these to me? Linda asked. Of course, Carter said. After he sent them, Linda announced she was going to her room to rest before dinner. Jade and Carter were left alone on the terrace. She almost figured it out, Jade said quietly. Did she? She knows something's off. She's too perceptive. She raised me. She can tell when I'm lying. Then stop lying. Tell her the truth. Carter, I can't. Why not? Your mother loves you. She'd understand. She wouldn't. She's traditional about marriage. She'd think I sold myself. She'd be disappointed. Or she'd be relieved that you found a way to save her house while also finding someone who cares about you. We don't know that she'd react that way. We don't know she'd react badly either. But keeping the lie, it's eating at you. I can see it. Jade stood, walked to the edge of the terrace. Behind her, Carter approached, wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her back against his chest. The gesture was automatic now. Comfortable. I'm tired, she said. Tired of performing. Tired of tracking which stories I've told to whom. Tired of worrying that someone will figure out this started as transaction. Then let's stop. Let's make it real. Actually, completely real. No more performance. No more contract. Just us. You keep saying that. But how? How do we make it real when everything's built on lies? By telling the truth. By admitting we started wrong but ended up right. By choosing each other now, today, with full knowledge of how complicated this is. Jade turned in his arms. What if I can't? What if I'm too scared? Of what? Of loving you. Of letting myself actually fall completely. Of being so vulnerable that losing you would destroy me. Carter cupped her face. I'm scared too. Of failing you. Of being my father. Unable to sustain love. Unable to separate transaction from truth. Of waking up one day and realizing you only stayed for the money. That's not, I know, I think I know, but the fear is still there. So we're both scared, both uncertain, both trying to figure out if what we feel is real. That's a terrible foundation for marriage. Or it's the most honest one. Two people admitting they're terrified, but choosing each other anyway. He kissed her, soft, tentative, asking permission. Jade kissed him back, deeper, more certain, letting herself feel without analyzing. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Carter rested his forehead against hers. Stay, he whispered. Not because of the contract, not because of your mother, just because you want to. I want to, Jade admitted. That's what scares me. Linda's flight back to Ohio departed on Tuesday. They drove her to JFK, hugged her goodbye at security, watched her disappear into the airport crowds. In the car back to the Hamptons, Jade was quiet. You okay? Carter asked. I lied to her for 4 days, every moment, every conversation, and she believed it. She believed it because most of it was true. We do care about each other. We are building a life together. The origin story is complicated, but the current reality is honest. Is it? Because I feel like I'm lying even when I'm telling the truth. They drove in silence for a while. Traffic on the LIE. the endless suburban sprawl of Long Island, the slow approach back to the Hamptons bubble. Eleanor called this morning, Carter said. Preston's attorney scheduled our depositions next week. Tuesday for me, Wednesday for you. Jade's stomach dropped. That's 10 days. 10 days to make sure our stories align, to prepare for invasive questions, to decide how we want to present this marriage. How do we want to present it? As real, as genuine, as exactly what it's become, complicated but legitimate. And if they ask about consummation, about physical intimacy, Carter's jaw tightened. We'll answer honestly, which means admitting we've maintained boundaries, that we've never actually... Yes, we answer honestly, because perjury is worse than admitting the marriage has been unconventional. They'll use that as evidence of fraud. Maybe. Or maybe the attorney will argue that plenty of marriages have periods without physical intimacy, that our arrangement is unusual but not fraudulent. You don't believe that? No, Carter admitted. I don't. I think we're going to lose. I think Preston's going to win the contest, and I think the inheritance is going to transfer to him. So why are we fighting? Because maybe losing the inheritance is worth proving something else. What? That I chose you, that this marriage matters more than the money, that I'm not my father, willing to destroy everything for financial desperation. Jade looked at him. You're really willing to lose $2 billion? I'm really willing to be honest about what we are, even if it costs everything. When they got home, the house felt empty. Linda's presence had filled the space, her laughter, her questions, her delight in everything. Now it was just Jade and Carter again, alone in 12,000 square feet. I'm going to go for a run, Carter said. Clear my head before we start deposition prep. After he left, Jade wandered the house, ended up in her studio, the converted sunroom where she'd spent hours designing, creating, building her business while performing marriage. Her tablet showed recent projects, 3 high-end Hamptons estates, 2 Manhattan penthouses, a Tribeca loft conversion. Her client list had exploded since marrying Carter. Everyone wanted the designer who'd staged the Whitmore properties, who'd married into old money, who understood luxury aesthetic. Her business had never been stronger, and it was all built on a lie. She pulled up her bank accounts, $2.5 million in savings, enough to walk away, enough to start over, enough to be financially independent. She didn't need Carter's money anymore, which meant if she stayed, it was choice, pure choice. No financial pressure, no obligation, just wanting to be here. Her phone buzzed, text from Zoe. How was the mom visit? Survived the performance? Jade stared at the message. She'd been avoiding Zoe since the wedding, uncomfortable with lying to her best friend. She called instead of texting. Finally, Zoe answered. I was beginning to think you'd ghosted me. Sorry, it's been complicated. How complicated? Scale of 1 to accidentally fell in love with your contract husband? Jade laughed, sharp, surprised. How did you? Because I know you, and because every time you mention Carter, your voice changes. You're in love with him. I think I might be, which is insane. We've known each other 3 months, started as a transaction. He's paid me to be his wife. Past tense, he wants to void the contract. No more payments, just actual marriage, actual choice. And you're terrified, completely terrified. What if what I feel is just gratitude? What if I'm confusing security with love? What if I leave and realize I never actually cared about him, just about what he provided? Or, Zoe said gently, what if you're in love and too scared to admit it? How do I tell the difference? You can't, not with certainty. Love is always a leap. You just have to decide if he's worth jumping for. After they hung up, Jade sat in her studio and thought about leaps and fear and whether Carter Whitmore was worth risking everything. Her phone buzzed again, this time Carter, back from run. Want to start deposition prep? Or we could order Thai food and pretend tomorrow doesn't exist. Jade smiled despite everything. Thai food. Definitely Thai food. Massaman curry? You know me so well. That's because I pay attention, even when I'm supposed to be just performing. Jade stared at that last message. That's because I pay attention. He did pay attention. Knew she stress-ate Thai food. Knew she liked her coffee with exactly 1 sugar. Knew she worked late and needed reminders to eat dinner. knew her tells when she was anxious or excited or sad. He'd learned her. Actually learned her. Not because the contract required it, because he wanted to. That night, over massaman curry and pad thai, they didn't talk about the deposition, didn't talk about Preston or the inheritance or the will contest. They talked about Linda's visit, about the gallery opening they had attended last week, about whether they should get a dog. Normal couple things, easy conversation. At midnight, they went to bed. Jade changed in the bathroom, came out to find Carter already under the covers, reading on his iPad. She climbed into bed, settled on her side. Jade, yeah, thank you for this, for whatever this is, for not running when things got complicated. Thank you for making coffee the way I like it, for supporting my career, for... She stopped. For seeing me. Actually seeing me. Always. She reached across the invisible boundary line, took his hand. They fell asleep like that. Connected. And for the first time since the arrangement began, Jade didn't question whether it was real. It was real because she chose to make it real. Everything else was just details. At 3 a.m., Jade made a decision. She pulled up her bank account. $2.7 million in savings. Money she'd earned from the arrangement, from her business, from building a life as Mrs. Carter Whitmore. Enough to be independent, enough to walk away, enough to never need Carter's money again. She opened her email, drafted a message to David Chen. David, please prepare documents to formally void all remaining financial provisions of the original arrangement. No more payments from Carter to me. I'm renouncing any claim to spousal support, shared assets, or future financial consideration. I want it documented that I'm staying in this marriage, if I stay, independent of financial motivation. Jade. She hit send before she could reconsider. Then she called her business accountant at 3:15 a.m., left a voicemail about restructuring her business finances to be completely separate from Carter's accounts. Then she drafted a post-nuptial agreement. Post-nuptial agreement between Carter James Whitmore and Jade Elizabeth Whitmore. Whereas the parties wish to clarify that their continued marriage is based on mutual affection rather than financial consideration, they agree. 1. All prior financial arrangements are void. 2. Jade Whitmore renounces any claim to Carter Whitmore's assets, inheritance, or business interests. 3. In the event of divorce, Jade receives no financial settlement beyond assets she brought to the marriage. 4. This agreement is voluntary, entered without coercion, and reflects genuine intent. She sent it to David with a note, "Have your team review. I'll sign whatever version protects Carter from claims I'm staying for money." By 4 a.m., she'd dismantled every financial connection to Carter, except the marriage itself. By 5 a.m., she was driving back to Further Lane. The house was dark except for one light in the library. Jade let herself in with her key, found Carter at his desk, surrounded by legal documents, a glass of whiskey, and what looked like 3 hours of no sleep. He looked up when she entered. "You came back." "I came back." She set her suitcase down. "But not for the reasons you think." "Jade, let me finish. I left tonight because you questioned whether my feelings were real, whether I'd stay if the money disappeared, whether I was Mrs. Carter Whitmore because I loved you, or because I loved the lifestyle. I shouldn't have. You were right to question it, because I questioned it too. I couldn't tell if what I felt was love or gratitude or just relief at finally being financially secure." Carter stood, moved toward her. She held up a hand. "I spent tonight figuring out the answer, and here's what I did. I voided all financial arrangements between us. Asked David to prepare documents renouncing any claim to your assets. Drafted a post-nuptial agreement that ensures I get nothing if we divorce. I've restructured my business to be completely separate from your finances. Why would you? Because the only way to prove I'm not with you for money is to remove money from the equation entirely. So it's gone, every financial tie, every payment, every connection, except the marriage itself. Jade, you don't have to. I do, because you were right. You needed to know I'd stay if you had nothing, and the only way to prove that is to actually have nothing to gain by staying." She pulled out the post-nup. "Sign this, make it legal, ensure that I can't profit from this marriage in any way, because I don't want your money, Carter. I want you." He took the document, scanned it. His expression shifted from surprise to something else. "This gives you nothing. If we divorce, you walk away with whatever you brought to the marriage, which is 2.7 million in savings, my business, my professional reputation. That's enough. That's more than enough. And the inheritance? If I win the will contest, if the 2.1 billion transfers to me, you're renouncing any claim to it? Yes. Why? Because I need you to know I'm not here for the inheritance. I'm here for you, just you, with or without the billions, with or without the empire, with or without any of it. Carter set down the document. You're serious. Completely serious. I spent 3 hours at Zoe's apartment figuring out what I actually want. And what I want is you. The man who makes coffee the way I like it. The man who remembers my tells. The man who looks at me like I'm the answer he didn't know he needed. That's what I want, not the money, not the house, just you. Even if Preston wins, even if I lose everything, especially then, because then you'll know for absolute certain that I'm here because I choose to be here. Not because of what you can provide, just because of who you are. Carter closed the distance between them, cupped her face. I'm sorry for questioning you, for making you feel like you had to prove yourself, for being so scared of losing everything that I pushed away the one thing that actually matters, which is you, us, this thing we've built despite every reason it shouldn't work. Does it work? Can we survive Preston's case, the fraud allegations, all of it? I don't know, but I want to try. Not for the inheritance, not for the money, for us. Jade kissed him, soft at first, then deeper, letting herself feel without calculating consequences. When they broke apart, both breathing hard, Carter smiled. I love you, he said. Not Mrs. Carter Whitmore, not the woman who saves my inheritance case, just you, Jade Morrison, the woman who told me my library lighting was terrible and turned out to be right about everything. I love you too, not the billionaire, not the Whitmore empire, just Carter, the man who burns toast on Sunday mornings and runs on the beach at dawn and makes me want to be brave enough for this. For what? For choosing love, even when it's complicated, even when it costs everything, even when the smart choice is walking away. Carter pulled her close, rested his forehead against hers. We're going to lose the case. You know that, right? Probably. Preston will get the inheritance. The empire will transfer to him. I'll have to rebuild from nothing. Then we'll rebuild together. From nothing. You're sure? I'm sure. They stood in the library, holding each other, as dawn broke over the Atlantic, and Monday morning arrived with all its complicated consequences. But for that moment, they were just Carter and Jade. Two people who'd started wrong and somehow ended up right. And that was enough. Thursday morning, 48 hours before Linda's deposition, Jade did something unexpected. She redesigned the entire Further Lane estate. Not the careful, calculated staging she'd done 3 months ago. Actual redesign, her vision, her aesthetic. The house she'd want to live in if it was truly hers and not just a performance space. She started at 6 a.m., calling furniture vendors, fabric suppliers, contractors. By noon, the house was chaos. Delivery trucks, work crews, Marcus coordinating with his usual efficiency. What are you doing? Carter asked, finding her directing the placement of a new sectional in the great room. Making this house ours, actually ours. Not the bachelor property you inherited, not the showpiece we staged for sales. Ours. Jade, we're in the middle of a legal battle, which we're probably going to lose, which means we have about a week before Preston takes possession and liquidates everything. So, I'm spending that week making this space reflect us, while we still can. Carter looked around. The heavy traditional furniture was gone. In its place, coastal minimalism. Linen, driftwood, ceramics and cream and sand. Furniture that looked collected over time. Art that had meaning instead of just price tags. It's beautiful, he said. It's us. The way we actually live. Morning coffee on the terrace. Books scattered in the library. Your running gear by the door. My design samples on every surface. Real life instead of performance. Why now? Because if we're going to lose everything, I want 1 week of actually living in our home. Not the showpiece. Not the performance. Just our space. They spent the day transforming the house. Jade directing, Carter helping, both of them building something that was genuinely theirs for the first time. By evening, the estate looked completely different. still luxurious. You couldn't erase 12,000 square feet of oceanfront perfection, but lived in, comfortable, real. It's perfect, Carter said, surveying the transformed great room. It's honest. That's better than perfect. That night, they cooked dinner together. Actual cooking, not Marcus's gourmet preparations. Pasta with marinara from a jar, salad from a bag, garlic bread that Carter only slightly burned. They ate on the terrace, watching the sunset, talking about everything except the legal battle that would determine their future. If we lose, Jade said, if Preston takes the house, where would we live? Wherever you want. Manhattan, Brooklyn. We could leave New York entirely, start over somewhere new. You'd do that? Leave the Hamptons? Leave your entire life? My entire life is sitting across from me right now. The rest is just geography. Jade felt tears prick her eyes. You mean that? I mean that. The inheritance, the empire, the Whitmore legacy, it matters. But you matter more. What about Eleanor? What would she say if you walked away from everything she built? Eleanor would say, I finally learned what's actually worth fighting for. Carter reached across the table, took her hand. And she'd be right. Friday morning, Linda's deposition was scheduled for 10 a.m. Jade woke at dawn, couldn't go back to sleep, found herself in her studio, the converted sunroom that had become her creative space. She pulled out actual art supplies, not design tools, not staging materials, paints, brushes, canvas. For the first time in 5 years, Jade Morrison created art. She painted the ocean at dawn, the view from their bedroom, the moment when light hits water and everything becomes possible. She painted for 3 hours, lost in color and movement and the pure act of creation, not designing for clients, not staging for sales, just making something beautiful because she could. Carter found her at 9 a.m., covered in paint, canvas half finished. You're painting. I'm painting for the first time since Columbia, because I have the time and the space and the financial security to create without worrying about whether it sells. It's beautiful. It's honest. She set down her brush. Whatever happens today, with my mother's testimony, with Preston's case, I want you to know this. You gave me the ability to be an artist again. Not just a designer, an artist. That's worth everything we've been through. Even if we lose? Especially if we lose. Because then I'll know the art was real, not bought with your money, created because I finally had space to breathe. They drove to the deposition together. Linda was already there, looking small and tired and deeply uncomfortable. Mom, Jade said. Jade. Linda's voice was cold. Carter. Mrs. Morrison, thank you for coming, Carter said. I was subpoenaed. I don't really have a choice. The deposition room was the same as before. Conference table, recording equipment, Barbara Hastings looking predatory. Jade and Carter weren't allowed inside. They waited in the hallway while Linda testified about their marriage. 2 hours later, Linda emerged. She looked at Jade, her expression unreadable. I told them the truth, which was that you married him for money, that the mortgage payment was suspicious, that the timeline was fast, that I had concerns about the legitimacy of your relationship. Jade's heart sank. Mom, I also told them, Linda continued, that I saw the way you look at him, the way he looks at you, the way you've changed since getting married, lighter, happier, more yourself. I told them that whatever this started as, it became real, that I believe you love him, and that love that grows from complicated circumstances isn't less valid than love that starts perfectly. You said that? I said that, because it's true. You hurt me by not telling me the truth from the beginning. But I understand why you did it. And I understand that sometimes the right thing starts wrong and becomes right anyway. Jade pulled her mother into a hug. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Hastings still has plenty of ammunition, but at least your mother isn't one of them. After Linda left, David Chen emerged from the deposition room. That helped. Not enough to win, but it helped. Your mother's testimony established that genuine affection developed. That's something. Is it enough? Honestly, no. Preston's case is too strong. The financial transactions, the contract, the timeline, all of it points to arrangement. Your mother's testimony might convince a sympathetic judge, but most judges won't be sympathetic to contract marriages. So we're still going to lose. Probably, but you put up a good fight. The call came Saturday morning at 6 a.m. Eleanor's voice crisp and commanding. "Both of you, my house, 8 a.m., don't be late." They arrived at 7:55. Eleanor was waiting in the garden room, wearing Chanel and an expression that suggested she was about to detonate someone's life. "Sit," she commanded. They sat. "I've been watching this legal circus for 6 weeks now. Preston's investigation, the depositions, the media coverage, all of it. And I've reached a conclusion." "Which is?" Carter asked. "You're both idiots." Jade blinked. "I'm sorry?" "Idiots! Brilliant idiots, but idiots nonetheless. You've been so busy fighting Preston's case that you've forgotten the most important thing." "What thing?" "That I'm still alive, still in control of my estate, still capable of changing my will whenever I want." Carter went very still. "Grandmother, I'm revoking the marriage clause, effective immediately. New will drafted yesterday, witnessed, notarized, completely legal. The inheritance transfers to you on your 35th birthday, September 14th, regardless of marital status." "You're what?" "I'm removing the clause that's causing all this trouble. Preston's entire case is based on proving the marriage is fraudulent to prevent inheritance transfer. But if marriage isn't required, his case becomes moot." "Why now?" Jade asked. "Why didn't you do this weeks ago?" "Because I needed to see if your marriage would survive scrutiny. If you'd fight for each other when fighting served no financial purpose. If what you claimed to feel was genuine or just elaborate performance." "And your conclusion?" "Is that you're genuinely, stupidly, recklessly in love with each other. That you'd stay together even if the inheritance disappeared. That whatever this started as, it became real." Eleanor smiled, rare, genuine. "So I'm giving you what you've been fighting for. The inheritance. No strings attached, no marriage requirement, just transferred assets on your 35th birthday." Carter stood, paced. "If there's no marriage requirement, Preston has no grounds to contest." "Exactly. His case dies. The will is clear. Assets transfer to Carter Whitmore, age 35, no conditions. He can't argue fraud if there's nothing to defraud. But the injunction, the frozen assets, will be lifted once the new will is filed, which happens Monday morning. By Tuesday, Preston's attorneys will withdraw the case. By Wednesday, you'll have full access to the estate portfolio." Jade felt like she was watching a chess master reveal a strategy 20 moves deep. "You planned this, the whole time. I planned to test whether your marriage was real. Everything else was just watching you figure out what you actually wanted." Eleanor looked at Jade. "And you, dear, that post-nuptial agreement, renouncing all financial claims, that told me everything I needed to know. You're not here for the money, you're here for him. I could have told you that weeks ago. You could have, but I needed to see you prove it, under pressure, with everything at stake. Talk is cheap. Walking away from billions is expensive." Eleanor stood. "Now get out of my house. Go home. Live your life. Stop performing and start being." They drove back to Further Lane in stunned silence. "Did that just happen?" Jade finally asked. "I think my grandmother just saved us, while simultaneously proving she's been orchestrating everything from the beginning. She's terrifying. She's brilliant, and she likes you, which is more than she ever felt about any other woman I've brought around. What happens now? Now we wait for the legal filings, Preston's case collapses, the inheritance transfers, we rebuild from wherever we are. Which is?" Carter pulled into their driveway, turned to face her. "Which is together, actually married, actually in love. No performance, no contract, just us." "Just us," Jade echoed. "That's terrifying. That's life." Inside, Marcus had prepared breakfast. They ate on the terrace, watching sailboats drift past, processing the fact that the fight was over. "We won," Jade said. "We actually won. Did we, or did Eleanor just change the rules so we couldn't lose? Does it matter? I guess not. We're still married, still together, still have a future." Jade's phone buzzed. Text from David Chen. "Eleanor just filed new will. Preston's attorneys requesting emergency conference call. I think it's over." 2 hours later, David called with confirmation. "Preston's withdrawing the case. He knows he can't win if there's no marriage requirement to contest. You're clear. The inheritance transfers is scheduled. Everything's over." "Everything's over," Carter repeated after hanging up. They stood on the terrace, looking at each other, trying to process that the fight was done. "What do we do now?" Jade asked. Now? We live, we build. We figure out what marriage looks like when it's not legally mandated or financially motivated, just two people choosing each other. That's the scariest option? That's the only option. The media coverage was immediate and brutal. Hamptons' heir wins. Inheritance battle after will amendment. Sources close to Eleanor Whitmore confirmed the family matriarch amended her will to remove the controversial marriage clause, effectively ending Preston Whitmore's fraud investigation. Carter Whitmore, 34, will inherit the $2.1 billion estate portfolio when he turns 35 next month. His 3-month marriage to designer Jade Morrison, which was the subject of intense scrutiny, is no longer relevant to inheritance transfer. Legal experts suggest Preston Whitmore may face sanctions for pursuing a baseless case once the marriage requirement was removed. This was a strategic withdrawal, says estate attorney Michael Romano. Preston knew he'd lost before the case ever went to trial. The article included photos, Jade and Carter, at various events, looking convincingly in love. The narrative had shifted from contract marriage fraud to young couple Weathers' family legal battle. But the comment sections were vicious. She still married him for money. The grandmother just made it legal. Gold digger wins the lottery. What a surprise. I give them 6 months before divorce. She got what she wanted. Jade stopped reading after the first dozen comments. Don't, Carter said, taking her phone. Don't torture yourself with what strangers think. They're not wrong. I did marry you for money. You married me for complicated reasons that included money, and then you fell in love. That's not gold digging. That's being human. Tell that to the internet. Her phone buzzed again, this time Linda calling. I saw the news, Linda said. Eleanor changed her will? She did. The case is over. We won. Or she manipulated the outcome so you'd both get what you wanted. Does it matter? Linda was quiet for a moment. I suppose not. You're still married, still together, still claiming to be in love. We are in love, actually in love. I'm trying to believe that. I am. But sweetheart, how do you know? How do you separate genuine feeling from gratitude for security? I don't know. I just know that when I think about leaving, about starting over without him, I feel sick. And when I think about staying, even if we lost everything, I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. That's either love or really good self-deception. Maybe it's both. Maybe love is always part self-deception, choosing to believe in something that might not survive scrutiny. Linda sighed. When can I visit again? Actually visit, not perform for depositions? Anytime. Come for Labor Day weekend. Stay a week. Get to know Carter when we're not in crisis mode. I'd like that. I want to understand what you see in him, beyond the money and the house and the lifestyle. You will. Jade searched for words. He's worth it. Worth the complicated beginning. Worth the scrutiny. Worth choosing even when it costs everything. After they hung up, Carter emerged from his library with a folder. I have something for you. Inside, paperwork for a design studio. Not the converted sunroom at Further Lane. An actual commercial space in Southampton. 3,000 square feet. Perfect natural light. 6-month lease prepaid. What is this? Your studio. Independent from this house. Independent from me. A space that's entirely yours. Carter, this is necessary. You need space that's not entangled with our marriage. Where you can create without it being tied to Mrs. Carter Whitmore. Just Jade Morrison, designer and artist. Why? Because I need you to know you don't need me. That you have your own career, your own space, your own identity, beyond being my wife. Because the only way this marriage works is if you're choosing it freely. Not because your studio is in my house. Not because your business is connected to my name. Just because you want to be married to me. Jade looked at the lease. This is really expensive. Consider it a wedding gift, 3 years overdue. We've been married 3 months. Feels like 3 years. She kissed him. Thank you for this. For understanding that I need something that's mine. Always. The studio became Jade's refuge. She spent 6 hours a day there, designing for clients, painting for herself, building something that was entirely hers. The business thrived. Clients who'd come because of the Whitmore connection stayed because of her talent. By August, she had a wait list. By September, she'd hired 2 junior designers. Chen Morrison Design, she'd kept her maiden name, became known for something beyond staging Carter's properties. It became known for sophisticated coastal aesthetics, for transforming spaces into homes, for understanding that luxury was about feeling, not just price tags. The name Whitmore never appeared in her business materials. She was Mrs. Whitmore in social contexts. But professionally, she was Jade Morrison, independent designer, building her own reputation. Carter rebuilt too. The zoning rejection in East Hampton stung, but 3 other municipalities approved similar projects. By late August, Whitmore Development had 4 active builds and a pipeline of sustainable luxury developments. The business pivoted, less speculation, more strategic partnerships. Developments that actually improved communities rather than just extracting value. Carter's reputation shifted from reckless second-generation developer to thoughtful builder with social conscience. Articles appeared in architectural journals, speaking invitations from urban planning conferences, recognition that he was building legacy, not just chasing profits. They found rhythm. Morning coffee on the terrace, Carter's 6 a.m. beach runs, Jade's studio time, joint dinners when schedules aligned, weekly dinners with Eleanor that became actually enjoyable rather than performative obligation. The marriage became real through mundane accumulation, grocery shopping together, arguing about thermostat settings, negotiating whose turn it was to call the pool service. The boring, essential work of actually being married. September 14th arrived with perfect late summer weather, clear skies, gentle breeze, ocean glittering like Eleanor's diamonds. Carter turned 35 at midnight. Jade woke him at dawn with coffee and a small wrapped box. Happy birthday. Inside, a vintage Patek Philippe, not as expensive as his current collection, but meaningful. 1963, the year his grandfather had bought the Further Lane estate. It's perfect, he said. It's honest. Your grandfather's year. The beginning of the Hamptons legacy you're now, responsible for preserving. At noon, the wire transfer executed. $2.1 billion in real estate assets formally transferred to Carter James Whitmore. Notifications from attorneys, accountants, property managers. The inheritance was official. Carter was now one of the largest private landholders in the Hamptons. How does it feel? Jade asked. Heavy, like I'm holding 4 generations of family history and trying not to drop it. You won't drop it. How do you know? Because you're not your father. You're not reckless or desperate. You're strategic and careful, and you actually care about legacy beyond just your own glory. Eleanor's birthday party was scheduled for 6 p.m. Small gathering, 50 guests, the people who actually mattered rather than the full Hampton circus. Jade wore a dress she'd designed herself, pale blue silk, understated elegance, confidence that came from knowing she belonged here because she'd earned it, not because she'd married into it. Preston was there, couldn't avoid him at a family gathering. He approached with champagne and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Congratulations, cousin, you won. We both survived, Carter corrected. That's different from winning. I suppose, though I notice you kept the wife, even after the marriage requirement was removed. That's interesting. That's love. Try it sometime. Preston's expression soured. Love, right? I'm sure the $2.1 billion has nothing to do with why she stayed. Actually, Jade said, stepping forward, I signed a postnuptial agreement renouncing any claim to Carter's inheritance. I have zero financial interest in the estate. I'm here because I want to be here, because I love him, because we built something real from complicated circumstances. How noble. You gave up billions to prove you're not a gold digger. I gave up billions because I don't need them. I have my own business, my own income, my own identity. Carter is my partner, not my bank account. Preston studied her. You really believe that? I don't believe it, I know it. There's a difference. He walked away without another word. That felt good, Jade said. You telling off my cousin? Me believing what I said. 6 months ago, I would have been faking that confidence. Today, it's real. I actually don't need your money. I want you. That's different. Eleanor found them on the terrace as sunset painted the sky gold. Well done, she said to Carter. You didn't destroy the empire in your first 6 hours of ownership. Give me time. I'm not worried. You'll be fine. Better than fine. You'll be good. You'll build things that matter. You'll preserve what should be preserved and improve what needs improvement. You sound like you're saying goodbye. I'm 82. I've orchestrated my last legal drama. Time to step back and watch you build your own legacy. She turned to Jade. And you, the girl from Dayton who married for money and accidentally found love. You surprise me, in the best way. I surprise myself. That's the only kind of surprise worth having. Eleanor kissed them both on the cheek, rare gesture of affection. Now, go mingle. It's Carter's party. Show the Hamptons that the Whitmore Empire is in good hands. They mingled. Carter introducing Jade to property managers, architects, attorneys who'd managed the massive portfolio. Jade comfortable in a way that had nothing to do with designer clothes and everything to do with actual confidence. At midnight, after guests left, they stood on the terrace of Further Lane and looked at the ocean. We did it, Jade said. Survived the investigation, the depositions, the media coverage, your cousin's legal assault. We made it. We did. What happens now? Now we live. We build. We figure out what happily ever after looks like when it's not required by contract or will clause. Just two people choosing each other every day. That sounds exhausting. That sounds like marriage. Jade leaned against him, let herself feel the weight of what they'd built. I love you, not the inheritance, not the empire, not the Whitmore name, just you, Carter, the man who makes terrible toast and runs on the beach at dawn and somehow convinced me to risk everything for this. I love you too. Jade Morrison Whitmore, the woman who told me my taste was aggressively wrong and turned out to be right about everything. Not everything. I was wrong about not needing anyone, about being fine alone, about love being too risky. And now I'm choosing risk every day. Choosing you and whatever complications come with that choice. They stood together, watching the Atlantic stretch endlessly dark. Tomorrow, they'd start building actual life, managing the inheritance, growing their businesses, figuring out what marriage looked like beyond performance. But tonight, they were just Carter and Jade. Two people who'd started in a courthouse with a contract and ended up here, actually married, actually in love, actually choosing each other, despite every reason it shouldn't work. The arrangement had become real, and that was more valuable than any inheritance. 3 weeks after Carter's birthday, after the media attention faded, after the inheritance settled into routine management, Jade woke at 3 a.m. with a realization that made her skin go cold. She was pregnant, not confirmed, but she knew, the way women know before tests and doctors make it official. A shift in her body, a subtle change that was unmistakable. She lay in bed next to Carter, trying to process. They'd been careful, mostly careful. But the night of the storm, the first time they'd crossed boundaries, they hadn't been thinking about consequences. A baby, an actual baby, growing inside her from that one night when they'd stopped performing and started being real. She got up quietly, went to her studio, sat in the darkness trying to figure out what she felt. Terrified, excited, overwhelmed, all of it at once. They'd never discussed children. The contract had specified 12 months then, dissolution. Even after the arrangement became real, after they'd fallen in love, they'd been too busy fighting legal battles to discuss future family plans. And now, there was no choice. A baby was coming, whether they'd planned it or not. At dawn, Carter found her in the studio. Couldn't sleep, couldn't stop thinking. About? Jade looked at him. The man she'd married for money and fallen in love with against all logic. The man who was about to become a father, whether he was ready or not. I'm pregnant. Carter went very still. You're... what? Pregnant. I haven't tested yet, but I know. The storm night. We weren't careful, and now we're having a baby. Probably, yes. He sat next to her, silent for a long moment, processing. How do you feel? He finally asked. Terrified. I have no idea how to be a mother. I barely figured out how to be a wife. And now there's going to be a person who depends on me completely? On us, not just you. Are you ready for that? For a baby? For the responsibility? Carter was quiet. Then, no, I'm not ready. I'm 35, and I've spent my entire adult life building businesses and managing properties. I don't know anything about babies. That's not comforting. But he turned to face her. I want to learn. I want to figure it out with you. I want this baby, our baby, the completely unplanned consequence of the night we stopped performing and started being real. Jade felt tears slip down her face. What if I'm terrible at it? What if I'm like my father, unable to handle the responsibility and I just leave? You won't. You're nothing like your father. You're strong and capable, and you've already proven you'll do impossible things to protect people you love, including a mother whose house you saved through elaborate contract marriage. That's different. It's not. You'll love this baby the same way, fiercely, completely, with willingness to do whatever it takes. And you? Will you resent me for trapping you with pregnancy when we're still figuring out marriage? Trapping me? Jade, I'm the one who's been asking you to stay, begging you to choose me. A baby doesn't trap me. It gives us something to build toward, a future that's not about inheritance or legal battles or proving anyone wrong. Just our family, actually ours. You're sure? I'm terrified, but I'm sure. They sat in her studio as dawn broke, holding each other, processing that their complicated arrangement had just become exponentially more complicated. A baby, their baby. Growing from the night they'd crossed every boundary and made the marriage real. We should tell Eleanor, Carter said eventually. Your grandmother? Why? Because she'll be thrilled. Because she's been orchestrating this entire relationship from the beginning. Because a great-grandchild is exactly what she's been hoping for. Eleanor's reaction was predictably Eleanor. About time, she said when they told her over Sunday brunch. I was beginning to think you'd never get around to it. You knew? Jade asked. I suspected. You've been drinking ginger tea instead of coffee for 2 weeks. You left the last dinner party early claiming exhaustion. And you have that glow that pregnant women get. I've been pregnant 3 times. I recognize the signs. We just found out. And, are you keeping it? Of course we're keeping it. Good. I'll need to update my will again. Great-grandchildren require trust fund establishment. Eleanor smiled, genuine pleasure. Congratulations. You're about to discover that babies are exponentially more complicated than the contract marriages, but also exponentially more rewarding. They told Linda next. Video call because flying to Ohio while potentially pregnant felt risky. A baby? Linda's face filled with joy. Oh, sweetheart, that's when? Probably May, if the timing is right. And you're happy, both of you? Terrified, Jade admitted. But yes, happy. Terrified is normal. I was terrified when I found out I was pregnant with you. Single, 23, working as a substitute teacher. But you, Linda's eyes filled with tears. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. This baby will be the same for you. After they hung up, Carter pulled Jade close. We're doing this. Actually doing this. Having a baby while figuring out marriage, while managing a $2 billion inheritance, while building separate careers. What could go wrong? Everything or nothing. No way to know except by living it. Jade rested her hand on her still flat stomach. A baby was growing there. Their baby. The physical proof that what they'd built was real. They'd started with a contract in a courthouse. And they'd ended up here, actually married, actually in love, actually building a family. The arrangement had become something neither of them could have predicted. And that was exactly right. 6 months later, Jade stood in the same City Hall building where they'd gotten married, waiting for the elevator, heavily pregnant, and trying to remember why this had seemed like a good idea. We could take the stairs, Carter offered. I'm 8 months pregnant, we're taking the elevator. They were there for a different reason this time. Not marriage, prenatal documents, legal paperwork establishing parental rights, medical directives, all the bureaucratic necessities of bringing a child into the world. Remember this? Jade asked as they waited. 9 months ago, we stood right here, strangers about to get married for strategic reasons. We weren't strangers. We were 2 desperate people making impossible choices. And now? Now we're 2 people who got lucky, who made impossible choices that somehow worked out. In the elevator, Jade caught their reflection in the steel doors. Carter in casual. Clothes more relaxed than he'd been 9 months ago. Jade visibly pregnant, wearing clothes she'd designed herself, confident in ways that had nothing to do with designer labels. They looked like an actual couple, not performing, just being. Do you ever regret it? Jade asked. The contract marriage, the complicated beginning, all of it? Never, do you? Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd met normally, without the contract, without the financial pressure. We wouldn't have met. I was too wrapped up in business. You were too focused on survival. We needed the arrangement to force us together. So, you're saying desperation leads to love? I'm saying sometimes you need impossible circumstances to make the possible happen. After the paperwork was filed, they walked through Manhattan. Early March afternoon, spring pretending to arrive, the city full of possibility. Hungry? Carter asked. Always. This baby is 90% appetite. They ended up at Sant Ambroius, the same restaurant where Carter had first outlined the arrangement. The same corner booth where Jade had agreed to marry him for $5 million. Remember this? Carter asked as they sat. Our first business meeting. You were so confident, so sure I'd say yes. I wasn't sure at all. I was desperate and hoping you were desperate enough to say yes. I was desperate enough to marry a stranger for money. Best decision I ever made. Even knowing how complicated it would get, especially knowing how complicated it got. Easy love is boring. Complicated love is... She searched for words. Real. They ordered the same meal they had ordered 9 months ago. Branzino, Sancerre, perfect Italian desserts. But everything felt different. They weren't negotiating contracts. They were just having lunch. Two people who had accidentally built a life together. I love you, Carter said, in case I haven't said it enough lately. You say it every morning. I mean it differently now. 9 months ago I was falling in love. Now I'm... He paused. Completely in love. Permanently. The kind where there's no exit strategy. Just you and me and whatever comes next. What comes next is a baby who's going to destroy any illusion of control we've built. Can't wait. After lunch, they walked through Central Park. The same paths Jade used to walk when she was struggling, when she couldn't afford anything beyond window shopping, when the idea of marrying into money seemed impossible. Do you miss it? Carter asked. The simplicity of before, when you didn't have to manage complex finances or attend charity galas or be Mrs. Whitmore. Jade considered the question honestly. Sometimes I miss being anonymous, being able to make mistakes without photographers documenting them, being just Jade instead of Carter Whitmore's wife. But I don't miss the fear, the constant calculation of whether I could afford rent, the terror that my mother would lose her house, the feeling that I was always one emergency away from collapse. So it was worth it, the arrangement, everything that came after. It was worth it, not because of the money, though that helps, because of you. Because somewhere in the performance and the contracts and the legal battles, I found my person. The man who makes terrible toast and runs on beaches and somehow convinced me that love was worth the risk. Even with all the complications, especially with all the complications. They sat on a bench, the same bench where Carter had practiced proposal speeches to himself years ago, back when he'd thought marriage was just another business strategy. I was wrong, he said, about everything, about thinking I could contract love, about believing I could inherit billions and stay unchanged, about imagining I could perform marriage without it becoming real. You weren't wrong about everything. You were right that I was the person you needed. You were right that we could build something real from complicated circumstances. You were right that sometimes the strategic choice is also the human choice. That's generous. That's honest. Jade's phone buzzed. Text from her studio manager. Client emergency. Beach house reveal tomorrow. Can you come by studio to approve final designs? Work calls, Jade said. Mine too. Conference call with architects about the Montauk project. They walked back to where the car was parked, different than 9 months ago. Then Carter had a driver. Now he drove himself. Small change, symbolic of larger ones. The inheritance hadn't made them royalty. It had made them people with resources who chose to use them thoughtfully, building sustainable properties, supporting local artists, funding affordable housing, actually trying to improve the Hamptons rather than just extract value from it. That night, in bed at Further Lane, Carter's hand rested on Jade's belly. The baby kicked, strong, insistent, announcing its presence. She's active tonight, Jade said. She? You think it's a girl? I know it's a girl. Mother's intuition. What should we name her? Something honest, something that reflects who she actually is instead of who we want her to be. That's very philosophical for midnight. That's very pregnant for midnight. Everything is philosophical when you're gestating. Carter laughed, kissed her temple. I love you. I love this baby. I love this impossible life we've built. Even though it started as a transaction, especially because it started as a transaction, we could have stayed surface, could have maintained boundaries, could have dissolved the arrangement and walked away clean. Instead, we chose messy, chose complicated, chose real. No regrets? Not one. You? Jade thought about it. The contract signed in desperation. The performance that became real. The legal battles and media scrutiny. The complicated path from courthouse to here. Actually, am married, actually in love, actually building a family. No regrets, she said. Just gratitude that desperation led me to you. They fell asleep like that, connected, real, no performance necessary. Just Carter and Jade. The arrangement that became a marriage, that became a family. Proof that sometimes the most authentic love comes from the most complicated beginnings. And that was exactly right. The Hamptons arrangement existed only in memory now. The contract was long destroyed. The legal battles resolved. The media had moved on to other scandals. What remained was a family. Carter Whitmore, 36, managing a $2.1 billion real estate portfolio with thoughtfulness that would have made his grandmother proud. Jade Morrison Whitmore, 28, running Chen Morrison Design from her Southampton studio. 6 employees, waitlist through next summer. And Lily Whitmore, 7 months old, who'd arrived in May with her mother's stubborn chin and her father's strategic patience. They were having dinner at Eleanor's, weekly tradition, now including a high chair and baby food. She has your eyes, Eleanor said, watching Lily demolish mashed sweet potato. She has Carter's focus, Jade countered. Watch how she studies everything before touching it. Strategic from birth. Good, she'll need that. Why? Because she's a Whitmore. Because people will always wonder if she's where she is because of family money or personal merit. She'll have to prove herself constantly, like you did. Jade looked at her daughter, 7 months old, already navigating a complicated world. Wealth she didn't ask for, scrutiny she didn't deserve, the burden of a family name that came with both privilege and pressure. I hope we're teaching her the right things, Jade said. You are. You're teaching her that love can come from complicated circumstances. That money is a tool, not an identity. That family is built through choice as much as blood. Eleanor smiled. You're teaching her what I taught Carter. That legacy is about what you build, not what you inherit. After dinner, they drove home to Further Lane. The house had been modified, baby-proofed, less formal, more lived in. The showpiece had become a home. Remember when we first got married? Jade asked as they put Lily to bed. We had separate bedrooms, invisible boundary lines, contract specifications about physical intimacy. And now? Now I can't remember what it felt like to not be married to you, to not have Lily, to not have this life. Good, neither can I. They stood over Lily's crib, watching her sleep with the intensity that only parents manage. This tiny person who'd arrived unexpectedly had completed something they didn't know was incomplete. Do you think we should tell her? Jade asked. When she's older, about how we started? Maybe, when she's old enough to understand that sometimes the right thing starts wrong and becomes right anyway. What if she judges us? Thinks we were mercenary, that I sold myself for money? Then we'll explain that sometimes survival requires strategic choices, that her mother was brave enough to make impossible decisions in impossible circumstances, that her father was smart enough to recognize when arrangement became real. You think that'll be enough? I think she'll be smart enough to understand that love is complicated, that good things can come from unexpected places, that her parents chose each other every day after the contract ended, and that's what actually matters. Later, after Lily was asleep and the house was quiet, they sat on the terrace. Same view they'd had for a year. Ocean, stars, endless possibility. Happy? Carter asked. Deliriously, exhaustingly, completely. Jade leaned against him. You? I have everything I didn't know I wanted. The inheritance is just money. But you're the thing that made all of it mean something. That's very romantic for a man who proposed a contract marriage in a beachfront estate. I contain multitudes, Jade laughed. You do. Billionaire businessman, strategic thinker, terrible cook, good father, excellent husband, all of it simultaneously. And you, who are you now? Jade Morrison Whitmore, designer, artist, mother, wife, woman who married for money and accidentally found everything that actually matters. No regrets? Not one. You? Carter pulled her closer. Not one. The arrangement was the best strategic decision I ever made, even though it was morally questionable and legally complicated. Especially because it was morally questionable and legally complicated. Easy choices don't change your life. Impossible choices do. They sat together watching the Atlantic stretch dark and infinite. Tomorrow would bring new complications, business decisions, parenting challenges, the endless work of maintaining what they had built. But tonight, they were just Carter and Jade. The arrangement that became real, the contract that became love, the performance that became life. Proof that sometimes the most authentic things come from the most unlikely beginnings. And that was the only arrangement that ever really mattered.